Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Challengers Elite for Europe. My name is Bryce and joining me here, the first ever AI caster, it's Ton.
God, imagine making it AI of me. I think I'd want my money back. My goodness, I think you've done a really bad job if that was the case. Thank you for the introduction, I think, Brycey. Really excited to jump into the second. We get the final game of group stages here in Europe. Wildly caught me off guard with that one, to be honest.
That was the plan.
I wasn't ready. I was just like finishing my snack and everything, thinking a nice introduction, heading into the games, but here we are. Look, it was a really interesting week last week, though, right? We had a lot of back and forth. We've got some teams really standing out, some teams maybe not doing as hot as we thought they would, and some teams still fighting over some really interesting placements, especially when it comes down to Group A, which I'm sure we're going to have a chat about.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that's kind of the key point going into today is that the lay of the land has settled a little bit. We kind of know who the best are going to be, but who will be the very best? What's really up for grabs here is pushing the tempo all the way forward. Of course, we spoke about this before, but Clutch, Rayn and Rock so far flawless in their groups. But do they remain so at the end of the day? The smart money says yes, but who knows? This is Challengers Elite, Ton.
Of course. Well, just to really break it down for everybody here in the sense that Group B, the top four, is decided. It's pretty much going to be down to placement, see how some of these teams are kind of going to go forward, where they're going to place, because it is going to be important heading into playoffs, of course, tomorrow and next week. But for Group A, there is still something on the line, as far as I'm concerned. LewTees, Lions, and Night Vibes kind of do have to find some wins somewhere. Night Vibes actually getting the win over LewTees, Lions, I believe, last week, so that puts them in a really good position. But both of them have got tough games. So, yeah, it's an interesting one, which way that one's going to go. But there's a lot of permutations. Not my job to figure those out, but there's definitely going to be some drama between those three teams at the bottom of Group A.
Yeah, 100%. And I think for me, we'll show you what games are going to be happening today. So, on Alpha Stream to begin with, Rauzan versus Night Vibes. That'll be the game we are covering for the majority of this. Bravo and Charlie will be going at the same time. You can check those out on the Bravo and Charlie stream. We will jump into those games whenever we have an opportunity before cutting back to our main game. And in our second set, pretty much the same thing. We'll be covering Project 7 and Synes, and then Rock Esports, Hybrid Nations, Light Unlimited, and Las Lentejas will be going on Bravo and Charlie. So all the action here, we have 6 games to go, and that will settle the groups once and for all time.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. Obviously, we're going into Group A and then Group B straight after, just to make sure that teams are making sure that they play through their games, because they're still on the line. You don't need to necessarily throw anything, etc., etc. You don't want anything dodgy going on, so everybody playing their games at the same time in both groups. Yeah, no, it should be an interesting day. I think, when we talk about Group B, obviously the top 4 is solidified. We know it's going to be Rock, Project 7, Synes, and Hybrid Nations going through, but we really do need concentrate on placement for some of these teams as well. Rock saying in 4-0, but that isn't the easiest game they're going to have going up against Hybrid Nations. You'd expect them to win it, but the big one is Project 7 against Synes. That is fully for second place, unless Hybrid Nations can have an upset somewhere along the line, but I would presume they're probably not going to have that opportunity. But Project 7 up against Synes for that second place spot is important. Of course, you get an easier run of things if you finish second as opposed to where you would finish in third. So yeah, big game for both those two teams over on Alpha, but after our games over in Group A.
Yeah, and I think I'm looking forward to tonight. It's realistically, we've said before, right? This is always going to be about benchmarks and where these teams end up kind of settling. In the first week, we said, you don't have to worry too much about day 1. Day 2 gets a little bit more strenuous, as you can tell. Some of these teams already lost heart going into it, knowing they weren't doing as well as they thought. Coming into this one, yeah, qualification seems a little bit locked down. But one of the key things, and something I actually wanted to bring up while I was reading various things on kind of the social media stuff, there is never a better opportunity than to play a full-speed competitive game to get practice in. Even if you're not going to have, the best time, or it may not move your position, this is what is called perfect practice. It's a full-speed competitive environment game. You don't get that many of them, right? You get, your scrims, which people may do okay in or they may do terrible in, but it doesn't really matter. You don't win scrims. A full-speed competitive game with something on the line is always going to be the very best version of practice you can get. So it always kind of confuses me a little bit when people don't put their full effort into it. It's mind-blowing. You don't get better than this apart from at a LAN.
No, preacher, brother. I think, for some of these teams, obviously, there's not much of an opportunity to get themselves to the playoff, but as you said, it's an opportunity to kind of prove what you're about, get practice for yourself, thinking about next season that's going to be coming up in a few weeks' time, thinking about the qualifier. It's all that good practice. I think, there's some of these teams, if you can finish 5th instead of 6th, that's a better spot to be in, right? That's exactly what you want to do. So for some of these guys, let's see what they can get on with. I know it's easier for us to say this, but I mean, we've been doing it long enough, so maybe, listen.
I mean, we're here. We are here,
well,
right?
We are here, I suppose, somehow.
And people want to watch, right? That's the other thing. Realistically, people do want to watch, even if I suppose it's really easy for some people to downplay some of the players and teams in Elite if they are at the bottom of the Elite. But the thing is, you're still in the Elite. In terms of the regions and the grander scale of it, right? Top 48 technically in the CDL. Next, 100 or so in Elite. So you're still like top 150 players on teams in the game. So, there is absolutely no reason in my mind to say, why would I watch this game? These are some of the very best players, and while some of them are differentiated between the top of the Elite and the bottom of the Elite, still the best players in Europe. So, for me, I think it's always an entertaining and engaging opportunity to watch these players go to work and maybe become fan favourites down the line.
Yeah, look, there's definitely opportunity to do that. But, I mean, look, we need to definitely talk about our top teams, though, right? Don't we? We've talked about the teams who are battling for those 5th and 6th, but let's talk about the teams who have been topping these groups. Rock Esports currently, at this moment in time, very much topping Group B, sitting at 4-0, and that's kind of been the surprise package. It was always going to be between them and Project 7. That was kind of where we were lying on this one. But ROC have looked pretty solid. I think there's still some inconsistencies there for me. One thing I kind of want to point out, they're 4-0 with a 12-6 map count. So they really are going the distance. Look, I know a lot of people have their theories as to why that is. Okay, we don't need to necessarily deal with that low-hanging fruit, but at the same time, they are doing what they need to do. They are playing well on occasion where they're going up against some of these top teams. They're winning maps on not necessarily their host as well. They have a team with a lot of potential who I'm really looking forward to seeing on LAN. I'm curious as time goes on to how they are going to do. We remember the Falcons roster of original times a few years ago. Bricey, they went on to do all right, didn't they? Clutch Rayn, though, on the other side of things, it really has been a breeze for these boys. 12-3 map count, 4-0 in their group. It kind of is just really lining itself up for a Clutch Rayn ROC final, isn't it? That's kind of what we're looking forward to. I definitely think Project 7 and Dark Horse are going to kind of be in the mix, maybe even Treaty 1 Gaming as well. But right now, there are two definitive teams at the top of Europe, and it's Clutch Rayn and Rock Esports.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we've spoken about this before, and we will do for the rest of the year, and you're probably sick of hearing it. But this is genuinely one of the best scouting opportunities any of these players get. We know that there has been an increased interest in players from the rookie stages to be picked up to go into the league. Right? A good show here at the Elite or winning the first Elite, it puts you on the coach's radar. There's no denying it, especially now with how things are going. Some of these teams are already looking for changes in major franchises.
Yeah, and it can happen very quickly, but I think as a European player, you really have to go above and beyond, right? You have to be like, no, pay for my visa. Like, it does make a difference, right? I mean,
you're not wrong.
It's real, right? The competition happens in North America. You need to be able to prove that you are worth that process. You are worth that money that's got to be spent on you. And there are some players in Europe, I fully believe this, if they were playing in North America, didn't have that, they would 100% be in the league. There are some very, very good players in Europe. I think specifically to players like Mythics, players like Corporate, all really, really solid. I mean, Mythics himself has kind of been like winning consistently in Europe, and somehow still hasn't got his call up. Maybe it'll happen in a couple of years' times. But irrelevant of that, the teams at the top have all been doing very well. Yeah, that's really nice. Oh, well done, you're good at this game. Either way, we've got to talk about some of the teams who are still just trying to qualify through. Night Vibes are going up against Rauzan. Now, Night Vibes are sitting 1-3, Rauzan 0-4. But Night Vibes, they're a team who are coming from the Saudi Arabia side of things here in EMEA, and they've kind of been coming into it with a little bit of hype. They've been doing not so hot, currently sitting at 1-3, but they still have an opportunity. They're sitting 4th place right now. If they can go on and win this game, it pretty much solidifies their spot in the top 4.
And that's what they want to do, right? I mean, it's not going to be the easiest thing because going up against Rauzan Esports with Zero, Yaza, Blade, and for Brian, it's a little bit of an upwards fight, I would say. I think for me, there's been a little bit of a divergence of who I expect to do well into this one. Like I said, I was looking forward to seeing Night Vibes. We haven't seen as much of them as I would have liked to kind of follow them through a journey. I always find it's better to follow a team through a best of 5 to see where they start kind of exposing their weaknesses. It's all good jumping in at round 11 or, 240 to 240, but that doesn't tell the story of most of these maps. But this will be our first game, so we'll have a good look at Night Vibes and see how they do, and obviously into the bracket stage. But double Colossus to start us, then double Den, and a raid, Set and Destroy to end things, Ton.
Yeah, lovely job. I mean, for me, looking at the maps in particular, I'm curious where Rauzan are really going to get some things going. Right now, they're sitting at 4 and 12 map count. I've seen them lose map 5s. I've seen them lose 3-0. Things haven't necessarily looked hot across the board. Whereas for Night Vibes, look, they've kind of fallen foul to a couple of map 5s as well already, but when they do get a win, they've been convincing. But at the same time, when they have had some other losses, they've been pretty one-sided as well. So it's really hard to judge right now for some of these teams, or specifically for both of these squads, to how this one's going to go in terms of maps and modes. But realistically, we know it's going to be a pretty competitive game for Rauzan. I was expecting maybe a little bit more from them this season, and we haven't really got it. I thought we'd maybe seen them kind of cracking on, but they haven't really shown that yet. And maybe it is going to take them time here in Black Ops 7. But I think you're right, for Night Vibes, there's definitely some potential for some of these players. I think Gentle is a name that is kind of being reiterated around that region as being somebody who is potentially next up. And we need to probably see a little bit more from him to add that indication, but I suppose you can only do as good as your teammates are doing in a certain sense. Let's see what he can bring to the table in this one, though. As I said, it's a very important game, and then when you get to the playoffs, you can forget about everything that happened in groups. You just need to beat everybody in front of you.
Yeah, I think so. That's kind of the key here as well. It's always something we talk about with the Elite, is that it is kind of 2 stages, right? You kind of have the opportunity in groups, as long as you're not really being bad. As long as you make it through the bracket, you can still very much win the thing. Like, going top of the groups just gives you the better seed. Once you get into the bracket, you can certainly upset them because you know which games are coming down the line. So for me, seeing these teams kind of go through this and realistically work out your map pool, work out who your competition is, you have prep time, right? You have a week between. It's not like a cup. You're like, oh, who are we meeting up in the 4th round? It's 2 hours away. We don't have that much time. You kind of know roughly who you're going to be playing, not just from your group, but also you have that time. You know the schedule's coming in advance. So this should be the most competitive it has been over the Elite. And then obviously going into the bracket even more so as we find out exactly where those seeds lay. Now, I have been told the game is starting, so enough of this rehashing of Spitfire. It is time to find out who wins map 1.
That's a name for a long time ago that not many people will remember. But yeah, no, we're really interested to see how this one's going to go. I think if I was to put my eggs in any particular basket here, Brycey, it would be the Night Vibes one. I think, as far as their results have went, beating LewTees Lions, that's kind of put them in this position. But going up against T1G, they only lost that one 3-2. It's not necessarily the end of the world for them. They do have some potential, absolutely, to maybe go on and crack on and do something. But I mean, other than that, though, they've kind of lost the games you would expect them to. They've won one that they absolutely needed to. Now they need to win this one just to solidify it.
Yeah, they do, and that's what they should be looking for here as well. A strong showing on the last day of the group stages. Of course, you do want to catch up any of the other games that are going on. We do have Bravo and Charlie as well. They are live. You can find them all on COD Challenges. So feel free to flick between the games, but mostly keep us on and maybe open another window for those so you don't miss out, as we will be going back and forth between all of the games that we can as well. Anytime there's downtime, we'll jump over and try to catch the key moments. But we'll give you all the scores at the same time, but we should be getting into our alpha game pretty much now.
Yeah, it's an interesting day because there's only 3 games going on at the same time outside of the what felt like 5 or 6, of course, when we were here last week. But a lot less to concentrate on this week, Brycey. Maybe we can keep up better than we have been keeping up this time around. But Clutch Rayn against LewTees Lions over on Bravo. Dark Horse Esports against Treaty 1 Gaming. That's a good one as well. Over on Charlie. Keep an eye on that one when we do get the downtime here. But this one is a qualification match pretty much. Rauzan Esports have to win. Night Vibes, I don't believe they necessarily have to, but if they do, puts them in a fantastic position. I'd be expecting them to go on to try and get that done as quickly as possible. Just try and take that tension off as quickly as you can. And maybe it's Colossus to get it done as we kick things off here on Hotpoint.
Well, we'll see. Everybody into the middle here. Of course, the biggest danger is just going to be the amount of explosives piling into this P1. As there are no trophies, and basically everybody has a clear shot at the beginning here. So realistically, Night Vibes even getting 8 points off the rip that fast is a little bit of a bonus for them.
Yeah, and just further mention, actually, something we haven't spoke about. NPC no longer in and amongst things. So there's only going to be Dravex and Razor coming in from Zero here as well. So I was wondering, actually, when I seen that, I wasn't too sure if players were going to pivot towards this, but too bad of a start. Either way, though, from the side of Rauzan, they've managed to get a hold of the hit. They have P2 pretty much unlocked. That's coming up in about 15 seconds.
Yeah, see if this meta changes change anything too much, but realistically, the Dravik is still a very good weapon, so shouldn't be too much, maybe a little bit different in the way that you approach some of these gunfights, but adjustments well in hand after the slight meta change and shift that we have seen recently.
Big hit over towards the back, though. Well held by Rauzan Esport. Big kills coming through as well. So that's going to be a clean P2 hold. So far, so good. Trying to get a bit of control over towards the middle of the map. For Bonus on 5 in a row, sitting at 8-1 to kick things off. 4-man hit towards the front, though. Going to have to help his teammates out.
Oh, bro, just trying to get the second one, and he pumps bullets, but it looks like his teammate will be able to clear that up for him. No, ends up jumping in himself and grabbing it here. Rauzan looking now to push this out as far as they can, but General already taking 2 down means for Brone can no longer watch the mid. He will catch 1 here and the second. A little bit of a rally from him, but they've still lost the time.
Yeah, I kind of like the wrap around. He maybe needed 1 more player to survive, but there you go. He might just be able to walk in and do it all on his own. For Brone on 9 in a row, and that's where it'll end. But the rest of the team then pick up the pieces. Yes, they are. Yaza will find 2. Blade will just dot the I's and cross the T's as the rotation over towards P3 now incoming. Great start from Rauzan. As soon as they, well, I mean, they pretty much started over on that side of the map when it did come down to kicking things off. D1 was 50-50. They get a nice rotation over towards P2, and they make sure to make it count.
I think just that huge spray from Brone really just kind of told the tale of it, because it wasn't as clean as it could have been, but hey, sometimes position doesn't matter. It's all going to be about the kills if nobody else is there to contest you. And they're continuing this at the moment, trying to push that ever so high up. This Blade just holding that close angle, but already lost a couple of teammates here. They still do have numbers around this point, and Blade will take down the first one that challenges him. It's a single chow, though, and, well, that's not the easiest way to do it. You need multiple players to hit that at the same time.
Good job from Fabron, keeping things rolling. 16-4 for him. That's absurd. We haven't even finished the 3rd hill yet. Rotation over towards P4, though. This is something that, I mean, we consistently see it happen, actually. Teams get undone by this. Either the rotation and not being able to hold it, or just not being able to break on through if you don't do it the right way. It's going to be a full hit from the outside here, though, and Fabron feeling confident. Gentle, can he find the gunfight? He can't, so he's now been sounded out and dealt with. Played. Yaza working well. They are falling apart like a cheap handbag on Night Vibes right now. This is so easy for Rauzan.
Let's see if they can keep this pace up. Slaying is all in their favor, but as I say that, 3 end up hitting the deck, and well, Night Vibes break this with a good amount of time. If they can pick all this one up, it will really shrink this, but already you can see on the minimap a little bit of a stack coming through there, looking for the kills, but Shay already finding 1, breaks it down just a little bit more. He finds the 2nd, not going to be the 3rd, but that does give him some breathing room. Here comes the missile.
Oh, it's bounced off a window. Okay, then. Devs? Question mark. 15 seconds to go here for Night Vibes, and there will be, well, counting the lucky stars / glass panes on that one. Nicely done. They seem to be getting the swing of things, and all of a sudden, yeah, well, Shay's starting to take over, and it's a 20-point game. And just like that, things can change so quickly. You're kind of, the narrative being, Rauzan have just run away with this. First couple of hills, nice and dominant. All of a sudden, Shay and everybody else from Night Vibes starting to wake up. Shay seemingly cannot miss a bullet right now. Eventually, will fall at the blade. It's 5 in a row before he did fell. Right now, though, it's Night Vibes inside of the point. They've got the P2 rotation. We'll be there in 4.
All going a little bit better for them, but there goes 3 down. Fortunately, it's on the P1, so shouldn't be the end of the world here. For Brone says, all right, no worries. I'm going to make sure I can kill as many as I can off of this respawn. He checks every single corner with a pistol chow. Wasn't really hoping to stay alive too long there, just trying to delay them for a few seconds. But Rauzan looking to bring back that lead that they have ever so lost over the last 2 hills.
Crazy to see how close it actually was, considering that Fabron is, well, literally going God mode right now, 22-8. And just his team are still in the lead by 30. You'd expect maybe a little bit more. Can they find the break here, though? Soul, Charm, all doing really well over towards this backside. That's a big kill coming through from Yaza. That may well open things up. No, Spawn still a little deep. We can start putting pressure on. It means he has to invite everybody else out to come deal with him. Does that open up the room for Rauzan to come through the front door? Not quite, because Shay is not missing. 2 in a row from him. The 3rd eludes him, but good job from Night Vibes. They keep them at bay.
That's a nice 2 kills as well. That just really puts them on the back foot, Ton, and they are looking to take the lead for the first time in this game. Only 2 bodies going to be here. Real Charm trying to get that trophy out as well with more kills dropping down. We are going to see a lead change. Night Vibes fighting back from a massive deficit. Now in control of this game. The slaying is no longer the way that it was. Zero basically not having a very good game, even though Fabron is.
Yeah, I know Fabron's doing fantastically, and on the other side of things, I mean, you kind of got Soul, who has not necessarily been lightening it up. I mean, I'll be honest, he's kind of had the lowest KD in the whole of European challenges. Sitting at 10 and 17 now, but just doing his job. So let's see what he's doing right, what he's doing wrong. Love this rotation round, though. They got P4 spawns already doing the dirty work for his team. And now they can start to make a push forward here over towards P3. This kill going to follow. Can they find their way through?
I've had a few issues here last time around. They kept challenging it 1 by 1. This time, it's a bit of better control, and Real Charm just throws 2 to the doom. And realistically, if you're Rauzan, you now have to wait. You need bodies to take this. There are players in every corner, on every heady, and every crevice. They're even waiting to see if there's anybody coming around the side. They don't know. Rauzan going to headbutt this. Already 1 player coming in. Real Charm. He's picking them up like strawberries from a field, and nobody is looking. How on earth is he getting away with it? An 8 streak now for him. Rauzan, where have you gone?
I mean, he's kind of overextended just a little bit. Don't think you're allowed to do that, Rose, so... He's jumped off the map to get the spawns and didn't get them. So, well, okay, maybe it didn't help him whatsoever. Spawns over towards the backside. Rauzan have got a contest for this, and this can bring them back into it. Gentle now. Just has to try and stay alive, to be honest with you. Trying to play over towards his backside. Should be dead to rights. That's going to be a rotation for Rauzan, and one they absolutely needed. Hellstone going to come in, though, here from Chombley's team. Aren't really set up to help with this, Pricey, so he may well be able to clear them, but they need to push over towards the backside. Let's get nobody.
Zero will keep it alive.
Hold on.
And
spawn at the back. Okay. All right, we'll deal with it, apparently. Yeah, okay, Blade does. Okay, still in control. Sorry, Razik.
I was just going to say, realistically, I don't know which way this game's going to go. I was wondering if that spawn was going to really turn things around here, but Zero on 4 streak is unable to keep them at bay any longer. Night Vibes back into the point. Still in lead of this game as we look to P1.
I mean, I think Fabron had nearly 20 kills after the first 3 hills. Well, what? 5 hills later, sitting on 24. Very much was in flow state to kick things off, Pricey, but things have slowed down significantly. Shay has been impressive. Every single time we're over on his POV, he's snapping. And he's going to have to continue to do that. It's still only a 30-point game. For all that, Rauzan did have a healthy lead. Night Vibes, okay, still have managed to find a way back into the game, and then some. They're in a good spot. But Rauzan still aren't too far away.
They do need to find a little bit of form here. Slaying game has really turned against them as well. Real Charm is just cutting them to pieces. 27 and 15 for himself. Shay also putting a lot onto the board at the same time. And, well, this lead's only getting bigger. To extend it by this hard on P1, it is not a feat that is easily replicated, as somehow there is nothing on the board for Rauzan.
I mean, how have they fallen off so quickly in this one? Soul with the snap. Charm finds 2. And all of a sudden, they've reached 200 points. P2 is very much underway for them as well. They're in a good position to get some good time here. Shake and shut them down from this side. They're in a phenomenal position.
Just trying to stay alive, play as live as long as possible isn't going to really pay out for him as well, but it doesn't matter, because at the moment General will find 2 himself, and this has been the issue for Rauzan for so long. They had everything in the palm of their hands in that first half. Second half, Night Vibes have looked the better team every step of the way. And now with General 104 streak, he's trying to get another magazine in very, very quickly. He'll go down to a player that goes behind him. And this is maybe one of the last hurrahs for Rauzan. They have to break this. They have to find something. But Shay continues to work with the most interactions in the lobby. And it is feeling more and more dire by the second.
One little spawn over towards the backside might break this one open. Zero either needs to stay alive, or I'll try and make a pinch. It's going to be stay alive. Everybody up towards the backside. You're 18 away. If you're Night Vibes, can the break come through here for Rauzan? It kind of can. It's a bit of a 50-50 between these two, but it's only going to be for 15 seconds or so. You need to be able to make sure you've got the rotation. You need to make sure you've got the time as well. They're going to get it, but just about. Or after all of that, Night Vibes have had time to set up over towards P3. They've pretty much extended their lead by a significant amount of time. Last time we were here, can they close out the game? Not if Probron's going to find 2 like that, though. Gentle, though. Can he be the one to pick something up here? It's going to be a pinch set up here by Rauzan. Spawn's going to be either side. Can they find the break?
Blade needs to make those kills, and he does. Finds two. Desperate to stay alive now. Doesn't have the reinforcements, but they have to hold this for his team. He finds one. Looks for a second one. It's a solo Chow that gets through him as well for Brone there for the trade. Nobody on the point. Both teams desperately want it. Rauzan to stay alive. Night Vibes to put this one to bed. And General says game potentially with that as he finds the second one as well. And that means Rauzan, a good start, a bad finish. And they lose map number 1, Ton.
Incredible work from Night Vibes to bring that one back. But what was that start from Rauzan to then kind of just fall by the wayside? I mean, that's always the danger, though, right? When you have that one player who really is popping off. For Brome was going crazy. I think it was like a 9 or 10 spray to kick things off. Was sitting something like, what was 22 and 8 or something along those lines. And then he massively slowed down. He dropped off a cliff, if anything. And then as soon as that happens, then you rely on everybody else to pick up that slack. That is, well, he's been the player that's actually got you in that lead. He's been doing that for you. I'm going to look at how things were going, though. I mean, for Brone's best spree was a 9 spree. I think at one stage, as mentioned, he was around 22 and 8 and 32 and 27, which is still not bad. But when you put it in the context of the fact that he was doing so much in that first rotation, to then not do it through the rest, the scoreline shows it. Really good work, though, by Night Vibes to bring that one back. Some big damage being put up. Shit. Looked a crazy POV every single time we went on board.
Yeah, high interactions all the way through, and obviously getting that many into it as well. I mean, yeah, for Brone, 27 non-traded kills, very, very impressive. But you are right, did slow down, and unfortunately, once you slow down a little bit, if there isn't other players to pick up the slack, it's going to start going the way we saw. But, I mean, Night Vibes, absolute reversal of what we saw in the first couple of hills. You couldn't have convinced me that Rauzan weren't going to run away with it after how we saw that hot start, but there was just something about Night Vibes that would not relent, and we will ignore there was a little bit of something on the glass. It's been reinforced in that one specific area, and that really let them down. But this was a big turning point as well. Real Charm able to just pick up kill after kill, and nobody really getting that double chow into him effectively.
It was a weird one, wasn't it? It just really felt like things stepped up very, very quickly on the other side of things from Night Vibes. Maybe a slow start from them, but yeah, they were snapping, especially in that second half. Good work from Gentle, kind of showing where there is a lot of hype around him over towards the back end of that one, but it will be a Night Vibes map 1 win. Colossus will stay here, but move on to Search and Destroy. And yeah, honestly, it was a bit of a strange one. To see Rauzan start in that fashion, and then Night Vibes just completely turn its head, and then do, well, maybe one better than that in the second and third rotations. Really nice job. Colossus Search and Destroy coming up, though. We'll see Den Overload. Will we see Den Hardpoint and Raid Search and Destroy? I'd imagine we probably will. Colossus Search and Destroy to come up first.
Well, we'll find out. What started as an interesting start for Rauzan swiftly turned into despair. And are we going to put that down to a slow start from Night Vibes, or maybe just really getting cohesive towards the end? We'll find out as the rest of this one goes on, Tom. But yeah, it's kind of a weird one. Even some of the rotations, I thought, kind of felt a little bit off from them in the second half. Like, you know, good P1 to P2, and then even P3, a good P3. Realistically, I called it out. Night Vibes, when they went to chow that P3 originally on that first rotation, one by one, they weren't cohesive. The second times around, they were absolutely locked in. There were double chows coming through. They split the map. Everything. Rauzan was the team that had to headbutt. So I don't know whether there was a call by somebody mid-map that said, hey, we need to slow it down and get our team play working a little bit better, but it certainly switched.
Yeah, it definitely felt like the moment for me was between 1 and 2 consistently on those second to the second and third rotation, I should say. Sorry, that it was Night Vibes who were winning that. They were getting on the right side, they were holding P1, and then they were automatically getting that rotation over towards P2 and making the most of it. But I mean, there's still a lot to be played here, Pricey. There's plenty of maps to go, and I'm sure Rauzan will have something to say about that lead that Night Vibes have.
They certainly will. Well, we're going to go to a... Oh, no, actually, we're not going to a break. Apparently, Game 2 is ready to go. We were worried it wasn't going to be, but apparently, the S&D is ready to rock. So we will jump into that map instead, because you don't want to go to a break. You want to see more gameplay. Unfortunately, we have it to give it to you. I'm actually just going to also go and quickly check on some of the other games that are going on. But here we go. Speaking of which, here is Charlie. Dark Horse Esports versus Treaty 1 Gaming. It's like they have psychic powers, because this is where we are. And you can see Dark Horse have already won map 1, Ton.
I don't want to say that's too much of a surprise, to be honest. I kind of do have Dark Horse in that conversation. of one of the teams that could go on really and win the entire thing. I think, a lot of people look towards Train, P7, RSC, but Dark Horse, quite literally, could be the Dark Horses in this one. A really good start from them in the series, finding the first map, and now onto the search and destroy in the 4v3, making it 3v3. Henry now bouncing around as this bombers went down over towards this B side. Treason trying to get this one defused, but going to be difficult for Henry in this spot. Dark Horse kicking off where they left map number 1, 1-0.
Well, there's the start of the S&D, and if you want to follow it through to its conclusion, you can. It will be on Charlie all the way through. So make sure you open that other tab and catch up with that game to see how it goes. But our Game 1 Alpha has started its S&D. Night Vibes, this is Rauzan. We'll see who comes out best in this one.
I don't think we've seen too much Colossus Search and Destroy, and I was getting a little bit worried, but we are going to get a chance to see it. Oh, are we? This is scary.
Don't
do it. Don't do it. Observer PC. Survive, please. We're good. No, we're good.
Need down a little bit more RAM.
So doing a really good job, though. Yeah, this is really, really nice here from Night Vibes, finding plenty. And the attack over towards has pretty much been shut down imminently. It was just a bit of control over towards the top side for Brown, now left in the 1v2.
Oh, trying to back out here. Brown!
Fired.
Sorry about that. Small technical issue on our side with our broadcasting software, but we are back into this game. And, well, as you can see at the moment, it is 2-0. Night Vibes, so far, having control of it.
Can I press dial a viewer? They would have seen this. We didn't. At least 3 versus 2. Yeah, for Night Vibes. Now 2 versus 2. Blade will find one back, but this bomb very much down for Rauzan. You try and find this kill if they possibly can. Night Vibes have rotated around correctly, but can Rauzan keep an eye on this bomb site? They've just went so deep. Should be able to find the kill. Blade will find one more. She needs to find both. Finds one for Brony. Be calling he's weak. Doesn't have the time. Doesn't have the kill. We'll round over towards Rauzan.
Just teasing here a little bit, but yeah, it's going to be round 1, and sometimes it's easier to play the clock. I always find the team that play the clock end up losing a bunch of gunfights. I think it's just because of the way they're trying to play. It's kind of more hesitant and defensive, and sometimes it doesn't really give you the advantage in the actual gunfights, but it still wins you the round.
Just managed to keep themselves alive in a position, well, that they needed to be smoked out from. Difficult spot. as we head into round number 4. I want to keep an eye on Gentle and Shay, see what they're doing on the map here in Search and Destroy. And keep that consistency up. Gentle find a little bit of information through the middle of the map, but you would have presumed that that got through. That is a crazy chow.
Now, I mean, I don't hate it, but jumping out there with a knife means that it was absolutely impossible to do anything, but maybe hoping for that little bit extra burst of speed.
Didn't quite get the look that he wanted, maybe. But Shay currently sitting on a 5 spree. Not too far away from getting a hold of that Hellstorm, and that will be something that will be a massive bonus over towards the side of Night Vibes. He's got one play over towards the backside in Yarza, though. He's going to be the pinch opportunity for Bronin Co. Over towards the other side. Charm, can he go further? He can only find one. And Rauzan will collapse. Yarza does a really good job, actually, just staying over towards that backside. Takes his time. And he gets the info there pretty much because his team would have rotated all the way through A. They know it's not going down. Over towards that side. So he'll just sit nice and tight. Don't let them push through. And then the pinch is there if you need it. Over towards the bomb set. Really nicely done. Just patience. That's all you need to do. It's just positioning half the time and communication. Everybody's got the gunny, let's be honest. Good job from Yarza. Good job from Rauzan. 2-2.
Well, all evened up onto this one. Obviously, Rauzan still got to be chasing Night Vibes in terms of the series, but certainly doing a little bit better from that 0-2. I was worried it was going to be a bit of a blowout when we first kind of jumped into it, but now both teams going to be making the adjustments. It already looks like a very vigorous push here from Rauzan. Straight through the middle, straight over towards A.
Rest of the sniper look that we're getting. Charm, oh, in a lot of trouble. Yeah, didn't have the information. That is a big hit coming in from Rauzan for Brown with the second. Insane work from him. Gentle will find the kill on the Yarza. There's a potential pinch set up. Soul's just going to sit towards the back. They've got a good idea about it, though. And nothing he can do. Over towards B. Gentle has read this, but 1 versus 3. Tall order.
And there we go. I will say this. I mean, I believe the term is it's not used as much anymore as wolf packing. Just hitting things with numbers normally actually happens in like a 3 versus 1 or a 3 versus 2 to make sure that nothing happens, but they seem to hit it from the off here, and realistically, if we're being frank about the situation, it works. It is not subtle, it is not clever, but a double chow and a pushing things with pressure does work out if you can make those kills, and that's exactly what they did. They were just not ready for it on the other side, and it puts them in the lead in the S&D.
Nicely done. Can they keep this up, though? Consistency has maybe been a problem, specifically for us in this series so far. Getting aggressive here, though. Over towards the A site. It's going to be Gentle. Find the first trades. Which way they're going to go. This round kill feed will go a 2 versus 2. Soul staying alive over towards the backside as well. So, I mean, Rauzan have done well to clear it out, but Night Vibes also do well to back it up and keep hold of the bomb.
Trying to get out of there. 2 versus 1. Yarza really wanted that, as we don't think he's going to get away. The stun slows him down just enough. A little bit frustrating for them, but it will be tied up. And well, you saw that one sort of fall apart very, very quickly. We've got our other game ongoing. You can watch all 3 games that are currently happening at this time on our 3 streams. Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie are all live and active. The game we haven't seen here is Clutch Rayn versus LewTees Lions. That's 1-0 to Clutch Rayn, and it's 2-2 in the S&D. So if you want to check that one out, you can open another tab and have it live on your screen. If we get an opportunity, of course, we will jump into it to have a little look ourselves.
Great search and destroy here, though. Between 2 teams in an extremely important game. One that Rauzan must find. Yarza is the one trying to get something going here. Round number 7. And Shay is the one who's being well caught with his pants down by 0. So all of a sudden it's 4 versus 3 in Rauzan's favor. Soul gets caught with a stun. And with his pants down, Gentle up here as well, though he'll find 2. Travek very strong. We know this. Surely he doesn't find the 3rd. Yarza punishes him. Real Charm left in a 1v2. Should be dead to rights and A's. Rauzan starting to get things going here in the search and destroy.
I was wondering whether or not he was going to knife chow that one. I thought that was what was about to happen. Dive through and try to get the melee off, but wasn't to be. literally struck onto this one. It could have been a bit of a trouble, of course, if he'd lost that gunfight. It would have come down to a 1v1, but still all good that ends well. And now Rauzan, 4-3 up in this S&D. Still very much balanced on small margins.
Not much in it. Probably having another really good performance. Sniper arrow here from Yaza. I wonder what the vibe is here for Night Vibes. It seems as if you don't win that gunfight in the middle of the map, you don't find the first blood. It just doesn't seem like there's a plan B. Grenade from Yaza though, that's going to at least slow him down. Gentle somehow gets out of that one. And Real Charm ready for the retrial. Yaza Fibron also falling though, and Blade is left in a 1 versus 4. Good job there from Night Vibes. You find the opening pick, you take your time, the cover is there. Really good teamwork throughout that entirety of the round. 4-4 now, Bryce. We know where we're going, don't we?
Yeah, it does kind of scream of it. And realistically, even in a map this early, whoever walks away with this one, it's just a huge victory for them. Of course, if your Night Vibes puts you in the driving seat for the entire series, for Rauzan, kind of resets that playing field and allows you to really focus on what is essentially the next best of 3.
Yaza has been able, well, to bring this one out once again. Gotta be careful of his zero, and you back down immediately out of that one. That's a big hit. Did he get the info though? That 3 players from 9 Vibes hit the outer over towards B. The fact that they haven't automatically rotated over towards A tells me that he didn't. So, pressure here from the side of 9 Vibes. Rauzan not able to do a great deal with it right now.
Zero doesn't really want to go down there. Just keeps checking. It's all about information, really. If he gets a chow, then he'll be happy to take it, but just making sure that he can call out to his teammates. What is happening over there? He's still going to have bomb as well. Turn them off. This is going to be a huge flank. They're pushing it massively here. One player's going to watch the flank. The rest of them are going all the way around. At the moment, I don't think they have any idea this is coming.
Now you can see they're throwing shoulders in and around the smoke over towards the X-ray side of the map, and now they've got to be careful for this. They're expecting a flank. Oh, the timing could not have been worse. Gentle picks up 2. Oh, that is a disaster class. How do you let it happen? Well, it's because you didn't see what we did. Big push comes through from Gentle, and yeah, that will be that. Terrible timing. And Yaza's left in a 1 versus 4. You will have an opportunity to potentially put this bomb down, but I don't think it's going to matter.
I mean, this is just going to be a check. You always check in this scenario. It's always worth it. But yeah, I mean, if anything, a lack of information may have been the problem for them. That's all you could really say. You got to watch that. They just did not see anybody coming. And because of that, they weren't able to set up for it. You know, they lost basically all information on the map, and they went for a very, very bold play to get that win, and it paid out for them massively. A little bit of luck as well.
So all of a sudden they have a lead. And if they can close this one out, a 2-0 lead in the series will be absolutely massive. Oh, it's going to be a big hit over towards A here as well. Gentle doesn't get the better of them, and the kill feed as well went the way of Rauzan Esports so far. Can Soul answer back? He can't. Real Charm left in a 1 versus 3, or we see around 11.
Just maybe a little bit too far. And they're going to stick together as well. It's the right thing to do. Although Real Charm gets 1. The snap on the second one could have made that very interesting, but it wasn't to be. Round 11 has called. Which team will answer?
Here we go. It's kind of like a couple of these latter rounds have not been close up. That it's kind of been one team stomping through the other. We're going to get a close round here for round 11. It's a massive round. If Rauzan can find this, you tie the series. You potentially go on an overload with a lot of confidence. You go 2-0 down, and I tell you where the confidence lies, and it's not on the side of Rauzan Esport. Night Vibes could be cruising through here if they can find this round.
That's been called. They've already stacked this as well, but it might be a bluff.
But Gentle knows that they're not pushing through X-ray, so 2 and 2 equals 4. They're going to be pushing over towards B. Not much you can do about it. You're going to allow... Actually, no, they're not. They're pushing all the way through. Shea has to survive here.
He's weak. He's so weak. Goes for the reach out, but there's not going to be a trade, and that's advantage. Late trying to find something else on the other side here now. Players dropping to 3 versus 3. It's a 2 versus 3. 9-5s now have the advantage. Somehow they have walked away the victors in that situation, Ton.
Gentle does absolutely phenomenally, to be honest with you. It's kind of felt like Rauzan have been second-guessing themselves throughout this round, but this time they won. One will go down over towards A. 9-5s, they've been reveling in these big gunfights, in these moments where the trades really do matter. They have an advantage here in a 3 versus 2. 30 seconds to defuse this bomb.
Frabone will be trying to pick somebody here as well, but already gone down. A 1 versus 3. 0. The first gunfight's no good. He was hoping for it, but he was annihilated out of that gunfight. And that means Night Vibes are going to walk away with that S&D. It was touch and go there for a minute where you saw that it was going to be Rauzan that took a little bit of a lead about halfway through. But it is not about how you get that lead, it is how you hold on to it. They lost it and lost the game.
Yeah, incredible work, though, from the side of Night Vibes. And just really sticking together there. I think the fact that they're able to sit tight and honestly, the fact that they were able to survive as long as they did over towards that backside, we really seen Shea didn't find anything there, but was so patient. Just sat over towards the backside, gets a couple of bullets in. The rest of the team are there to pick up the pieces. I think it's Gentle who finds 2. The damage was already done for Prone again, putting up big numbers when it's come down to Colossus. But not enough to get the job done. They find themselves now down 2-0, and it's looking more and more likely that Night Vibes are going to advance through with a top 4 placing. But over towards Bravo, we've got, well, LewTees Lions, who are another team who could potentially cause a bit of an upset here. 5-4 up here in the Search and Destroy.
Always been a solid team. Look and see whether or not they can make this one. They're already trying to get control of this site here. Nades going in as well. That trophy is going to go down if they choose to plant here, but Fatal's pushing up, and he might have found a bit of a gap here. Got to be careful. Smokes himself out. Does not want to fall. They know it's still a 4 versus 4. Cobra, though. First blood.
Well, Yusuf have done well, though, and all of a sudden Cobra left in a 1v2.
It's a little bit weak. The bomb is going to be down. This is an almost impossible retake for him. Needs the timing. Needs a little bit of luck, Cobra.
Maybe expecting them top bedroom, though, wasn't he? He's going to get caught out. Nicely done from LewTees Lions. And Clutch Rayn will fall there in the Search and Destroy. One apiece in that series. I'm not going to go into the permutations because I'm not 100%. But LewTees Lions winning that, if they can go on to win that series, really does throw some question marks into who finishes 4th. So let's see how things will go. But LewTees Lions, that's a really big map for them to find. Can they go on and go a little bit further?
Well, that's the key here. So not only that, but, you know, kind of just the boost here from taking out somebody of that caliber. Yeah. Even in a single game mode, right? We spoke about it before. There are starting to be some differentiation going on, and there's some granularity amongst what we expect teams to do. And if you can start taking maps off teams that are widely regarded as higher up that list, well, it kind of puts your stock up as well. And that's what, you know, it won't really affect you in game, but everybody will think of you a little bit better. And sometimes that just is a little bit nice. So for me, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of that series does actually play out. Like I said, when we jumped into it, I don't think LewTees Lions are a bad team at all. It's actually one of the teams that I think should go quite far into this one. But we'll catch up with them, and we'll catch up with our alpha game very shortly. But we are going to go to a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The game is underway, so we're jumping straight this one out of the break as quickly as possible. So we'll have a little look, see how it's all going.
Well, eventually getting into it. Rauzan. See what we can get going here on this side, which can be a little bit more difficult to really get some attacks going on. Especially if Nightvibe's going to set themselves up defensively here over towards the dojo. You can see they're attacking towards this side. Real Champ will find a breakthrough in the middle of the map, but still, Rauzan Esports keeping things going, yeah. They really need this map. I mean, they absolutely have to find this map. Well, their challenger season is, well, over in entirety. Shane Cole, though, getting this one moving. Rauzan Esports trying to get going.
I'll make this push, but not going to be difficult. You can see already they're waiting for the players here. Zero is already in a position to try and stop them. This is just the choke point of choke points. Too many guns, too many bodies. They might even have to think about wrapping this a different way because you aren't getting through there.
Yeah, it's tough. Sometimes you just sort of feel as if you're headbutting. Sometimes it can work out, but ultimately you kind of need somebody to be making a flank. You need somebody to be making a play. Bro now going to try and get this over towards this B side. And it's when you can start to run. It just feels like both these two teams are being maybe a little bit tentative in the mid-map. They want to try and take a little bit more control if they can. That's what they're trying to do now, trying to find the kills on the way. Everyone just trying to survive and survive alongside Blade as well. Shots of the pistol not going to connect, but still a good bit of pressure here from the side of Rauzan. They can get things going over towards this B side. Real Champ needs to come up defensively. I love this. Yeah, Zero just on the flank. That is a capture. Oh, no, it wasn't. They actually managed to find the one under for Brone. So Zero should still be able to land this one and does. Could have kept the pressure on, though. If his teammates stay alive, he then can start to spawn the opposition over towards the dojo side. They can maybe try and go for a relay. Not going to happen this time out, though. Oh, good shots coming in from Blade. Either way, Rauzan Esports looking very solid here in the overload.
Well, that should be almost guaranteed in. He'll go for the quick slide back in. There's the second, and the player's still going to be here as well. Can they get another slaying going? This is going to be the opposite side for them as well. They've got to be careful, but fortunately, Zero will say no. It's not going to happen. We're pushing the tempo once again, and he is out of there. You can even see him being chased by Deno. I'm not sure he's going to get there in time. They get the third one in, ton.
I mean, this is just a whitewash so far. And I think for some of these, honestly, I want to say for a couple of the Saudi teams, Overload has been a bit of an issue. And kind of proving it here. Rauzan Esports running away with this one. The Ozza is just running amok here. I mean, now they're going to spawn them over towards the dojo side. Have to be careful not to spawn them too close. But, yep, that should be that. That's number 4. That's number 4, and that's the half. Wow. Rauzan. Incredible work from them. They get the job done in round number 1. And there is a long, long road back here. For Nightvibe specifically in this overload. Sensational work. Over though on Charlie, Dark Horse Esports 2 to the good, 3-0 up here as well. Specifically in map number 3. So looking good for them. Over on Bravo, clutch Rayn against LewTees Lions. Tight game there, but this one after the first half, Bryce, not tight at all.
I was going to say, what do you think about the hard point that's coming up next? It's rare you see a team come back from a 4-0 like that. But maybe, just maybe, it'll happen. Nightvibe were probably feeling very confident coming into this, but no longer.
I mean, you can try and get it back, but it's one of those that as soon as Rauzan kind of got the bit between their teeth, that was it. They just ran away with it. It's one of those moments where maybe if you're on Nightvibe, you need to just wrap around, get yourself in a better position. Just take the hit of 1 without maybe losing 2 or 3, right? It's one of those things where you just need to stop the bleeding, try for the comeback. You've got a long way to go now. 4-0 down at the half is not a good spot to be in.
Blade just waiting for his teammates to help him out here, but with the kills going against him, he knows he's not long. And they now have it in hand, and they are rocketing towards it. There's going to be too many bodies here for him to get it in quickly.
Can't he be expecting those players to be there as quickly as they were? I like the flank, though, that has come through. Charm needs to win this. Doesn't. Now, all of a sudden, Gentleway, okay, he can keep this pressure on. I don't think Fabron will be aware, but he was. Really good gunfight win from Fabron. Resets back to main map, but that kind of suits 9 Vibes. That's fine. They got control of that, no problem. Need to make sure they can find those wave of kills once again.
Big gunfight, and it actually ends up being a pinstream kill feed. Then, although, might have 2 here. Finds the first, should be locked onto the second, and will be. Trying to stay alive here, knows the reinforcements are coming in pretty quickly. Of hope maybe there's a little bit more cover for him, as they've lost a couple of players they didn't need to.
Constantly putting themselves in bad situations. It's such a one that you have to read. You have to consider so many different things when it does come down to overload. You can't just grab ball, run forward, find kills, get point. It's not that simple. You really do need to make sure you're doing everything in your power to find the cuts, and manipulate those spawns. Watch your flanks, find those kills, and just kind of find where the momentum of the game is taking you. And right now, it seems to be taking you in one direction only. 9 Vibes still 4-0 down. It's trying to get something going here once again, but just impossible to get it at this stage. Rauzan can just waste time.
Yeah, all they've got to do is just trade effectively and not really let the map control go here. They are actually going to make a push, and they're in a great position. Yaza already pushing the tempo for this one. Does not catch the play as he wanted to. And now Blade will have to try and make up the play, and too many bodies got in a defensive position before they could do any more. And that really just comes down to a couple of 50-50 gunfights. But you'll say there's a good recovery from 9 Vibes, but they need more than just a recovery. They need another gear. They need some sort of miracle.
Rauzan just don't need to make a move there. They can set up as defensively as they want to, but they may well have to make a move here, though. This one should be landing home for Gentle and Will. But can you get something going here once again? You can see immediately, though, if you're Rauzan, you just push forward, you just get control of where the EMP is, and you can slow this one down again. Good job from 9 Vibes, but damage is done. It has been done this entire half.
That one should be in though, so you get one, you lose one, and with 1:30 to go, Ton, this is all but written into the history books. There would have to be a relay like you very rarely see, and then another one of the same caliber.
Shots coming in from Charmin. It's just about... It's about limiting the damage. As I said, we've kind of seen it in the first half. Really start wrapping back, didn't consider the defensive side of things before they really even considered getting out of their own spawn. Right, you need to make sure you are... Somebody's pushing forward and you're forgetting about the wrapping back around to your spawn. You need to make sure you're flanking back round. It just... Yeah, it was a little slow. It was a little reactive rather than thinking about what you should be doing on overload. And right now, well, they've been punished for 35 seconds to find 4 points. It's just not going to happen. We're going to be going into a map number 4 with Rauzan still behind, but with the win beneath their sales price.
This is more pride than anything. Plus, it's good practice. See if you can get it in the last 23 seconds. General, I mean, I wouldn't say that was best practice.
Well,
running at the enemy team in front of the queue with your pistol out, it's not the way to score. I think that is more just a kind of a Hail Mary at that point than any kind of fundamentals going through. But yeah, since that first half, Rauzan doing such a good job ending that half early, 4-0. It's rare for a comeback to happen, and it certainly didn't happen this time.
really nice job there from Rauzan, though. Just a deadly first half. That really does make the difference. And from there, what do you do if you're 9 Vibes? It's really hard to bring it back. I think that's why, like, you see a lot of teams just make sure they are wrapping back round defensively. Make sure they are committing to that defensive side of things. If you do lose 2-0 at the half, like, okay, you can come back. But if you lose 3 or 4 that quickly, very rarely that you see a team come back in that fashion. Really nice job though from Rauzan. Got to give them a lot of credit. They smelled blood in the water and they very much ran with it. It was a sensational performance in that first half. They get the job done pretty much then, and that is map number 4 incoming. We have a series on our hands, Brycey.
We certainly do. We'll find out how the rest of that one goes, but we've been told that Bravo is next on our screens, and well, this is the game we said that was tight. Currently 1-1 in the series, 1-1 in the game. Winner of this overload will take the lead.
Let's have a look at the position. Trent taking their time. through the safe side. Disarray, though, with the Hellstorm is going to mean you have to, well, hurry up. It's round 3. And all of a sudden, that middle of the map is just going to be taken over by LewTees line.
That's right. It's a good nade, and, well, it's a very, very good nade. Has to grab that half a second, though. Not having it the first time is going to cost them. As Cobra cleans up. And sometimes those are the worst ones. You get it that far, and a split second costs you the points. This game still going to be very much in contention. You can see that now moving it up. There's a kill going on the flank as well, but they still have the bodies. 3 versus 3 here as we go into it as well. Brezzy will get 1 kill. So basically a 1 versus 2 onto the point here. Brezzy's trying to fly forward and finds Connor. Should have the overextend, but somebody has to move the EMP forward. Melko doesn't have it, and they don't have it still. And just that little bit, that 1 kill that took down the EMP has stopped them in their tracks. Somebody needs to wrap back. They're already here, Ton.
They don't realize how much space they actually had there, but tagged up with Faisal, you want to take your time. Oh, that's a tough opportunity, though, when you see it happening for Rayn. You really thought they would get the job done. Now they're on the defensive foot. Cobra does a good job, though, to find Faisal so they can maybe get something going here. Connor, important kill onto Linz. Disarray just wants to keep this pressure on. If you possibly can, not going to happen. Cobra will shut him down, but back and forth we go. And still, it's LewTees Lions with control in the middle of the map.
Still basically reset at this point. Nobody has a dominant position. Disarray trying to get that mid-map control. He finds 2 as well. They could try and swing for this, but as he falls, the Lions know, well, he's got to be careful. This is a choke point they need to get through. Faisal making a great job of it, but already going to go down. They are moving the EMP forward. This might be a switch, actually. Look at where they're going with it. BB Connor doesn't have the support he needs. Those players are a half a heartbeat behind him, and that means he has to take on those long-range gunfights with a pistol.
I mean, the longer that it's here, though, the harder it becomes to cut Rayn to find a winner as well. So just keeping this pressure on. Honestly, if I was Faisal, I would have just liked to see him take his time. Top Church, not sure about that either. He'll fall. His teammates will continue to as well. It's one of those moments that you just need to have the experience. Go for the kills, set yourself up. You don't need to dive. You don't need to be a hero. And all of a sudden, Clutch Rayn have got 30 seconds to try and close out map number 3.
They have control. Melko. Brezzy. Finds 1, but this at the moment is a whole lot of nothing. Cobra will find a second. 15 seconds to go. Brezzy is going to try and make the flank play. This could prove pivotal, but he needs to find something with it. Has to pull this out of the bag. EMP is still not picked up by anybody. Brezzy is waiting.
That's so well
sudden
played.
death.
That's so well played. They've set it up now, and Disarray puts his team in a decent enough position. Faisal can answer back, though. 3 versus 3. Oh, that's huge. Faisal, Yusuf, fall. Bit of a flank coming through here on the corner as well. Should be dead or right. The trade will come through in a second. He knows he has to chase one down.
Oh!
Clutch Rayn, hold on. Should have this one done and do.
Well, I was going to say, you got to give them credit. You absolutely have to give them credit in that one. The waiting to get that kill for the sudden death. It's a little bit risky sometimes. You can get caught out by it, but
yeah,
it must have been the longest 3 seconds of his life. Just waiting, hoping that player doesn't turn so he can get the advantage and they don't respawn in. It works out because they did lose a player going down to 3 versus 3, but eventually they struck and they got it done. But an overtime win is never an easy one, and certainly not a clean one.
No, I think Clutch Rayn will be kind of looking at this series, one that they maybe thought they were going to brush off pretty easily, but now 2-1 to them, yes, but hasn't necessarily been the easiest run by any stretch. They've definitely had their deficiencies, Bryce. Yeah, I'm curious to see how it's going to go when it comes down to playoffs, but this one in particular is still not done. Night Vibes taking on Rauzan Esports. Rauzan finding one back here in the Den Overload, and we stay on Den for hardpoint. And can they really spin it on its head now with a win in map number 4? Raid Search and Destroy will be coming if we need to see it. The Night Vibes would love to close this one out here, and I'm sure they'll be trying to do so. It was a nice win for them in map number 1 on the hard point. It was a real nice comeback. Close one in the Search and Destroy. Not a close one in the Overload. The series really has had it all, Brycey.
Certainly has, and well, I mean, who walks away with the win, Ton? Realistically, I am unsure. You know, you got to say, Rauzan had such a good start on that hard point. Obviously, narrowly missed out round 11 in the S&D. Could have been a 3-0 towards them. Can't say the same of Night Vibes. It didn't really look like they were locked in on that overload, and maybe that was the only map you could really say that we saw a marked difference between the two squads.
Absolutely. I think, you know, when it does come down to the hard point, though, I just need to see Rauzan have some consistency. You've seen the good play come through, but you can't be counting on Fabron just to drop 20 in one rotation and then be like, oh, okay, yeah, well, we can do something with this. It needs to be consistent. When you're talking about Den specifically, you think of some of these rotations and how important they are. They were second best when it did come down to rotations in map number 1. They very much can't be that when it comes down to Den. So can they turn this one around? Can they send us to a map number 5 with a potential reverse sweep on the cards? Or will Night Vibes close it out here?
Well, here we go. Is this the decider? Is this where it ends? Oh, General already in the backfield. Has to shoot in 2 different directions. That flank only worked out for 1 ton.
Sure, they keep a hold of these P2 spawns if they can. You just about do if you're Night Vibes. That's what they want to make sure they can do, but they're quite happy to send some players and be aggressive, get a little bit of flank on. Put yourself in a position where you can get some time. Shots coming in from Gentle. Can't find a second. Shay should be able to do so and does. So was there to help out. Spawn out. Rauzan are going to be in over towards that P2 side. So slight overcommit, but in a good position to counteract towards this. 12 seconds to go here on P1. You'd like to soak up all that time.
A little bit of pre-fire there. It's not going to work out with Gentle. You can see now they're going to set up here. Shay is going to be, it may be one of the more prominent positions here because they're looking for him to split the focus. They can find a couple of kills here. They might be able to just break in, but they find a couple and that will give them control back.
I mean, if Real Sham could have found that kill at 0 as well, then all of a sudden you're in a tremendous spot. Teammates would have been here, you would have been able to force them back, but as it goes, a bit of a roll the dice from Rauzan. Got to check that corner. Just about does. Blade was able to find it. Yaza and Fabron combine. And 30 seconds to play for here. Rauzan Esports with a nice clean break.
Everybody just waiting for this one as well. A lot of kills going down. Zero finding 2. Stops this one dead in its tracks. He's even going to push them out. Will he be in the right position? He will. Perfect play. And that'll make it good enough for them. Rauzan with the lead this time around, but not the rotation.
Over to P3. Night Vibes need to try and get some time here. So you're doing the right thing, and now take your time with your Rauzan. Set yourself up for this pinch. Nade lands on nothing. 0 needs to find something. Oh, shooting it thin air. Shay, Gentle combining well, and all of a sudden that is a clean hold on the side of Night Vibes. Spawns are solid for Rauzan though, but 40 seconds to play for. You don't want to give that over. Dude, this guy is cracked. Oh my god, Shay. 5 in a row. Holds it down, gets the spawn for his team. Incredible work from Shay. And Night Vibes now in a phenomenal position.
And this is what they wanted. A little bit of a tempo change. And they say that, they lose the point pretty much straight away. Here comes Shay again, still on 5. There's going to be 6. Surely not the 7th, but it will be. He's looking for the 8th. He wants everything. Feed him. It's not going to be. It is deflected. Rauzan say no more. They keep the point. They will take the lead as we hit this rotation, but I don't think for long.
See if you can hold it. If you're so, any kills over towards the backside will be brilliant. If you can find this something for Braun, that would be magical. But your teammates have chipped in as well. Nade towards the back will force him out. Shay is just hunting everybody that moves. 14 and 5 from him. And his team with the rotation. Now over towards P4. He's there for the cuts as well. He's just reading absolutely perfectly. He's eventually shut down, but Gentle and Co. Can they hold it? Yes, they can. It's 2 from Gentle. And a really nice hold so far from Night Vibes.
They're not trying to do everything here with a pistol. Will eventually go down to that grenade that goes through the window here, but Shay once again back up. 16 to 6. Will almost go down there as well, and it might be a bit of an overcharge. It's not only going to be Gentle that's here to try and deflect some of this pressure. It's not going to work. Scrap time to Rauzan. They are going to go for the reach out because they are spawning here anyway to take that one away, and Fabron somehow finds a second. I don't understand how he got that.
Does a good job to maybe stop the bleeding ever so slightly, but A lot of damage done by Night Vibes there for, well, just a 20-point lead. And in the second rotation, though, you kind of just can't let Shay pop off. I mean, realistically, that's what led to this lead from Night Vibes. They hold P3, get the rotation through towards P4, all because Shay popped off at the right side. Good kills coming through here from the right side of things as well. Yaza could do with stopping the bleeding, doesn't. Now all of a sudden the rotation over towards P2 is going to be fought for, with 30 seconds left over towards P1.
Still, this game very, very close. I don't think it'll be decided on P1 at all. But both teams really playing for this positioning over at P2. Shay has done so well so far, is trying to keep them off of this P2 prominent position for as long as he can, but it is really just trying to push back the tide. Yaza, though, already into this position. He will go down. That's a huge nade for 2. And now Blade finds himself outnumbered, potentially at the site, but winning that gunfight allows reinforcements to stream through.
Had to. Shay going to try and do this on his own. He doesn't have any backup, and he will get shut down for it. Charm will find one, Gentle another. The break will come on through, but close spawn still here for Rauzan. Next wave of gunfight's massive. Yaza can find one back. You're not spawning that close here if you're Night Vibes either, so you need to make the most of this if you can. But once again, the break comes back from Rauzan, and there is nothing in this game. Rotation over towards P3, and that's absolutely perfect. You spawn them over towards the backside. You need to start moving. You've got them in a good spot. 30 seconds to play for here at P2. Rauzan Esports just about in control.
Blade just managed to take down 2. Not going to be the third there. You can hear that razor bang, but it isn't going to be enough. Back into the point. Again, another lead switch between these two teams as Shay goes to work once again. Has slowed down a little bit from the deluge of kills we found on him earlier, but will he still be doing enough? You can see the rotation coming in for both sides as everybody gets into the fight as Rauzan finds 2. Rotation still very much balanced here. Raze is going to be outnumbered and flanked by Fabron.
Gotta do something. Oh, nice from Fabron. Needs the rest of the team to be here alongside as Jenna will find another. Pinch potentially set up. That's a big kill for Yaza to find. Would have been a massive second one. And now Blade left on his own. Can't defend it. Shay will find a way through. That's a final kill. He'll be on his own for a few seconds though here. Brycey Rauzan. Make the close spawn. Tom and Saul though, they're here for the backup. Keep them in the bay. Nicely done. And the break will come through here for Night Vibes. 20-point lead for them and 30 seconds on offer. Rauzan need to hold these spawns, but you want to give it a go.
Both teams looking to feed more meat into the grinder. The tempo has been picked up. The interactions are really going a little bit crazy from both sides. But a breath must be taken as Real Charm finds his 6th, finds his 7th. And that is going to be the difference maker at that one. They will have this rotation as well, Tun. Enough has been done for a lead to open up.
I mean, it's just a disaster again, though. It's that 3 to 4. You need to make sure you're holding those spawns. Okay, if you've got to give up 20 seconds for it, do it. You need a way back into this game. The Charm towards the back. He's on an 8 spree. Shit. Starting to hold down on the front side. And for Rauzan Esports, it's getting to the stage where you maybe just start to have to flood. You need one decent break here. Yaza may be the one. He may be the catalyst. Jay can find 2 on the answer back, though, and Rauzan. It's a bit 1 by 1. Fabron tried for the flank, but there's nobody left on the other team to help make that pinch.
And you got to give credit there as well. I mean, that Night Vibes player just would not engage with Fabron, just waited for the reinforcements. A perfect play. You can see Fabron was desperate to get the kill, firing both sides of the pillar, and, well, what has happened in just a short amount of time? Night Vibes have accelerated to the stratosphere. Rauzan, they've not had a lot of luck at P4, and now when it goes to P1, they're hoping that they can find something. They are now over 100 points behind.
It's flipped so quickly. It was close at P2. We're back over towards P1, 2 hills later. And as you say, it's a 100-point deficit. And they've got to come back from now. Rauzan in a really tough spot, and Shay just delays it enough. Charm will bring it in as well. This is maybe a little overkill. You can jump on the point, boys, and end it pretty quickly, but I think they're just trying to play for the spawns here, but you're not going to find a great deal. Either way, that was, what, like 30 seconds? They could have just jumped on the point. Night Vibes playing with their food a little bit. Will they, well, ruin that opportunity, ruin that mistake? Head over towards P1. Rauzan maybe could bring it back, but they've been spawned out. Night Vibes in a good spot. 20 seconds to go here on P1.
It would have to be something miraculous to stay in this series. Rauzan would need to be better than the team that they have showed throughout the series. They've been good in parts, but they would have to find something completely different here. Shay, 33 and 19, continuing to be a problem for them. And now with 8 seconds left to go, Rauzan will have to look to break P2, hold it flawlessly, and then do it for 3 consecutive hills. And Real Charm, I think he was already down.
Shay, oh, he's going to clean up the 2 for the game. Yeah, Yaza, just make sure he's dead. You can see the talk, you can see the game chatter going on in the lobby as well.
It's just congratulations. It's a good game. I'm having a lovely time. But, I mean, you got to talk about the turnaround. I mean, it's not even a turnaround, really. It was just so close. The lead kept switching, and then all of a sudden, it just didn't. It just became one team utterly dominating the other. And yes, maybe the P4 was a difference maker, maybe the P3, but it was such a switch of events, Tom, that it was almost a little bit unbelievable.
Well, you've seen the first rotation when Shay finds 3 over towards Dojo. That makes it massive difference. That's the big push through. But even after that, Rauzan kind of brought it back. It was a tie game. They maybe even took a slight lead, if anything, at one stage. But when they went over towards P3, found nothing there. Big plays coming in from Shay in general. They went over towards P4, nothing happening there. It was just a difficult one to do. You can't give up that rotation time and time again. But as mentioned, we are going over towards Bravo. And, well, this is kind of more so like the game I was expecting to see from Rayn. Currently up by, well, quite a significant amount of points.
How dare you win the S&D against This is a little bit one-sided. Connor will find 2 to get through. Pressy! That shot was everywhere, but catches enough bullets into the body to get it done as Cobra gets 2 as well on his 4 streak. After the rotation, there's nobody here from LewTees Lions.
I mean, this is just a walk in the park for Rayn, and, well, somebody will be tuning in after their game finished. Night Vibes needed Rayn to go on to win this one just to solidify their place in playoffs. They're 5 seconds away. I'm sure they've got the stream up, and I'm sure they're happy about this one. Rayn win this series 3-1. And that will be LewTees Lions. We'll be potentially seeing you next season, but we won't be seeing you again in Season 1. I feel like, Brycey, we've got our 4 qualified teams here in Group A.
Yeah, and they kind of end with a very dominant hardpoint performances as well. So, hey, it works out. If you can be good at hardpoint, sometimes it can give you the edge in some of these series. But yeah, Rayn, I mean, that we didn't get to see all of it, but we knew that it was a little bit close. We saw the S&D. Yeah. We saw the end of the overload, and that really came down to an overtime. So, commiserations some way for LewTees Lions, because they certainly had a good run in that series regardless.
No, really good run. I think, you know, when they look at it, they look at a couple of games, that game up against Night Vibes is going to be the killer. That's the one that you really needed to win, and you didn't. And then all of a sudden you're going again against Rayn. Yeah, okay, you played well, but it's one that you needed to then win, and they're always going to be a really difficult one to do. So nice job though from the side of Night Vibes. They kind of did what they needed to do. They will advance through with a 2-3 record. If LewTees Lions had went to 2-3 as well, Night Vibes I think would have still possibly done it, but either way, they are the 4 teams that advance on through. Dark Horse Esports got the win over Treaty 1 Gaming, and they will also go through in 2nd place. So that sets it up really nicely for Group B, who have it all to play for still, in a certain sense of positioning, but we know who's going to be going through. We've got our 8 teams who will be advancing through the playoffs, but who's going to be playing who? Well, we'll find out after the Group B games conclude.
Yeah, I think that's going to be what we're looking for here. Just a bit of qualification as well as who makes the difference between them. But we've had some good games. It has given us a decent look at them, obviously. For Rayn, they've not looked untouchable while they are 5-0 in Group A ton. As we have known as we've watched them through here, they've had a few falls, they've lost a few maps, they've had some stumbles. So certainly, while they could very much be the favourites alongside another team like Rock Esports, it's not set in stone. They are beatable.
No, absolutely. I think all the teams are. That's the thing. I think I look at Project 7. Of course, they lost to Rock Esports at, what was it, a round 11, map number 5. So that's really tight. Even though they're sitting at 3-1, they very well could be 4-0, and Rock Esports could be 3-1. Rock Esports have definitely had a few series that have been longer than they would have liked, but they've been able to find the win. Would you rather do it the easy way or the hard way? I'm not too sure. But look, there is, I would say, 4, maybe 5, probably just 4, though, different teams that could go on to win through playoffs. but it's really difficult to call right now. A lot of people say, oh, well, I'll be between Clutch Rayn and Rock Esports. But as I said, I think the top two in both these two groups that are sitting there right now on your screens, it could be any one of those four.
It certainly could. Well, we can see the rest of the games coming up in our second set. Project 7 versus Synes will determine the seeds between those two, and we'll be covering it here on Alpha. But we will have Bravo and Charlie going at the same time as well. Rock Esports versus Hybrid Nations, and Light Unlimited versus Las Lentejas. I don't know if I got that right again.
Los Lentejas. No, okay, well, I mean, I'm not too sure how on earth you've still got it wrong. We've been here for, what, 3 nights in a row now?
Hey, I need to have a flaw. It makes me seem relatable.
Just in case you wouldn't want to be...
That's the one. That's the only one, though. That is literally the only one.
Okay, that's fine. Well, that is going to be the schedule when we do go over towards the Group B. But, Bryce, there's well, a couple of vetoes and stuff to get through. We've got to get ourselves set up for Bravo. So, I believe we are going to be going for a very quick break. Don't go anywhere, though. Group B games coming on the other side of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are ready to go into our second set of games in the evening. Now, why our qualifying teams are all set in stone, there is still a little bit of movement that could happen to find out some seeds. Will that be as impactful when we get to the bracket? We are unsure, but one thing I know for certain is that we're going to find out in just a few minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one as well. Our game over on Alpha is going to be Project 7 taking on Synes, and well, they're nearly ready to go, so we're going to run through this nice and quickly. But for both these two teams, kind of, I don't want to say surprises, because, I mean, realistically, they're kind of where we expected them to be in a certain way. But Synes, I don't want to say they surprised me, but sitting at 3-1 right now, they're only lost to Rock Esports. Well, the same for Project 7 as well. For both these two teams, though, they've been able to deal with 4th, 5th, and 6th place in their group, but nothing has separated them otherwise. So now it's a case of fighting on against each other for that 2nd place spot, which does make your life significantly easier when it comes down to playoffs. But this will be a difficult one. Project 7 come into this as one of the favourites for the entirety of Challengers Elite here in Europe. Mythics, Harry, F. and Denza. A very, very well-storied team. They've got experience, they've got youth, they've got, well, players who've won it all here in Europe on this lineup. And how are they going to do in this matchup specifically? Well, you would fancy them, Brycey, to be honest with you. You would be going into this one with them as favourites, but Synes have proved they're a very, very solid roster. This should be a good game.
No, I think so as well. I think between these two, I would probably lean towards Project 7, but I do think it will be a close one. And when you got these close games that come down to it, a single map result can really turn the tide if you're favoured. So it's double exposure to kick things off, then double scar, and an ending on a Colossus. So a couple of new maps that we haven't seen so far in the series we've been playing. I do wonder who comes out on top and what will be a very hard-fought game.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. I think it's a hard one to call in the sense that both these two teams are sitting in 3-1, but I think they both, or at least for Synes' perspective, Synes kind of, I wasn't too sure I was expecting this much from them. They're a very, very decent roster. We've had a couple of these players in and around Challengers Elite for, I want to say a couple of seasons, or a couple of years, I should say. You would expect them to kind of be in the mix and qualifying through playoffs. But for them to be sitting 3-1, it is impressive. But going up against Project 7, this is kind of where, do you make the step up and make yourselves known to be a team who are going to be going on to challenge in this playoff side of things when we do start things up tomorrow? Or are you going to be one of those teams who are probably going to finish in around top 6, and that's going to kind of be that? This is an opportunity to show that you can mix with the big boys, and Project 7 very much are one of those.
Well, this is what we've been talking about, though. 3-1, these two teams in Group B, yet to be settled, yet to work out who really comes out on top. And it's always nice to have the last game actually determine something. Sometimes we get some really good teams going up until the end. That doesn't change an awful lot, but this one certainly will. Project 7 and Synes both will be looking to get that 2nd place. Does it make the bracket a little bit easier for them? Theoretically, yes. That's how it should work. But will that work out in actuality? Only time will tell us tomorrow. But we are going into this hard point first to work out who actually gets that better seed.
Yeah, no, I think for Synes, they're really happy in progressing, right? Through the Cups, Cup 1 and Cup 2, they finished like top 16, top 32, and both those. Cup number 3, they came 3rd. They dropped Slade and brought in Nadox. And when that happened, everything seemed to really step up. Deppa came in from Team Dark Horse, actually. He was dropped from that side. They may well end up facing them in the bracket play on the back of a result here. So who knows? This team is kind of being thrown together late on in the season as far as Challengers is concerned, but it seems to be working. And right now they are trying to ascend to that next level of team. Every single game that they're going through, that practice will be very, very important. We're just having a quick reset on the game. We'll be jumping into it. But I think Synes are a team who are going to continuously get better. No better time than to do it up against Project 7, full of players who, as I said, have done absolutely everything here in Europe in Challengers.
Yeah, and here's the thing as well. Obviously, with the oncoming major for these teams, one of the questions we haven't really spoken about is how this works out in the grander scheme of things. Not only will some teams be looking at the players that come from the elite, but you've got to remember that next step here, as I assume as most of them are going over. I don't have all their travel plans, obviously, but as the better teams do normally go across to the North American majors and compete, we'll be finding out how they stack up against everyone else. So this is kind of another step on the journey here. Do well in the Elite, go to the LAN, find out how you do there. Will one of these teams walk away with it? At the moment, I think North America's slightly favored in that regard. They have some very strong rosters over there, but it's still kind of untested. A lot of new rosters, new shakeups in Europe has left us with a bit of a question mark over where they sit in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and of course with the introduction of another region coming into this as well, I mean that kind of has brought up some of the questions. I mean, a lot of people look at Rock, not necessarily a new team. We know about at least 2 of them. When we've been expecting some things to kind of come from the others, but we know of them. They have been in competition against some of these big boys. We've seen some players even in the CDL. So there's not necessarily question marks around them, but they're a roster who have newbies on the scene. Talking about teams like Nine Vibes, we haven't seen anything really from any of those players until these regions kind of mixed in together. So there was a lot of question marks around Europe and EMEA, I should say, but at the same time, it is always difficult going over towards North America. There was a time, Brycey, where Europe kind of ran it a good few years ago, right? That hasn't really been the case for the past couple, though. It has been the case of a mix of European winners in there. Every now and then they would manage to steal one away, but it hasn't necessarily been as often as it once was. So I think for some of these teams, they'll be looking to return Europe to its former glory and challenges, but maybe a step to go just yet. Maybe the first major is the best time to do it. We'll find out, though. A couple of weeks until that one gets going. We still got challenges Elite to decide, Bryce.
We certainly do. Well, we're going to find out. This is an opportunity. Project 7 and Synes. Which team gets that ever so illustrious win to go into second place? And I know it's just second place, but it's still better than third place, which is what they're playing for. So we'll find out on this hard point. Now, these 2 teams are going in maybe some time, because apparently that is our 4th lobby reset. Just not happening for us.
I blame you. Are you not pressed the button there? It's allowed to go, yeah?
Oh, no, that is true. We control all of that. It's very much our fault as the faces so far of this broadcast. But fortunately, and I will say fortunately, because I believe it should be soon, we should be seeing some of the other games going on at some point, because they should also be starting up soon. So when we get all that one fixed and work out exactly what is going on here, we will have gameplay for you. But before we do that, we will go to a quick break while we get everything sorted out. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. I can confirm, as you can as well, we are in the game and it is going ahead. So, on to our hard point that we waited so patiently for. Project 7 versus Synes, if you're just catching up. This is the fight for second place in the group, ready for the bracket tomorrow.
And I was curious if we were going to see more of the mix-up when it goes down the SMG. The Carbon 57 as well there from F-Dot. Let's see how that one goes. A little bit more up close and personal. A similar vibe to what has just been jeered in the MS. But I mean, look, let's see how it really works out. I think that's inconsequential when it comes down to it. What can F-Dot do, though? Very much, it kind of reminds me of MP5 vibes. At least with the sight, anyway, Bryson. Maybe I'm showing my age here, but maybe I'm not showing my age.
Correct. A few things being tried out here, obviously, with the recent meta changes, and this is one of them. We're seeing a few different things tried across the board here to find out what is effective and what is not effective in full-speed games. At the moment, what is effective is Synes have a 2-point lead going into P2.
Absolutely nothing between them. Quite mixy over towards P1 as we are expecting, but some of these teams getting to start over towards P2. The side of spawn for Project 7 is looking a little better, or was looking better.
Oh, just waiting to see. For us, this might be us again. We're unsure. Okay, never mind. Never mind. We're all good. As you can see, we're still here. So, in that case, we'll wait. That's basically the name of the game here, is wait to find out exactly what happens. I've been told I think the game is still going. So we should find out if we can jump back in very, very shortly with that one. While we are, I believe some of the other games are starting to get underway. Just double checking everything here, but it looks like they are getting Charlie and Bravo underway as well. So as soon as we get the results for those ones, we will tell you those at the same time. Of course, one of them is a bit of a consolation game. I believe Light Unlimited are trying to find their first win after a delayed start to the league. Yes,
I think for them specifically, it's been a bit of a tough stage, of course, coming in a little bit late. Kind of had to start 0-1. It was just the easiest way to kind of do things. So for them coming in, let's see how they do next season. I think that's it for them. You know, come in, do what you can do. We kind of rid the wrongs by them coming in, of course. So hopefully they can go on and do a little bit better next season if they can qualify. But yeah, look, for Light Unlimited, it's a tough one. Real tough one to swallow. But irrelevant of that, if they can get themselves a win here, then that would be absolutely fantastic. But obviously it won't make any difference. Just to reiterate, when it does come down to Group B, Las Lentejas and Light Unlimited, both sitting at 0-4, currently playing up against each other, cannot qualify. Hibernation sitting at 2-2. It's just not possible if you've got one game left to get 2 wins. Pricey, that's how maths works.
Certainly is. Well, while we've got a bit of time to wait, quick shout out to Easy Mac compiling stats for us. I know he's been very vocal about some of the behaviour of some of the players here, and his
stop leaving games.
He's furious.
Honestly.
Well, I was going to go through some stats for you while we waited, but it turns out we can get back into this game. So we'll leave that to a later time as we go back into it here as well. And, well, if you're rejoining us, Synes are now ahead by about 20 points. They're still tight in the hard point.
Yeah, relatively close game between these two. He's doing a good job, obviously, over towards that P3 side. It was tight over towards P2. Right now, getting some time over towards P4. Bad time to reload if you're dead. Spawns over towards the backside. Project 7 should mean some decent time.
Now, just trying to get the positioning for this hill as everybody tries to get the reinforcements into the right place. Project 7, F-Dot has been stunned there. He didn't want the stun check because he wants to try and cut this one properly, but hasn't really managed to do it. Synes increase their lead just a bit, ready for the rotation.
In a good spot, though. Over towards P5 we go. It's about this mid-map control. Lucifer will set himself up inside of the point. You can see Mythics will want to hold mid. Tell you what, this helps, though. Harper has himself a Hellstorm. That's going to get called in, and off the back of sitting in 12 and 10. Must have wanted a bit of a spree over towards P2 and 3. Got to be careful not to hit over towards the top side, but does manage to get rid of F-Dot inside of the point. So a little bit of pressure can now start to come on through. D3 deals with Mythics. Awful gunfight for Mythics to try and take. Don't know if anybody else has been in that crate and tried to gun anybody. I struggle to do that when I'm not moving. Not the easiest thing to do. Alpha can't survive over towards the top side. Neither can anybody else from the side of Synes. Nice break back by Project 7. 20 seconds to play for. Should be there.
F-Dot back and forth. Trying to stay alive here. Reinforcement should have the cover on his flanks, but does pop up the deal with one and the second one. Wonderful shots there from F-Dot. And somebody's like, there's a third player? Okay, never mind. Pretty easy, probably cool out for his teammates. How has one got through? But this is a really good showing from Project 7 on this point.
That's a good amount of time to get back, to be honest with you. When it comes down to P5, especially when a Hellstorm's coming in, you take that, you close the gap. Nicely done. Set up over towards P1 now for Project 7. Trying to soak up as much time as they possibly can before we do go over towards P2 in 40 seconds. Just want to try and keep a hold of these spawns if they possibly can as well. Thinking a couple of steps ahead, of course, and those kills in the middle of the map will absolutely help as well. That should be some time at P1.
Lucifer just trying to lock this down now. He knows that he's probably not long for the world, as that nade does take him out pretty rapidly. And every team just pouring into this one. Trades in abundance on both sides. Denza caught looking the wrong way for a second, and now Lucifer trying to just stem the tide of players. He knows around him, but I don't understand how he made that one. He was second to the gunfight.
Absolutely no idea. Plenty of these Challengers players have got the gunny, mate. We know that. Now Denza just trying to spread the wings here for Project 7, and they've done a great job. 3 kills will go their way. I've lost out on the spawns for P3, though, so we'll want to find their way back to it if they possibly can. But they've closed the gap. They were around 30 or 40 behind Bryce. 45 seconds up for offer here on P2. Denza can find the first, can find the second. It would help his team get back in a little easier. Not going to happen, though. D3 doing what they need to. F-dot, though, going in the Hellstorm.
Oh, wow, gets 2 kills as well. I think he's just going to get information there, but not able to really get that one round the corner that they wanted to, and that would be the lead. Project 7 now up ahead here. 19 seconds left to go onto this hill. The push is coming in from multiple directions. Can they deflect?
I like this from Synes, though. Just keep that pressure on. If you can get some time, brilliant. You've already got the spawns for P3. Somebody's made their way through, though. Denza all the way over towards P3. Can he take his time and chooses not to hold his gunny? He'll get traded, no problem whatsoever. Synes get the scrap time and get the rotation. They momentarily stop the bleeding, Bryce.
In a good position. Alpha doesn't get the first one, but makes the player weak and slows them down. Now Lux is looking for them. He's on a 3 streak at the moment. He knows pressure's coming through the window, and well, every nade in the world is hitting here, and somehow Project 7s are making this look almost completely clean. Then a little bit of bad timing means his teammate will go down, but they retain control regardless. And now they have an opportunity to take back the lead.
Yeah, it's got right back. Especially if D3 is going to jump off the map in the middle of that, all of that. Alex will find 2, though, but he doesn't have any teammates. It's an impossible break without at least relatively similar numbers. As Nadok's now going all the way around the back. Have to be careful here. This is going to be for a break, but where the spawn's going to lie here for the sign of Synes, got to be careful. You never know. Might be a bit of a split. Yeah, I thought it might. There you go. And that push around the back is a risky one to take from Nadox. Now all of a sudden P7 can soak up their time. They can be the first ones here. And maybe they have a route in over towards P4. Not if Depper can find 2 like that, though. And every single negative thought that I had in my brain has been evaporated. Brycey, good hold from Synes. They managed to hold on.
Got the positioning, got the kills, and now they can put this a little bit further ahead. D3 hoping for a second chance to come around the corner. Doesn't even need it as they are deflecting kills all across this map. Wonderful positioning. So far, this has been locked down pretty tightly by Synes, and they are reaping the rewards. Potential lead change, but one last push from Project 7 could put paid to that.
Could do with some time. They're forcing them in the back here. It sometimes can be an awkward spot if you haven't got the gunny. D3 does so well to find 2, though. Nanox will clean it up. Spawns over towards the backside for 1 player, at least here on Project 7. It could maybe cause a bit of an issue, but for the sake of 10 seconds, I don't think it really matters. Rotation now ongoing. 5 seconds to go. Alpha ready for the push. He's read these spawns. He's read them so well. Can find 1. D3 there for the pickup in the middle of the map as well, and that's a crucial point to try and have control of when we go over towards P5. Awkward one sometimes, but if you can have that mid-map control, you can start to cause problems. Big win from Denza, but Alpha there to pick up the pieces. Synes in the lead and growing at this moment in time over towards P5.
So far, so good. Dipper just trying to make sure that they can't get this pinch on here, and it's not a good position. Project 7. They want in, but they are being held at every junction. Nadox, that's a huge kill for him not to get here as Lucifer gets back into the point, but goes down one more time. Reinforcements from both sides now flooding into this point here. Alpha, that's a huge kill for him. They need the advantage in trades to keep this one going. And while they will lose a bit of scrap time, it's not been a bad hill.
No, it hasn't been. And to me,
I'm back. Oh, sorry, we're back into this one. We did have a small error there again, but don't worry. As this comes to its natural conclusion, we will be able to bring you the finish.
That's all right. We'll give people's ears a rest from our nonsense for a few seconds, and they can enjoy the gameplay, but irrelevant to that, Synes have kept themselves in a solid enough lead. Project 7 need a good rotation somewhere. They find themselves 30 behind. Doesn't sound that bad. When Synes are that close, it's not a fantastic spot to be in. Alpha over towards P2, not going to work out for him. Realistically, Project 7, yes, okay, you can win in a P2, it's unlikely. You have to have that small thought in their mind to think about P3, but set up a P2, see what you can do. Alpha calling in the Hellstorm, but this could be calling game.
It's just not what you want to have to deal with as well. He manages to find one. We'll curve it for a second as well, and that could be it. Just one missile really could decide the game here. Here comes the push. Project 7 want to be back in a position to get these points away. 10 seconds and they lose the game. They are at every single angle. Mythix is behind. He finds one. He looks for the second and he will get it. The third is not going to be enough. A trade. A 1v1 in the point. And somehow Deeper finds it. And that should be game. He's going to fly out towards the cuts and it will be over. That should not have gone their way. Project 7 had Mythix on the flank. They had the opportunity to cut them down, and somehow they lost the trades.
And just in that moment, Mythix kind of spawns out. They get a bit of a split, so if anything, it looks wonderful for the side of Project 7, but they can't find a way through. Mythix does a really good job, but gotta give a shout out to Deppa to find those couple of kills over towards the backside. Job done. Really, really nice map number 1. Specifically from Synes, and that's kind of one of those moments we talked about it. The cup number 3, when this roster changed up, they started to find some results. If they can find a result here up against Project 7, be a real statement of intent. In Group B, D3, I knew throughout the game he was dropping kills, 4,200 damage. Those are big boy numbers, Brycey. Really, really good map number 1 from Synes.
Well, they managed to get that win in the end. Still a close-fought game for a lot of it, but some of their holds were spectacular. And I mean, that's where you have to really give it to them. The rotations to get the holds that they end up getting. It just really helped them put this game over the edge. When they locked in, they were locked in. And I mean, you could say about this huge kind of play here from F-Dot. He gets an awful lot of kills onto this point and a decent glut of points as well, but they are still behind. But when Synes had control, it was impossible to shake off.
I think it's one of those moments when you get down to a really nitty-gritty, you get yourself within 20 points. It's such an uphill battle, really, for a team like Project 7. But really, the moment was when the Hellstorm came in. It was a real big moment. Comes in here from Alpha towards the backside. He must have had a really good second rotation. And then you got, as mentioned, you kind of had Mythix in this position. He just needs somebody else on the team to find a gunfight. Really tough. Doesn't go their way, and Synes find themselves in a 1-0 lead in this series. We'll stay on exposure. We'll go to Search and Destroy. Scar Overload will be map number 3. If we need to see it, it'll be Scar Hardpoint and Colossus Search and Destroy to close things out. Wouldn't be surprising me at all, Brycey, if we do go on to see a lot of stages of this series. Real nice one to kick things off in map number 1. Hope for a little bit more of the same throughout potentially the next 4.
Well, we were hoping for a close game full of thrills and spills. So far, the hardpoint has delivered. The Synes do take that early lead. Exposure S&D will be an equalizer, though. Project 7 will be hoping for that one to slide their way a little bit more than the hardpoint did.
Yeah, but it was very back and forth. I mean, realistically, if you think about it, if Alpha does not have that Hellstorm, it's a lot of more of a difficult break there for the side of Synes. They don't find that break. Okay, maybe they don't have the rotation of it towards P3. It's small moments that really can make the difference when it comes down to Call of Duty, and specifically for two teams who are so evenly matched here in this group. Both sitting at 3-1. Just to remind you guys at home, this is for second place in their group. Whoever finishes there puts themselves in a better spot in that playoff bracket. That's always where you want to be. You want as high as possible. Although I don't think there'll be any easy matchups. Honestly, when it does come down to these final 8 teams, I think there's a couple of teams I don't really expect to go too far, but I think there's still 4, maybe even 5 teams who could be causing problems. I mean, the 5th could be Synes, right? I mean, we weren't too sure how things were going to go against Project 7. It still has a long ways to go, but a really good start for them there on the hard point. Throwing their name in the hat here, Brice.
No, and I also really do agree with that point you said about, I think this one not only could go the difference, but I would even suggest that these two teams don't have an awful lot of daylight between them in terms of skill level, but it's going to be a difficult matchup for whoever they end up getting in the bracket, regardless of which of these two teams go forward. I think Synes winning that one away, like I said, it was maybe a difference in the quality of the hold, and that's really the only difference you can put into that hard point. There was good trades on every side. You saw Project 7 setting up for some retakes here, but if you're constantly having good setups for retakes, it means you're constantly having to retake, which means you don't have the hard point. So while you can do things very, very well on the retake side of it, it's still you're kind of playing reactionary rather than proactive. Yes. You want to be getting the points while having the gunfights, not getting the gunfights and then having to get the points.
Yeah, no, you definitely want to always be as proactive as you possibly can when it comes down to hardpoint, but it just comes down to Call of Duty in general. If you're putting yourselves in those positions and either holding for a gunfight rather than having to win a gunfight that's not in your favor, that's obviously where you want to be. But yeah, look, it's one of those moments where they set it very, very well. We obviously didn't get to see the first P3, which would have been interesting, but I almost think they nearly fumbled at one stage as well when it was a P3. I think we see Nux push through, and you've got to be so careful when it comes down to P3 on exposure. Pushing through too hard, you spawn your team over towards that backside. It could not be further away from P4, quite literally. So it's very much a risky move to try and take in 15 seconds or so. Those kind of moments that if they want to go deep in playoffs, they're going to have to tighten them up.
Yeah, we'll find out as well how they bounce back on that S&D, which is rocketing out way towards us. Just trying to catch up with some of the other games that are going on at the moment. I believe I should be jumping into our Charlie setup in a second. We will catch up with all the scores as soon as we can, and if you do want to watch those games when they're live, it will be Bravo and Charlie. You can find them on, so you are able to watch all three games at once, and that should be coming across your screens very, very shortly as well. But those games maybe not quite as important as this one, and while some of the games, obviously consolation games going down the line, this one is going to be for second place, so it is the game we will be focusing on most between them. Ton, are you feeling a map 5?
Potentially. I think it's hard to say. Obviously, we haven't seen these two teams match up. That was a really good performance coming through from Synes. Obviously, feeling a certain kind of way. But Exposure and Scar, I suppose they're both relatively small maps. Scar just a smidge smaller, I would say, as far as some of those rotations go. They're not quite as long. But I mean, look, it's apples and oranges, right? I mean, let's see how it goes when we do get there. But the S&D is going to be more of a tell for me. I think, honestly, Project 7 have got a lot of very, very strong search and destroy players in that roster. Let's see how they do specifically on this map. We see quite often over towards this B side, it's kind of just left as a barren bit of wasteland and a bit more fighting over towards the middle of the map. See how it's going to go down between them. It's hard to say until we do get there. Overload should be interesting as well, though, I think, for both these two teams with such similar map records, with such similar, well, identical records as far as series go. It's hard to split them, but we'll find out which way it's going to go in just a second as we head into the search and destroy. Hard one to call, though, Brycey. Really difficult one, but Synes with a fantastic start.
They certainly are. Well, we'll find out if this will be a tied game or 2-0 to Synes. We've been told that the lobby is being pushed forward now, so we should be able to jump into this one very, very shortly, of course. And there it is.
Well, here we go. Into map number 2. Synes in a really good position. That's a nice map for them to get a hold of up against Project 7. Who, I mean, typically when they went up against Rock, Search and Destroy was somewhat their downfall, especially map number 5. That was on Scar. They lost that one 6-5. They could have been in that perfect number 1 place if it hadn't been for just a couple of rounds here and there up against Rock. But here we are heading into a Search and Destroy on Exposure. A bit of a different prospect, so to speak, but let's see how it goes. Let's see if they can bounce back.
Now to start, it was going to be a bit careful. I say a bit careful. You can already see signs of flanking. Oh, it's been found though. Dender's seen at least one here. They're going to react to it. They may even just go for full B control.
And Alex with the sniper out in round number 1 as well. Dangerous prospect. Yep, Mythics gets aggressive. You'll only find one. But the damage has already been done. Complete control over towards this B side. 3 versus 2 in the favor of Project 7. Alpha and D3. This is a hard, hard breakback.
There's a few bullets in. Trying to go hide here. They're trying to play him for a pick, but Oh, and well, it works out. D3 finds one. Alpha's going to go down as well. 1 versus 2. D3 looking for another one. Oh, runs out of bullets. And maybe has just run out of opportunity. That is unfortunate. Isn't going to get any more here. And they are going to lose that round. That is just unfortunate is the best way to put it.
Yeah, it still would have been difficult from that position, even if he's got a bullet or two extra that could have been put in the chest. But it's always just down to kind of the opener. Put yourself in a fantastic spot over towards B. If you're a Project 7, bomb goes down in complete control. Nicely done. Nothing else really to be said of it. Now over towards the defensive side for them. I found it quite surprising actually to see the sniper in round number 1 on that side of things. You need to make sure it counts. You don't have a trophy system to obviously protect you if they are trying to nade you out, and that is quite an open spot where you typically will see it. Big flank comes through though, and that's ultimately what decided it. But over towards B, once again we go. This time around it will be Synes on the attacking side. Mythics catches D3 with his pants down, just not expecting that push to come through. And all of a sudden Synes will be, if anything, shepherded over towards B. And they'll have to go down, but it's a 4v3. They push it out, now a 3 versus 2. Team kill does come through. Synes still trying to get something going here, but I see Project 7 just trying to survive, and survive they do. That one just kind of burst on life there. I didn't even give you a chance to speak, mate.
Hey, I was enjoying it. It was all going very, very smoothly. Project 7 just really able to pick the players from Synes apart time and time again. And we said it could be a great equalizer, the S&D. At the moment, Project 7 are trying to make that case as well.
Really nice start by Project 7. They did well there. I think when Mythics finds that one fight over towards the A side of the map, I should say, that's when you really have to start making that push of your Synes. You know that, okay, well, maybe we lost a little bit of control over there. Well, let's go over towards B. Didn't work out for them. They were ready for it with Project 7. And Synes answer back.
Bit of a stun check there. Some information. Oh, Nadux almost gets caught but gets out. Still a 4 versus 4 after the initial plays by players.
Still a precarious one here for Project 7. Kind of stuck in a place you really don't want to be in. That's going to probably back down and play it over towards top P3. And it was Nadux. He gets, well, one worse than being back down, and that's very much dead. 4 versus 3. Bomb goes down over towards A. This is a hard retake.
Good positioning, but he's going to lose a gunfight. 2 versus 4. Into the lion's den. Synes must roam. Mythics already takes down Alpha, and D3 finds himself without really much opportunity for anything. And down they fall. Project 7 now. 3-0 ton.
Absolutely cruising here, to be honest with you. I think as soon as that opening blood happens over towards top window, that just gives them so much onus around the site. You can get the bomb down. You don't have to necessarily worry about that too much. Okay, yeah, somebody else could jump into that spot, but the opening was there. As soon as that bomb goes down, it's just going to be so difficult to really try and retake that one. Synes being blown out of the water, out of the sand, so to speak, on exposure. What can be done? What can be changed? I think that was the sniper out. I was on the other side. No, it might be on the other side. Yeah, it was Project 7. So which way is F-Dog going to go with this? Up to the mid-cut. No information there, but they've just went shocking all through the middle of the map. Brycey Synes getting aggressive.
Well, you've got to make adjustments. Well, Mythics almost calls that one correctly. Just pulled himself out of the iron a second too early. 2 versus 3 now. 1 versus 3. Synes. Opportunity for them.
You're just finding nothing here. If you're Denzer, you're being hunted down. Should be dead to rights and is. Synes get one back. Very, very aggressive through the middle of the map. And that kind of just opens up a few different doors. And all of a sudden, it's very difficult for the opposition to really do anything about it. Project 7 put under a little bit of pressure for the first time there. Maybe it does feel as if Synes have been... I don't want to say they're being too passive, because obviously we've seen a couple of rounds where they went through B and they got super aggressive when they found some information, but in that case they just completely took charge of the middle of the map, rolled with the punches, find the round.
Is this the start of Synes F-Dot going high, but there is nobody there. We can see that on the mini-map that everybody's passing by everybody.
There's just no way to read this, but they have actually been tagged up. So Deppa, he was seen, but we're 3 of them on the flank scene. This is Synes on the defensive side. Now, Project 7 have got no idea what's going on. They will be looking for one. They have spun round, but I don't know if they'll respect the fact that there's 3 of them in the middle of the map.
F-Dot sniping from the other spawn. Back down to a 3 versus 3. Nobody is going to call this one correctly. It is a bit of chaos here on the S&D, but D3 finds one, almost gets caught, and he will be! He's out there in the cold and alone, and he gets caught by F-Dot with a sniper. And now Deeper finds himself in a 1 versus 2. It's just such a fluid state of game that when everybody is basically switched positions, Tom.
Yeah, it's one of those S&D rounds where you roll the dice and do 2 6s come up. Right now, for Deppa, F-Dot and Mythics are the ones you have to deal with, but they're the ones that have to get the plant off, and they will. Bomb will go down over towards B. Deppa yet to find a kill, could do with 2 here. F-Dot didn't see him, you didn't see Mythic's turn. Gotta find this first one and does. Dips out, gets away, 1 versus 1.
Huge. Will get health back, still has a good amount of time. Does need to get and play this bomb though. That time was slipping away. 14 seconds is crucial. That's when the first check will normally come in. I think he might have been spotted there. No, he wasn't. Player now going to be behind, and it's going to be a gunfight. And it all rests on a spinny, turny, close quarters cluster. But it will be Project 7 to get it done.
A what? A spinny close cluster, was that?
Yeah, because I didn't use the last word, Ton, and you know I didn't.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. Incredible work from Project 7. That was a wild round of search and destroy. Both teams just like, yeah, let's just run through the middle of that. I mean, Synes committing for the 3-man flank. Getting semi-away. But honestly, if Deppa wasn't spotted on the cross, I don't think Project 7 had a clue what was going on. This round they might, though. Nadoc's getting aggressive. Doesn't seem to be tagged up. Mythics getting a little bit of information. Getting shut down. That's 2 kills. So Synes should be their round. 4v2.
Still looking through the smoke here. You can see the back pedal. Denza. I mean, that's the easiest kill Nadox is going to find in this S&D, surely. A 1 versus 4. And while Denza's still a player, but that means they've also seen him, and Downey will fall. Easy round there for Synes.
Really good effort, though, from the side of Synes to find that first blood and kind of just run with it through the middle of the map. Good job from Nadox. I think that's 3 in the round from him. Straight through the middle of the map. Catches them napping. It's so difficult because I think, you know, if you're over towards that top P3 window, you feel in control of mid. But as soon as you lose the long alleyway and lose control, maybe over towards the tank, it's not somewhere you would usually go on the defensive side. You're kind of in a bit of a difficult position because Nadox can come low, he can come high, he can go around towards your spawn. If you don't spot him, you're in danger. Project 7, though, still in a comfortable lead, but Synes starting to show signs of life.
They pushed him back. Lucifer backpedaling furiously here. They've lost control of this side of the map here, and now they're going to have to retry in a different way. It all comes down to a big gunfight, but it goes down to a 3 versus 3 as he gets caught again, and that has all fallen apart for Synes in just a few seconds. Now D3 in a 1 versus 3.
And that is the moment where Synes, well, will try to retake that mid-map positioning on the defensive side. Project 7 this time not as aggressive as Synes were in the previous round. They wait for them to come. Now D3 left in a possible situation. Project 7 1 round away now from tying this series up 5-2.
This game looks like it's only going one way. Project 7 having these rounds pretty clear when it comes down to some of the trades. Is there a way back for Synes into this? They need 4 rounds on the bounce.
Could be difficult, but problem is for them, some of their rounds have come down to a bit of aggression. And it just doesn't feel as if they've got a slow round in them. And that can punish you. It can really, really hurt. and over towards this A side of the map, the lower side. You got to be very careful. Players pushing over towards that side. Denza needs to survive, can't. Alpha finds him. Deppa finds one through the middle of the map. So this is good work from Synes, but again, it's the aggression that pays off for them. Lucifer left in 1 versus 4, not going to happen. And again, Bryce, you don't even get to speak because it was that quick. But it's the aggression from Synes. It is kind of a roll of the dice, because you lose that first gunfight, you're not in a good spot. All of a sudden, the trades don't go in your favor, you lose the round, right? It's a gamble, and a gamble that paid off that time. But will it pay off 3 more?
Well, they need it too, but it is not an easy thing here for them. They've just got to be careful. One bold play by Project 7 ends this and ties the series. Looking like a pretty common split here across. Oh, got to be careful. Denza coming under some pressure here. It's going to be Synes who make the bold play all the way through the middle, but they still get first blood. Denza with the nade.
All they know is aggression, and they're being caught out for it. Picked apart at the seams by Project 7 in that round. Fantastic work from them. Synes eliminated, and Synes now find themselves tied up with Project 7 after a fantastic map number 1. Honestly, that felt like just a one-dimensional game from Synes, to be honest, and Project 7 deal with it very, very easily. Won a piece price, though, and deservedly so. I think Synes just didn't have another game plan apart from, well, yeah, let's send it and see what happens.
I think when they went mid, it was one of it's map control, right?
Yeah.
Denza being able to stay alive, get that nade going off, and essentially what happened to them then was, oh, we're just being shot at from every single direction. They kind of have us surrounded here, but you are right. Maybe after the initial break, things don't flow quite as smoothly for the team of Synes, whereas Project 7, more cohesive, knew what they really wanted to do every time they went and did it, including some of those even defenses, right? You saw them backpedal, you saw them try to play the trade game around the bomb sites, and it worked out. They have tied this series back up.
It was just a really comfortable game from Project 7, right? Multiple different occasions, the aggression comes through, and they're able to deal with it. I suppose that's a shoe on the other foot. For all I can say, that Synes, you know, didn't seem to have another string to their bow. It definitely felt as if Project 7 dealt with it really well every single time, but I suppose if you know what's being thrown at you, you can catch it. A couple of different good moments from Synes, to be fair, but it always felt like it was going one direction, and Project 7 will be feeling good about that one heading into the Overload. Series all tied up, though, Bryce. See, this one still could go either way, but Project 7 will be feeling very, very good about their chances now. An Overload coming up. I would kind of fancy Project 7 in this one, to be honest with you. It's got a hard point either way. Colossus searching this, right, based on what we've seen on the previous map. Might actually suit Synes a little more as far as the aggression goes, but we've still got a lot of Call of Duty to be played before we even entertain the idea of map number 5. But Scar Overload coming up next, Brycey. Anyone's getting this one?
It certainly is. We'll find out who ends up taking the lead in the Overload. Truthfully, couldn't tell you. Both these two teams definitely have their strengths and weaknesses, but if you'd say, you know, based on the hard point, the respawn, Synes did look pretty good, but Project 7 also had their flitters of brilliance as well. So yeah, it's certainly not like we're seeing this massive difference between the teams that you can kind of say, hey, one team will win this or one team will win the other. But fortunately, we will find out. Map 3 is coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to a lobby reset.
Oh, for God's sake. It's always the way, isn't it? Look, I think for both these two teams, though, it's an opportunity to get this one set up and see which way it's going to go. I think for P7, they'll be feeling confident after that search and destroy. Brycey really one-sided, but Synes they'll be thinking about later in the series how good they were in Hardpoint. That number 4 could be coming up next, but we got other games going on, Bryce. Thank goodness. Over towards Bravo. Rock Esports taking on Hibernations. Rock currently sitting at the tippy top of Group B. Hibernations looking to try and maybe make a bit of a run here, but they've been getting better as times went on. It's kind of a team who were thrown together at the last moment, and sitting at 2-2 overall. They could find a result here up against Rock. It would throw their name into the conversation as well.
Now, I think you're right. I mean, the thing is, this on paper, just if you go by the stats of the groups, looks like a mismatch. But the truth is, if you look at the teams on paper, you would say, yeah, I mean, Hibernations have talent in spades. So whether or not this is a blowout will remain to be seen. At the moment, Rock are leading 1-0, so they certainly had a decent hard point, but it looks like they might go 1-0 up in the S&D as well.
Well, there's now left in 1 versus 2. Should be difficult. Good shots from Dom. Nicely done. 1-0 now towards Rock Esports. It was the wrong way around, but either way. And he's an interesting player to me. Is Dom very solid. A lot of people are excited about this guy. Future Falcons players. Well, a lot of people kind of reiterated towards me. Guy's got it. Be interested to see how he does, of course, when it does come over towards LAN. But Rock Esports are positioning themselves well, getting some really good practice in over this challenge season, and they're looking really solid for it.
He goes for the flurry, and I was hoping for that one, but doesn't need to. Now making more of a push. Dom, good reactions. Got himself out of there without going down, but I can feel it. He wants to reach out.
Max will get taken down, but Dom there for the trade. Rixel does well. Now Chunk left in a 1 versus 3. Feels like there's a little bit of a gap here between these two teams, and which way this is going to work, and it ain't working for Chunk right now. Really good round again from Rock, and steady away here in the search and destroy, looking very confident.
Yeah, more than a little confident. I mean, you could tell it. We saw Dom setting up for a kill there. And you knew he wanted to chow. He was just waiting for his health to come back a little bit. Overflowing with confidence. And when you have that kind of confidence and you think you're going to win the gunfight, most oftentimes you do.
Here we are. It's round number 3. That's the game plan now for Hibernations. 2 relatively simple rounds for Rock, who are trying to defend over towards the middle of the map. And, well, I was about to say, what's the route back in? And, well, 3 challenge mid and everyone losing their gunfight probably wasn't it.
Healers. Well, there's not an awful lot he can do. Oh, 4 health and a dream. Dream's dead.
It's looking solid for Rock at the moment. Not really a great deal to write home about for Hibernations. Who, I mean, even at this stage, I mean, this is maybe a little bit of a reactive comment to them being 3-0 down. Feels like they've accepted their 4th place in the group at the moment.
Maybe there'll be some serious adjustments here. Obviously, that last round did not go well for them. 4-0 here for Dom. Maybe we take a little look-see from his point of view. See if he can't extend that streak. Aggressive out towards the middle. No nades hit him either. Is he going straight through?
I mean, this guy's 100% going to child this, right?
He's just waiting for an opportunity to.
I was going to say, he wants to go. You can see it. He's itching. That's a bit of a control, though, for the side of Rock, but they're not happy. Not happy enough to plant the bomb, at least. No mid-map control. You can see that's what Kix is trying to work on there now. Dom X on the flank. Good kill. Well, as it gets caught out. Kix killed in the middle of the map, though. Dom then trades that. And all of a sudden, the map is kind of split in a bit of a weird way. They may actually wrap this back around over towards B. Esports in a good spot. Hybrid Nations may well position themselves just in the middle of the map to try and decide what to do. But if you do want to continue to watch this game, it is going on over on Bravo. We're back over towards Alpha in a second. Esports 3-0 up in the search, 1-0 up in the series. You can see Charlie has started up as well. Light Unlimited. And last Lentejas looking to get rid of their over on Charlie. And keep an eye on that one as well. But we are concentrating very much on Alpha. And, well, Synes are already 1-0.
Well, for Synes. That's what we can infer. Project 7. Trying to wallbang there as he throws an entire magazine at the wall. Going great for them. There's a lot of kills going down. Denza, last man. Doesn't going to be enough. He does find 2 kills, but it's going to be 2 points for Synes.
Really good position. And for them, I mean, especially with the startup, put themselves in this spot on the side that, honestly, you wouldn't have expected them to be doing it on. And now, eventually, it looks like Project 7 are going to get things going. Denza does well. There's one back. Fast and furious overload to kick things off. But Synes have done brilliantly to find 2 already.
Another good hold, but you expect to see it in that position. Eftor finds 1. Eftor finds a second. Still alive. This is a great position. Catch him on the respawn. He's trying to get there. Unfortunately, just not enough health, not enough bullets. Now it's Denza's turn.
Does really well. And I mean, what Eftor does there for all the EMP will go through, they'll lose a little bit of map control. What he does is enough to see that the spawns are coming up. It gives that information. It means that players have to get their guns up. They have to shoot him. They're not sprinting forward. It's positioning, it's aggression, it's momentum. Eftor does a really good job. He's the only one who can find a kill momentarily. He gets taken down now, and now a potential one on the cards here for Synes. They won't be able to just run this one home, but they can set themselves up.
Here comes the next push. It's a big kill. Oh, not quite getting the second one as that push falls apart. However, that is a massive 2 from D, but that completely resets this map. Nobody now in control at all. Mythics will find his own as they're looking to try and get bodies forward here, but it's the next wave of kills that matters.
Yeah, Alpha's done really well here. Yeah, he'll just break this one apart. Now, all of a sudden, if you are Project 7, you gotta kind of fight your way out of a box that you didn't realize you were in. Alpha, yeah, he's done phenomenally there, and he can push forward. If he then starts to get the cuts, your teammate can then pick it up. That's a big kill to find as well. And Elusive run this through mid-map, and honestly, I thought they could have ran that over towards B. But look at the cuts that are now being put off here from Alpha. Sets himself up in position, but Denza's doing the same in the middle of the map. Alpha's trying to get things going. He was the blocker. He was the tip of the spear, so to speak, and sets that play up so well. Well played from Alpha.
Alpha now on 4. And they will have to find him. Still roaming around. Oh, doesn't get a 6th. Game feels in a bit more of a stalemate sense here as the teams try to find a bit of an advantage for the next run.
It's all just about setting up, right? It's about trying to find the kills in influential places. Setting up the lanes, letting your team then walk through the doors you've opened. Alpha just trying to defend here and does well. And I think especially for Synes, this is a great half. The minute to go, if you're going to have a 3-2 lead heading into the other side, you take that all day long, but the pressure is currently on.
Still making kills, but
well done. There
is enough coming out of both sides, really, to keep this one just sort of floating in no man's land. Mythics trying to make a bit of a difference here. Project 7 really want to push, but they can only do so if they get those kills under the belt.
Potential opportunity here. D3. Oh, it's a big kill to find. How he found it, I have no idea. Now top Grandma's control. There's another kill, thankfully. Inside of Project 7, they were able to find a couple of kills, but D3 dominating. Can push forward. This could be another score coming in here for Project 7. They get across the road. Can they get this one home? Yes, they can. Half-time, 4-2 Synes. Sensational work. Project 7 reeling at the moment.
They had a bit of a rally midway through, but I mean, it doesn't look as impressive, 11 and 10, but just floating around D3, causing issues. It really staggers them. And once you don't have control, you're almost a little bit flustered, maybe not the right word, but you are sort of scrambling to get back into better positions to deflect the pressure you know is coming.
Now it's difficult for Project 7 on the other side of things, right? To try and find a push on what is the so-called harder side, really. But, I mean, Synes showing it could be done. But I just really think they did well with that. The first person forward always seems to be in the place to want to set something up. And then you have to have trust in your teammates that they can find the kills to, well, back you up. It worked out perfectly on multiple different occasions. Kills traded across the board. That's a big kill for D3 to find. He seems just unkillable in this game right now. 12 and 10, 6 free from him. And just about keeping Project 7 at bay all on his own.
Just huge performance to just be a consistent force on the map here. Seems to have double health because just will not go down to any gunfight yet. Eventually drop there on the 7. You see, slowly but surely, they're trying to work their way up the map here, P7. It's not the easiest things to do. Oh, well, they've lost that mid-map control, and, well, Lucifer's in the completely wrong side of the map here. He's going to have to come back if Synes make too big of a push.
That's the problem, though. He's trying to set up the plays, and he needs everybody else to really do their job so he can do. And it works out. Gets the flank in. FDOT could do with maybe getting up top of Grandma's, but they'll just go for it because they need to. They're 2 down right now. FDOT can find one. Denza another. Lucifer's the one who takes him down, but if he can find this 1 versus 1, he's got a big chance. Can he slide it in? It's all about that from Harry. Really nice job. He'll eventually fall, and the deficit is only 1. Oh my god, okay.
And that was starting to smell a little bit like a relay. But not enough bodies, not enough time. It will be Project 7 back in control here. For a way forward. FDOT going for the trade here as well. It's a big trade. It will be the EMP in no man's land though. It has to go back and get it. Well, that does allows reinforcements to spawn up from Synes and means they've got to make all these kills again, Ton.
Just needs to slow down there after. Oh my word, Mythics nearly finds a ridiculous 3. It's one of those moments where FDOT needs to take his time a little bit, and that's okay. Mythics was able to find 3, ease some of that pressure. Denza now on the flank. Denza with 2, looking for the 3rd. Denza, all on his own, breaks it wide open, and that should be a capture over towards the B side. Nobody else going for the point, but they're going to spawn them over towards field. They've got the EMP, and with that kill from Denza, this game is tied. Synes now. Yeah, no, I like it. I like it. They're waiting for the teammates. Fantastic play there from FDOT. Don't get too aggressive. Don't just slam it in without a little bit of control. 4-4, 2.5 minutes to go, Bryce. You'd be a hell of an overload.
You will absolutely see that so rarely. That must be one of the most nervous things you can do. Be right next to it, but you have to wait so you don't get counter-capped that fast. Denza with his 6, with his 7th. They have to take him out. He'll be looking to get any kills he can now to help his teammates out. There's number 8. The reload comes in for Denza. He's flying out for another one. It's a little bit of an overheat. Lucifer will pick up one more, and there he goes for the chat as well. All that work won't get them another one.
And that's the thing when you're attacking towards Cromwell's side. If you get somebody in there and they don't have eyes on you, you can cause absolute chaos. And D3's like, yeah, okay, well, never mind. Let's keep it going. We got the EMP in a good position. This may well could be a capture. A couple of kills came in, slided on home. Synes back into the lead after one big play from D3. Really good job from Project 7 to bat them away. Fantastic shot from Mythics. The pressure was very much on. Project 7 just about dealt with it, but a little late. 5-4 Synes. A minute to go.
Pressure manning now. 3 are going to go down. The rest of them are going to start streaming forward. The reinforcements are going to be here very, very quick. FDOT wants a kill off of this rip. He knows he needs to punch the hole. There are trades still ongoing between the two of them. He doesn't know where he can find something. His teammates have not made any kills. He's going to go for it. Oh, cannot put it over the line. And a chance wasted, perhaps.
I know, but the thing is here, though, for Project 7, you can keep that pressure on. Those spawns coming in nice and close, and look at the minimap. It's absolute chaos. And Denza, he may well be reveling in it. May well just get this one over the line. Denza finds 2 Mythics for the last one. 1v1. Wins it, but the spawns are going to come in nice and quickly. Oh, is he just going to slip the net? Project 7 tied up. 25 to go.
And you know, Mythics was clenched as he was floating slowly towards the goal in that one. He had no idea if he would make it in time, but does. This is now screaming overtime for both the sides here. It will be Project 7 that maybe have a bit more map control. But nobody wants to make the wrong move at this point.
Oh, honestly, Synes are not in a good position here. They're not in a good position. Denza finds 2. No more respawns remaining. Deppa, you need to survive. You need to survive. Mythics finds him. 4 versus 3.
Denza's flown around the back here.
Oh, he is running amok here. This is ridiculous. How is he back here so easily? Dealt with, though. 3v3.
He wanted that. That would have made it a huge advantage for them. Synes are setting up a fortress. They don't want this to do it. I think they want to draw. Truthfully, I don't think they're in a position ready to chow for it.
I mean, what's the play from both these two teams here? Right now, Project 7, they've got a hold of it. Mythics, yeah, he's going to deal with D3. You have to get it moving. If you are Synes now. EMP in hand. Nadux will find one. Mythics finds one back. 1v2 for Alpha.
Here he goes. He knows where that is. He knows where the EMP is. That's the advantage he has. Checking out the window. Over and over again. 58 seconds.
Yeah, they heard him. They heard him. Alpha in trouble. Oh, is he? Mythics takes him down. 1v1.
He's flown out. He's flown out. He knows he's weak. Alpha might reach out this. 48 seconds to go. Alpha in the better position because you're going to always know where he's going to be, and he will end up winning that one as well. Taking the EMP has cost them. That is an unreal ending.
Well, they took the EMP because they had the pressure. But it takes a gun off the map. And in the M15 world that we live in, that's not what you want to do. Oh, it's so difficult. Because honestly, P7 played that so well to bring him back. They nearly had the win in regular time. And ultimately, it's the fact that you can't drop the ball. It costs them. That's so tough.
That must have just felt awful. I mean, Mythics was finding kills. They had the numbers advantage 3 separate times. And they lose it. Alpha, 30 and 22, clutches up the scenario they needed to. And if you're Project 7, that must be a very bitter pill to swallow.
Incredibly. It felt like you were really coming back into that one. And now to find yourself behind... Well, that game, I'll be loading in later, but over towards Charlie we go. Light Unlimited taking on Las Lentejas. And right now, the fuse coming through here from Nvidia. And of course, this is for that final spot. Well, sorry, that final spot. The final opportunity to get a win on the board, I should say, for both these two teams. Both entirely out of the equation. And this one is really just for pride between these two teams. Production has told me a lot of snipers going on here. You know what? I don't hate it. Break GS. It doesn't matter.
Everybody grab one. At the moment, though, you can see Light Unlimited do have the series advantage. They're up 1-0. Trailing in the S&D. Las Lentejas trying to get this one back on Nvidia. Looking like the hot gun at the moment.
Is this what we're doing? Is this what we're doing? What year is it?
Well, he gets the first blood.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'm
if you want to see
sensing
some
a theme.
360s and some what maybe this game would look... Oh my... What maybe this game would look like if we weren't keeping the snipers at bay, so to speak. Well, Charlie is your opportunity.
Oh, I thought he had the 360, but no. Comes in from a different player. And I think we're going to see a slightly off-meta game done by the looks of it.
Ever so slightly.
Yeah. Oh, everybody seems to have a sniper in this one. We'll see how this... I mean, this is new, and new is always good.
Oh, let's see it then. If we're clip farming, show me.
Oh,
Okay. Not
use the
necessarily
nade.
the idea. It was Aiden who came through with that one. Straight through the middle of the map. Now Reedy left. Hold on. Is this what we're doing? Are we doing knives only? Are we doing knives only?
I'm here for it. It's a
Seriously,
showdown.
go.
Came here for a knife fight. A knife fight means a knife fight. Fatal gets one. It's a 1 versus 1. Knives out. Who has the sharper blade? Well, neither of them. They're miles away from each other at the moment.
Well, at least they're having fun. That's the main thing. Where's Cleem's going to get himself set up for here? Less than Lentejas want to try and find this one in Fatal. Holding it down for Light Unlimited. Oh, Cleem's holding it down for Light Unlimited, I should say. Oh, he's seen him. I mean, this is just going to be so easy to... He's up there. Oh, no, you could have ninja'd it. Oh, he's baiting him into it. I love to see it. That's Lentejas. Oh, what are the good?
Now, I have to call foul a little bit here, Ton.
Oh, go on.
There were nades used in that. Everybody didn't meet in the middle of the map. I mean, what is going on?
Disgusting.
What are the rules?
I don't know, honestly.
If you're going to have a knife fight, everybody knows middle of the map. There's bomb planting going on. People are running routes. Nades are being thrown. I mean, where's the purity in competition anymore, Ton, really?
They need to take a good look at themselves in the mirror, mate.
However, they can do it again. I'm happy to watch it for a second time.
There we go. That's Lentejas, though, cruising in this one. Don't want to the good. Are we knife fighting again, or are we just getting the snipers out this time?
Oh, we're in the middle. There's a flank going on.
Let's just sack Alpha off and just stay on this one. Synes
he's
freebie.
sniping!
Hold on, we're shooting now, are we? No.
No scope. Invidian, I don't know. What are the rules? People snipe. People use knives. It looks like the snipers are back on the menu.
What they should have done is that a game of hold on, we're running using pistols. Invidian, come on.
You put that away as well. Disgraceful.
As a man who's been around in the scene for a long time, I thought Invidian would maybe, uphold to these snipers and knives only rules. Never mind. Either way.
All right. Well, that one will still be ongoing over on Charlie. For us, we continue with our series. At the moment, we are going to have Team Synes up 2-1 in our series here, and I believe it will be back to normality on this hard point.
So no snipers and knives only?
Hey, I'm not against it, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, well, if you want to keep an eye on the circus that's going on over on Charlie, you can. Keep an eye on that game between Las Lentejas and their opposition. But more important, back to this one. This one does have some sort of repercussions to it. Right now, Project 7 behind in this series. Synes 2-1 to the good. Be a big win for Synes to find, to be honest with you. I know we're all about the placement. We're talking about that second place. That is important. But at the same time, I think it's a statement of intent if they can find this against Project 7.
Well, both teams still looking for those points over towards P1, but we all know that P2 is where the money is made. This is going to be over here, but he does want to help out his teammates a little bit. Finds one and a second. Can he do even more here? Jumps into the point for scrap time, but falls because of it. The rest of his teammates trying to get in position. P2 still very much up for grabs.
They're currently here and in control. The Synes at this moment in time. Keeping an eye on the flank if they can. Project 7 trying to find a way around. They're thinking about their setup over towards field, or maybe just find the break for this 40 seconds. Still on off here from Synes. Good shots.
Trying to find another one here while his teammates start to flood in. There's his second. And the third.
Fight.
The fourth. Oh, that player was weak, but it's beautiful regardless. And Alpha says, all right, we'll take these points.
Does it all on his own, and look at D3 keeping that pressure on. One spawn out, though, is going to sting a little bit. Nadok's going to have to try and deal with that. Split spawns, actually parallel spawns coming in over towards the other side. And Alpha, well, we've seen a nice 3-piece to break it. Not going to be able to find another to hold. Damage is done, though. I mean, Synes Find themselves now a pretty decent spot hanging over towards P3. Nanok's first one here. That's some decent time.
Here comes a little bit of space going from Maddox, but doesn't find the player as Mythics rounds the corner and gets him. Now everybody a little bit split here. The pressure will mount as Alpha will find two more again. Certainly looking pretty good so far in this hard point, but so is Maddox.
Yeah, that was an awkward one. I don't think either team really knew where they had control and really had a good idea as to which way everyone was spawning. But Lucifer have done a decent enough job. It felt like they were the second ones here, and they've kept them off for the majority of the time. 20 seconds to play for. Signs inside of the point. D3 shooting bodies 3 hills into the map, so I'm all for it. But the Juju man will be able to get you 10 and 6 from D3. 11 and 6 from D3. And just keeping that pressure on. He's just keeping them at bay. If he could have got around the corner at Motel, sets themselves up lovely. The move over towards Grandma's now. It's Depper, momentarily the only one here for the side of Synes.
Depper will find one though.
Just cause problems.
Trying to just thread the needle around the corner, and while he will find a second, there is nobody here for the trade. So all it's really cost him is a couple of seconds.
Picks towards this backside. They're finding a little bit of time here. They're not too far behind, but feels like they've been playing second fiddle throughout the majority of this game of Project 7. Always been the reactive rather than the proactive. That's what we've talked about time and time again. Teams do need to make sure they are just one step ahead. Make them come to you. They're now trying to hold this one down. Great shots coming in from Depper. Mythics is there for the cleanup, though. When you see maybe a little... I was about to say when you need to see a little bit more from him. He's 18 and 9, Brycey.
I think he's been very good in pretty much every map that we've seen him so far. Tries to make his way up the map, but will be caught by a laying Nadux all the way towards the back here. You can see the rotations trying to be set up. Depper does have a good position towards the back here. I don't know if they know Denzel's here, but they are ready for it regardless. Oh, you can see him. Little gap through the window, and Denzel will fall.
Really nice line of sight coming in from Alpha. There's 4 dead. Synes can, well, retake the lead off this one. Middle of the map control here for Nadox. A lot of pressure. There's no way you should be winning that second gunfight. Mythics dealt with. Lucifer will be there to pick up the pieces, but D3 will have the cut. Have to just worry about church pressure now coming through. D3's got more than the cut. He's got field entirely. Now the rest of the team just need to do their jobs, and that is going to be another 20 seconds over towards Synes in a healthy lead for the first time.
Synes looking to try and capitalise on this lead. Depper is really pushing them further and further away here, but as you can see, all across the map will be Project 7. As we go for this rotation into P1, sometimes it's an opportunity for the teams to reset. Here, it seems like chaos will continue.
Very, very close game. I said it feels like Synes are the ones leading the dance, but we are very much only halfway through the song at this moment in time. Depper, how on earth is he doing this? Ever since I said Mythics need to step it up when he didn't, now he does. Setting in 19 and 14, but they can't be over-reliant on him. If not, Denza really struggling, and Synes are taking advantage of that.
Depper wants to reach out. Going up high for it. Knows where the player's going to be, so it's good information, but really playing his time. Mythic senses opportunity and does go for it to split this one, but already Treason now continuing to go down. Alpha staying alive is huge for them. He's on a 6 streak, as well as getting that time. 19 and 9, most time on the team. Alpha is having a worldie of a game.
He's running it, isn't he? He made a couple of really nice plays on the overload as well. And he's making the plays for his team here over towards P1. There's 8 in a row. Hellstorm in the back pocket. P2 about to be under siege as well. Alpha doing a fantastic job here for Synes, who are all of a sudden creating a name for themselves, creating the opportunity to do something in these playoffs. They can hold down on this map. They'll be going into those playoffs as the second place team in Group B.
Just a wonderful performance, and Project 7, they're going to have to try and play catch up completely. Depper throwing bullets down and gets a few into a few bodies, but fortunately Alpha will just bring in a missile and say actually it's much easier to do it this way. It's just such a ridiculous performance. 25 and 10 now, a minute and a half in the hill. 26 and 10. If Alpha does not slow down, this game is already done.
He's having an incredible game. He's really impressed me throughout. It's just the playmaking ability, the map awareness. It's really in full flow here from Alpha. Good shots on the Mythics as well. And now can he maybe get going over towards P3? And that is disgraceful. Denzel wasn't even weak. Oh my god, and that's going to lead to the break over towards Field. Alpha cannot miss a bullet. He's 29-10.
Oh, he is certainly locked on this game.
Big plant coming.
Alpha eventually only taken down by a player behind him.
Spawns up. Deppa's done well to get a hold of that kill. That could be influential now because they could collapse over towards Field. They may have a look at this point, and they have the spawns for Grandmas right now. So if they can break through, or even just prevent Project 7 from getting some time, they're in a great spot for the next rotation. Right, there you go.
Game is still not as one-sided as you would think. As they get wiped out, but rotation very much settled into the side here of Synes. For Project 7, a quick break would be merciful, really. Staying alive here, Debba, just not going down. 5 streak, just trying to get another one through, but they are really just destroying the woodwork around that window.
They're trying to find a way through. Does so well to find the kill on a D3, and that might just be a little bit of breathing room. D3's on a 5 spray. Denzer inside the point. Oh my goodness gracious me. What is Alpha just doing to this team? 31-12. He's having an all-timer. Lucifer slipped in that. He's found a way through. F-Dot is here alongside of him, but well, Alpha is here, so you're all going to die again and again and again. Quite literally cannot be gunned right now.
How is this game still going on? Alpha isn't missing. This is ridiculous. He's 34-12. He's got a minute 46 in the hill. He's now on a 6 streak, his 8th streak of the game. And yet the game has not been ended yet.
D3 and Kill looking to run away with this one. And it's looked so strong across the board. There's another 3 dead. They can win it here. Over towards P5, Brycey. It's been a wonderful performance. Project 7 just not been near them in the respawns.
Well, they're trying to make a game of it. F-Dot gets a 4 streak onto the board, and 30 seconds left to go on this hill. If they get it and have a good rotation, hope still burns. But it is a major, major ask.
F-Dot just trying to do something, anything. 5 spree for him, 6 spree for him. Get a hold of a Hellstorm, and maybe we can get this thing something going, but it's not done yet. 6 for 10 seconds would be fantastic. The stun, the timing does not in his favor. Deborah and Alpha doing a really good job, though. They break back through. Synes only 22 seconds away. Project 7 just can't seem to win these crucial gunfights. Synes are running them.
Time ticking away here. Just 10 seconds for Synes to take this one over the board, and already going to be 3 down. Project 7. The last hope, the last hurrah in this series. 4 seconds and 1 potential break. Lucifer will make the first here. The rest of them trying to fly through. It's not going to be enough. They do not make it. And that is going to be round and series over for them. Synes 3-1 ton.
Yeah, really, really impressive performance, especially in the hard points, to be honest with you. Absolutely fantastic. The Search and Destroy leaves a lot to be desired in a certain kind of way, but their respawn looked really good. Of course, look, the Overload gets really, really close. They were in a really good position all the way through. Had to be a 1 versus 2. I believe it was actually from Alpha as well, to close that one out in map number 3. But to do that in the map number 4, that was one of the best performances we've seen on a map full stop from Alpha in that map number 4. Sensational work from Synes. They're going to tie up 2nd place, 40-16. 33 non-traded kills, a minute and 51 seconds in the hill. That is an all-timer.
I mean, the fact that they even got 170 points is surprising. That is an unbelievable score. 40-16 with the most time. You don't really get performances like that. That's not how this is supposed to work.
I mean, when D3's shooting bodies when you're 50 seconds up, about to head over towards the 3rd hill of the map, there's a certain confidence flowing through Synes when it does come down to these hard points, especially. Like, really, really good performance. I mean, even at this stage, Alpha, 20-9, 21-9, just running the game too with that Hellstorm, just doing everything he can. I mean, there was that moment where he broke in over towards P2. It was only the second hill of the game, and it was just a fine 3-0 on his own. This was just moments away. He just felt like he was unkillable. Delusional confidence coming out from Alpha. And that is a 3-1 victory for Synes against P7. Massive. Really throwing their name into the hat now. And honestly, before this, I did say I thought P7 would walk away with this one. Maybe comfortable was the wrong word, but I thought they would be able to do it. I thought they were probably more well-rounded, but the defeat in all 3 respawn game modes will leave them scratching their heads. And they'll be heading into playoffs. Coming in 3rd in their group. One of the group that they would have liked to have topped. It's a disappointment for Project 7, but as mentioned so many times, when it comes down to playoffs, it's important you play your best games there, not necessarily through groups. They have another opportunity to right the wrongs of what happened in Group B.
Well, we'll see how well they get on that bracket. It'll be an interesting one for certain. We see Rock Esports, I believe that game is still ongoing, but they're on board ready for a flawless one if they can make it. This is how it's looking. Clutch Rayn, Hybrid Nations, Treaty Gaming, Synes, Dark Horse Esports, Project 7, Night Vibes, Rock Esports. Bracket has been populated.
I mean, there you go. I mean, let's have a look through this. I mean, Treaty 1 gaming against Synes to kick things off. Dark Horse against Project 7. An all Saudi matchup, really. Rock Esports taking on Night Vibes as well. That should be an interesting one. But I think, I mean, who's the most happy with this one? Synes going to finish 2nd. They get Treaty 1. I mean, yeah, I suppose that's what you would rather have. But, of course, it is a double elimination bracket. We'll kick it off tomorrow. Interesting to see how it's all going to go down. I mean, look, for me, it's easy to say this now, but Clutch Rayn and Rock will absolutely be the favourites. But I think, honestly, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different teams, I believe, who could go on to do something. I think Hybrid Nation and Rock Esports and Night Vibes are going to struggle. But outside of that, it's anybody's game, Brycey.
Oh, 100%. Like I said, we kind of watch it. It gives you a good idea as you go through in the elite stage, right? Everybody has to play everybody, and nobody is looked untouchable. Some of them have won every single game, but as you can tell from the stats, everybody kind of has dropped maps here and there. And hey, we even have some games still going, Ton.
We do. It's not quite finished off yet. I've got Charlie here, which is still 1 apiece. I mean, I wonder how seriously they're playing this one now. Those snipers out here from Kiwi. And this is, well, been dominating so far from Light Unlimited when it's come down to this Overload. Very, very one-sided.
So, a lot slower than a lot of Overloads that we've seen. And it looks like this one will end with a little bit of an anticlimax. There probably was some great gameplay earlier on. But 5-0, and, well, there are snipers out in the respawn time.
Yeah, I think this one's been well done for a little while. Light Unlimited will take the lead in the series. In the, well, the wooden spoon, so to speak, here in Group B. Frankly, that is what it is for both these two teams. They really strong. I want to say, I kind of feel a little bad for Light Unlimited in the sense that they came in late. Didn't get the opportunity to really go up against some of the other opposition. I think Hybrid Nations would have been the big one that they would have had to go on and win. But let's see how it goes if they can make Elite Stage 2. Hopefully they do get another opportunity.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just making it to the elite is always going to be an incredible task. And anyone who gets here certainly deserves their flowers at least. And that's always one of the parts where I feel, we spoke about this yesterday or last week, it was one of them, where I feel like people overlook it. Just making this stage is a massive achievement. Even if you don't win a game, you still had to beat out so many teams just to make it here. And it does put you at the pinnacle of Challengers Call of Duty regardless. So, yeah, it does get a little bit difficult when you're facing some of the best teams in Challengers and you're like 8th or 4th.
Yeah.
Because there are differences.
No, absolutely. I think it is difficult to get yourself to this stage, especially when, you've added a full other region in there as well. The numbers, it'd be difficult to get through everybody. Of course, you've got to compete in the cups. You've got to be consistent. That's the thing. You can't just, turn up one week and and all of a sudden go through. You really do have to be consistent. You have to at least perform in at least one of the cups to get yourself in the spot to be able to play into it. You then have to go through that double elimination bracket where everyone is fighting for a spot in Challengers Elite. It is not an easy thing to do. So yeah, for a lot of these teams, even just making it, as you said, is a real achievement.
It certainly is as well. Just waiting for confirmation on the next map to start, as well as what's potentially happening on our Bravo.
I presume Bravo's done. I presume it's done.
It might have been a 3-0, but we will find out. That is the wonderful part of it, is that we just need to wait for the scores to come in. While we're waiting, however, something I was going to talk about earlier is, and this is kind of it's not the most important point I'm about to make. Let's put it this way. Okay. KD ratios. We have some stats for all the players going through all the stages, and some of you might be a little bit interested as we kind of go into this one. I mean, this might not be a full speed game, but Tana, who do you think's actually got the highest KD ratio at the moment in Challengers?
It might be Alpha after that.
Wow, yeah, it's probably put him up a little bit.
I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. I think it's difficult. We've seen some really good performances, specifically over in Europe, from Dom. We haven't really seen too much of Rayn's game, but I know that Lins has been causing a lot of problems. It is someone along those lines from Europe.
Oh, you know what? You know, Ball. It's Lins.
Well, you know, I wouldn't like to point out I've been doing this for quite some time, Brycey, and it was a very decent guess.
Well, Alpha is actually second. So you are right. That game may have actually put him over the top once those stats get added in. So 2 for 2, Ton.
Well, can't say I'm surprised, to be honest with you. You might be. Well, this one for Light Unlimited would take them over the line. May well improve their stats. Have they been staying in the games, though? I think we should put a big mark. If you
just need like a really grumpy face of Easy Mac.
Yeah.
Anytime a player leaves
the lobbies. ZX, nice shots. Starting here from Light Unlimited. Good time over towards P2 as well. Have less Lentejas giving up the ghost. Well, the recon's out in respawn. Reedy. Oh, this needs to be a higher sense for this, buddy.
Oh, yeah. You do feel like maybe not at full speed with this one, but that's the first kill for Reedy. I wonder if that sniper's going to reappear again.
Well, if you're Light Unlimited, you wouldn't mind it appearing again because Zidix is on a 7 sprint. He may well just call in the lock, yeah. Although, actually, no, that is actually against the rules. You can't do that. Because then last time they are taking the map, we're going to map number 5.
Oh, that would be an interesting way to end this region groups. At the moment, though, not an awful lot of tempo coming out of Las Lentejas. They seem to be quite happily in second gear.
Yeah, Light Unlimited now. Plenty of time over towards P1. Zedix, well, bringing in the kitchen sink just to secure it. I'm calling out the roll of mid-map. Let's lock this one down. Won't necessarily get another one, but they've forced them back. 20 more seconds on offer here over towards P3. They're going to get every single one.
Yeah, not really big chows coming out. Reedy, though, has his third kill with the sniper. Maybe we'll just watch Reedy with the sniper. We'll be waiting to see whether or not he can really lock anything down with it in the respawn. Maybe it becomes the meta. He's a pioneer sometimes. Oh, he's going down.
Immediately falling in Light Unlimited. Just running away with this one. Las Lentejas seem to, well, have had enough. And they'll get this one played out, but 40 seconds to go here over towards Grandma's, and I'm just curious to see how many snipes Reedy can get throughout this game.
That is our new kind of favourite metric of it. He's 4 and 7 at the moment, so low on the interactions, admittedly. Pressure maybe not as powerful as it could be, but still pushing forward. Where does he set up next? That's the question. Finds another one. 5 and 7. Close to evens. 6 and 7. A streak.
Let him cook. Anything else here from Reedy? So snap one of his head on his right hand side. Challenge. Ah, you gotta land that one. No problem. We go again. Don't get excited over that. He's hard scubbing.
3 streak.
All right.
Oh, he's doing everything now. Points, snipes. Missed that one, but still.
He did. Those are the kind of moments that I need to see some wall bouncing if I'm going to see the sniper. What's the point in having this movement if we're not going to be flashy with it?
Well, here he goes.
I'm not going to lie, Reedy. This is a stiff sniper performance. I need to see more.
It does look like that's sniping, I'm not going to lie to you. I can make these snipes really quite slow on it. However, you know, a little bit of life in the body there. They actually challenging for the hard point, something they haven't done very much of this game.
Trying to get themselves inside the light unlimited. Just, well, trying to hold it down. As last Lentejas find a way through. Respect to the observer for keeping us on here. That's your teammate. Nades? Yeah, I ain't helping.
Oh, if anything, the older veteran Ready will be furious. Because they won't be saying nice things about Ready, although to be fair, they never really did.
No. No. If it was him, we'd be slaughtering him, actually, even more so than I am now. But as that all goes on, Light Unlimited are just running this one up. Find themselves now, what, 65 away from closing the game out here. And closing out the day for the final day of groups, Bryce. I mean, just it been a very, very solid outing for Synes especially. I think that's going to be the story, right? Coming into this, or coming into tomorrow. Synes finding the win up against P7 has, for me, thrown their name in the hat. It wasn't there originally, and I'll be totally honest with that. They've been a fairly solid team, as mentioned, since the changes come on through. Nadak's coming in. I think it was Depper also coming through. I mean, they look like a really, really solid roster. And what was a Cup 3? They finished third. They very much are here to play over in the playoff bracket, which starts tomorrow.
They certainly are as well, and one of the kind of aspect of this one, Tyler, I'm going to ask you, Reedy, above or below 11 snipes?
Below.
Oh, below, okay. Well, I mean, still got a little bit of time here. They're still waiting to try and do anything, really. But, you know, a couple of kills going down. Invidian certainly having a bit more fun to this one. Has a molded kill as well.
Oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
He's on fire.
He's definitely got another one, Bryce. He's got another one in him.
Slightly concerned by the lack of time here, but at least the game has kind of sped up a little bit between these two.
Seems as if we're getting in amongst it. There's the next one coming in from Reedy. Light Unlimited, not too far away now, though, Brycey. 212 to 42. It's quite the lead.
Yes, I will say that maybe Light Unlimited are slowing down just a little bit as well, as they seem to fly about at the map and the points. So they could have ended this maybe some time ago, but it looks like they may be trying to end it here onto this hill and put us out of it.
What do you mean?
Well, sometimes games aren't quite what you expected them to be. And that's okay.
That's fine. Is this not what you expected it to be?
Not quite, admittedly. But hey, is everyone having a good time? Because that's the main thing.
I'm just kidding. Here we are. Anyway, Aiden and Co trying to get this one over the line. They can just about do it here over towards P3. I think there will be one more touch needed from last Lentejas, and of course they got it. So now we go over towards Grandma's. Nobody left alive, pretty much for anybody over towards that side, and Light Unlimited. They'll get the spawns. 9 seconds is all they need. Spawning over towards Grandma's. That should be game.
Invidian, though. Here comes the comeback. It'll be miraculous and magnificent. Invidian with a knife. There's his second. The third, no. Dips out. Round he goes again. The game might end before he gets back into it, but fortunately the teammates have come for it. Really gets Invidian for some reason.
Well, he's managed 14, Brycey. Inside of the point as well. Synes starting to turn up. 34 kills to his name. He's just running around with his drawback in hand like, yeah, no problem. But 64 points is not enough. Light Unlimited still only need 4.
Back at the point, and well, they'll have to chow this, but it won't be quick enough, and that will be game. Light Unlimited walk away with the win here, and don't go last place.
Yep, well, they get it done, and yeah, it maybe not necessarily the best matchups that we got to see, but Light Unlimited again, I think the story for me has always been for them, you know, they got the late entry in because of what happened with those people, and they get themselves that opportunity to go again. But Elite Stage 2 is where they'll be looking to maybe offer up more than what we have seen, of course, over the few games that they got to play. So hopefully they get another opportunity to really show what they're about. They stick together, go again. We'll see what it is about for them, but yeah, for them, really, really good opportunity to go and do it again. It was a good opportunity to get to see them play it, but no, they didn't quite get it over the line there.
They didn't. Well, we still have some more maps to go on the broadcast. Bravo is still alive and well. Map 4 will be gracing our screens in just a short amount of time. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are going live straight into this game on Bravo. Currently 2-1 to Rock Esports against Hybrid Nations. So we'll see how this one does end up playing out. We did think this might have been a 3-0, but it looks like Hybrid managed to get one.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of something you mentioned before as far as like some of these teams that go in Rock Esports. I'd still expect them to go on and win the series and go perfect in their group, but okay, yeah, if he's shooting like that, then that is definitely going to be the case from Domex. Incredible work. But at the same time, I think, you know, there's definitely some deficiencies with all of these teams. Nobody is perfect in any sense of the word. So it should create a really fun time when it comes down to play opposite Creates a question of, well, who the hell is going to win it, Bryson? I still don't know.
Let's find out. At the moment, rotation here for them, but everybody's starting to stack up. You're going to be careful here. Kix is going to have that middle completely locked in, which is allowing Rixel to do this. Kix now coming through, but gets caught by a nade on the bounce, and suddenly they've lost their numbers.
Keep them at bay. No. Now all of a sudden they just need to keep a hold of the spawns over towards P3. Then we'll find Whalers, and they'll have another swing at this one, though. 25 seconds to go. Don't want to just give this over towards Hybrid Nations. To be honest, you want to get this one done as quickly as you can. The fact that they've been able to catch up, and Chunks doing things like that. Oh, okay, maybe Hybrid Nations are here to play.
Have an opportunity to really throw the cat amongst the pigeons, Ton, if they can find this against Rock. So far, making a case for doing exactly that. Here come the numbers through here. Southern Chunk doing the work to get forward, and there's a body on the floor, and Scythe catches it before it can do any more damage.
That's a good position to be in now. You've got to be careful these spawns over towards the backside. You can get in there close, but you've got to deal with Whalers first. Finds the kill. Dom will take him down. And now you have to try and find the break, and it's always very one-dimensional. Everything needs to be on point. Twister will find Kicks, and that might just slow them down, but here they go. Two of them on their way in. Two of them dead. Nicely done. Close spawns coming in, and Chunk deals with it. Great time for Hybrid Nations here. Rock Esports not spawning where they want. Yes, okay, it's the close spawn. It's the one you want if you're in control, but if you try to break back from this side, very difficult.
Well, it's just trying to stop them coming through the door as quickly as possible. Twisted also trying to do that, but Rixel more than equal to it. Back into this point and stop what has been a bit of a sloppy couple of hills for them. And speaking of sloppy, they're not on the rotation either. Things just not going their way. Chunk having a very good game as well.
It's always what you need. That's not what you need. In an ideal world.
Well, that game could go either way.
I presume that was just us on our end on the Observer, so hopefully we can get ourselves back in. But yeah, that map number 4 really seems back and forth. And to be honest, I'm quite surprised that Hybrid Nation have been able to have that scrappy of a game up against Rock. But again, inconsistencies across all these top teams is going to make for a really entertaining day when it gets over towards playoffs tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been, like I said, a bit of a marathon as you go through the stage and get through the groups. You've got 5 games to play to determine whether or not you get into the bracket. When you get into the bracket, though, it becomes a little bit different. As you can see here, our winners round 1 is already populated. It won't change now. But because it is a double elimination bracket, if you lose 2 games, you are out. But of course, all of these teams have an opportunity to upset some of the others. And this is what we've been talking about the entire time, Ton, is it's all well and good. You've got yourself into a good position. You've played your 5 games. Once you get into the bracket, it's time for the A game. Don't hold anything back. Get through and dominate. The grand final is awaiting the best of the best.
It truly is. And as mentioned, it's 5 or 6 teams that really could go on a bit of a run here. It's going to be really interesting to see how things do go down. This is pretty much set in stone. I don't think it really matters what happens in this Rock Esports game. I think they had the win condition over everybody else. They might mix things up, actually. Hold on. Pause. Imagine if Hybrid Nations go on to win this. And this graphic is incorrect now. I don't think that could be the case. Well, I'm going to have a quick look. Okay, well, it could be 3-2. Project 7 will be 3-2, but Project 7 beat them, I believe. Let's have a look against Hybrid Nations. Yes, they did. So, yeah, I believe Hybrid Nations, even if they did go on to win that, I think they'd still be 4. And there will be 2 different teams on 3-2. Project 7 on 4-1 and Rock Esports on 4-1, but should still be top. I mean, I'm not necessarily trying to fully put my admin hat on here, but I think I kind of just did.
I mean, it does break our golden rule of don't try and call things just in case we're wrong. But at the moment, speaking of wrong, this game's turned around.
It has done. Scythe and Co. trying to get something going over towards P1, but there must have been a really good hold from Rock Esports in there somewhere. Could have well been over towards P5. It's on those spots. It's just, if you get a bit of mid-map control, it's really hard to break. The headies that people can get themselves on over towards that side are hard to break down, to say the least. Max will find a couple of those. Nice positioning. Sure, you don't find this gunfight. Oh my god, okay. Oh, on earth you managed that one, and all of a sudden you can get back into the point. Nicely done. Rock Esports will head over towards P2 with their tail between their legs, and Chunk starting to heat up as well. Honestly, maybe we just need to be watching Hibernations for them to start performing.
Well, trying to get this one. Just to confirm here, the admins have chimed in. Project 7 has the tiebreaker regardless, so the bracket is locked completely. At the moment, though, this game's still very much up for grabs. Hibernations have managed to take back the lead here as Chunk, again, is the catalyst.
Being that guy, I mean, he's got 24 kills. Willis has 7. He's performing well. He's the rest of the team alongside of him, but a 20-point lead right now for Hibernations. Rock Esports would not want this to go to map number 5. They would like to just have a nice little canter, if you like, into the playoffs. I suppose it's nice to have a close game, but quite like it to be easier than it has been. Kicks will hold down inside of P3, spawns over towards the backside. They can get themselves set up. Next wave of gunfights are massively important. Ricksolden's going to get caught with his pants down really by Willers there. Dom and Coda will clear out this backside, but again, they've got through over towards the window. Now all of a sudden, Dom and Co can't find a way in.
This really is a game that looks like it might go all the way to the wall. Couple of kills though, clears it out for them essentially, but Dom needs to get back in there and help his teammate out. They're going to go for the double chow. Can they get into a position before the reinforcements come? And I think they have done. And now the push from Hybrid Nations will be the key thing to keep an eye on. Already kills going down. Stagger, Doom and Kicks finding 2.
Just so difficult, isn't it? To try and find this push from this side. If you can get in, brilliant. It's such an awkward hill. Because you want the back spawns, but you don't want the back spawns if you're there and control the hill. It's awkward. To say the very least, Domex can find one, and that's all he maybe needs to do. 15 seconds to go here. Push eventually going to come through from Hibernations, but for one, now you've got to be a little bit careful not to overextend on these spawns. If I'm them, yeah, I'm backing up. I'm just getting that mid-map control. Forgo this one. But it's a really nice hold from Rock. Good 40 seconds or so from them. Now the rotation. Heading over towards P4. And if they can find a break here, they're in the driving seat.
Looking for these first kills. Being a little bit more cautious. And, well, there's 2. Now comes the squeeze. They've got to get this player out towards the back here, but it's Whalers. Whalers will get it, but it doesn't matter. Even though he's found 2 there, Ton, the rest of the team swing into action, and numbers matter.
Oh, kind of just showing off what the driver can do. Has a bit of range about it, and frankly, certain guns are getting GA'd, certain ones aren't, and I'm still curious as to who's making these decisions. Chunk now. Sending in what he can. The artillery is there from his spree over towards the backside, and that actually might find the break for his team. Whalers can walk through the back door, cleans it up as well, and that's a nice break. Good job from Chunk to get a hold of the Hellstorm, but what does it get you? About 15 seconds, but it's the swing that makes the difference. Rock Esports held that down. It's worth 30 of a difference to what you could have been in. And now the rotation over towards P5 needs to be good from Hibernations. Rock Esports have broke 200 and 43 away from the win.
Oh, they're waiting for it. Kicks.
Take your time.
Takes out 1. Will go down instantly though, but maybe cleared it just enough.
Big win.
Dom needs to get into this. Help his teammate out. He's trying to get in a position where he can get enough kills, as Rixel will get them regardless. Now it's Rock Esports looking to put this series to bed. Their last map of the bracket.
Let's see if you can find a breakthrough. If you're Hibernations, you need to find the gunfights in the middle of the map because it's just so hard to find them on the point. Can't do it if Kicks is shooting that straight. They can win it here. The Hellstorm being called in. One last roll of the dice for Hibernations.
Here it goes. I mean, it's just not going to be pretty for them. They're already going down. They're going to be back into the spawn. The game before the missile hits is going to be called. And there we go. Rock eventually put that one down. It didn't look as promising as it could have been, but a win is good enough. Flawless in the groups.
Yeah, really, really good from Rock Esports. We weren't too sure what to expect from them heading into these groups. They had a tough group, and they end up going flawless. Fantastic work from them. Heading into the bracket play, are they going to be the favourites? Is it Clutch Rayn? Honestly, it could go either way. It's going to be really interesting. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this playoff side of things is going to run out. I think my concern for Rock is their consistency. It seems as if they win a lot of series but lose a lot of maps whilst doing so. Okay, it's not necessarily a bad trait to have. Okay, you may have some issues, but at the same time, you still getting it over the line. An ugly win is better than a good loss, so to speak. So, for them, there's still opportunity to go and do something in this playoff bracket. Of course, they're going to go through as one of the teams who will completely follow us in their groups, and that's what they would have set out to do.
As you can see the difference there, realistically, not every single cylinder firing, but hybrid nations. But Rocky Esports get the win, and here's the bracket. It has been locked for a while. We can have our winners round 1 games. Clutch Rayn versus Hybrid Nations. Trinity 1 game are facing Synes. Dark Horse Esports against Project 7. And Night Vibes will be taking on Rock Esports that we just saw. So, some pretty good games in the beginning there. Tan, what's your favourite?
Oh, to be honest with you, I think Treaty 1 against Signs is going to be a banger. Dark Horse against Project 7, either one of those two in the middle. Absolute bangers. I'm kind of going to lean towards Dark Horse against Project 7. I think that'll be a really, really good game. Admins, if you're listening, that's the one I pick.
There we go. We're getting things done well in advance of what game we'll be seeing here on Alpha tomorrow. Of course, if you aren't fed up of Call of Duty action, there is even more to come. Not just tomorrow when we go into the bracket here on Challengers Elite, but North America is winging its way to your screens. They also have the same groups to finish out that we do, so they'll be finding out who exactly goes into what position and where in Group A and B in North America. But that'll be on our screens very soon, Ton. But I'm looking forward to the bracket.
Yeah, really looking forward to Euro tomorrow, but North America should be an absolute banger tonight as well.
It certainly should. Well, all that and more coming up on your screens in just a short while. Don't go anywhere. North America is coming, but that's all from EU tonight. So we will see you in a bit.
Welcome in, everybody, back to, of course, our Challengers Elite Season 1. A last final day of group stages to see who will be our teams making it to our playoff bracket. My name is Dandro. We'll be covering the games today, and of course, could not do it without my duo, Mr. Enigma Cass himself. A brand new name change for you, buddy, but you're still the same old big brain that I know and love.
I appreciate that, and very much so looking forward to getting into all that we have to come today. It's one of those moments, fork in the road. Have you come this far to just come this far, or are there more chapters in your elite season? Time to find out, brother. Can't wait to do it alongside yourself.
Well, if you're just joining us, let's do a little bit of a recap on the standings from last week to see where our teams sit. We'll be going through all the permutations. Don't worry on how different teams need to make their way on in. But when we kind of look at our two different groups, it looked a little bit different than maybe what everybody was expecting. On the Group A side, you got 5 Fears and 4 Fun Esports really leading the pack. And for Group B, it was Project Notorious just being able to absolutely basically run worlds, ending our week in a 4-0, only dropping 2 maps. So that was in a game 5 against Falcons Academy Green. So really impressive stuff, I think, on the Group B side there. And Group A really kind of shaking out as the group of death, as we were calling it.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, for Group B, there will be many more questions asked yet of Notorious, but I think they've answered a couple that we had coming into the Elite. They don't slip up against many teams. They're overcoming a couple of those hurdles. Will the teams coming out of Group A, they'll provide the tests to really show us the task that they're up to. And that Group A has turned into the group of death that you so mentioned. Unfortunately for Next Threat, who I think end up in a tough situation, considering that their star AR gets picked up, taken into the league. They have to find a last-second change, and that player just doesn't really fit the system, and it's been a tough ride for him individually. I'm sure we'll get onto that at some point, but otherwise, 3 teams sitting 2-2, and they'll have a lot to make happen today across our schedule, my friend, because they've got to essentially take destiny into their own hands. Otherwise, you're staring down the barrel of not making it to the next stage.
Hey, I saw some questions in the chat. Where can I watch some of these different games? Well, here you go, my friends. Here on the Alpha stream, we're going to be covering, of course, this Telluride Bush versus High Treason. But if you want to check out that Next Threat versus 5 Fears, or the OMiT Brooklyn or 4 Fun Esports matchup that's going on right now, guess what? You can head on over to youtube.com/COD Challengers. Click on any of the different streams. We've got 3 running today for this first set and the second set as well, if you want to go ahead and tune on in. Some banger matchups, though, today, my friend, that we have going on all the way through. And I think I want to kind of use this OMiT Brooklyn versus 4 Fun Esports to, I think, really kind of talk about just sort of the gravity of what we have here today, and sort of when we looked at that, of course, standings from last week. 4 Fun Esports, I think, is starting to turn heads a little bit here. Enigma, we knew they were going to be a formidable team, right? But they are coming on in, and I think they really shocked a lot of our viewers last week.
Yeah, well, they only come together in time for Cup 3 to this 4 Fun Esports roster. They then qualify to everyone's surprise, beating out Bush in the deciding match to basically land themselves in the pot. And this is to players with a bit more experience. Phantom's in particular a veteran of the space. Yep. Proda, he's been around for a little bit of a minute. Impressive in the showings that we've seen, and seemingly getting better by the week. Vic and Peel, two absolute rookies. Let's put this straight out there. These guys are new to this, have played on through the younger spaces, but this is them stepping up and showing exactly what they're worth. I'm asking for a little bit more out of Vic and Peel. I think there's some inconsistencies there, but I think in Phantoms, you've got an S&D demon. This guy's a 1.45 right now, sitting comfortably inside that top 10, and importantly, winning 70% of his opening duels, really taking that mantle of veterancy and leadership on his shoulders and guiding this team to far greater heights than anyone saw coming.
Yeah, I think that was the real impressive thing last week, was seeing these newcomers in Peel and Vic, right? Really being able just to kind of run through some of those maps. Peel had some really highlight moments, popping 2 and 3 pieces that weren't just errant, right? They were key linchpin moments in those maps that really helped set them up for some higher energy moments during those maps later on in that series. So I'm right there with you. I like that we have the veteranship. This is sort of the classic sort of mixture we like to see on some of these challengers teams, right? If you can pair up 2 really impactful veterans with some hot gunny newcomers to the scene coming on through, you can sometimes catch a nice little spark here, and that's what 4 Fun really has. Hopefully Peel and Vic have really been kind of leaning on Phantoms and Proto to understand here's how we need to play. Here's what you got to do in those situations, right? You've had a week since these matches. You've been able to scrim. You've been able to hit the VOD review. Hopefully you've been able to kind of have some learning stuff where you can come in this week. You only really need to play this first matchup that's really going on, and then you'll be able to kind of hopefully sit back. They've already qualified to the bracket.
They certainly have, and this is the perfect opportunity for them to potentially practice some map pool stuff. Now, this isn't going to be the series that we deep dive into to kick things off, but while we're here, while we're talking about it, it certainly looks like that they are doing that in their matchups, because they've gone with a set that doesn't really suit them, more suits OMiT Brooklyn, and what that could do to our whole permutation situation remains to be seen, but it's clearly them trying to set themselves up in the best possible way for playoffs.
Well, you mentioned it. Let's kind of talk about some of the permutations. One of those teams that is really riding it this week is the Telluride Bush. They came in last week. They had that marquee matchup against OMiT Brooklyn, right? We're like, okay, fantastic, good. This is feeling great. But then they 3-0 OMiT Brooklyn, and then they come on in, and they actually lose in their next matchup, and then it just didn't really go well from there in their next set of games, right? And so they're kind of coming on in here. They're 2-2 in their record, and they're basically in this situation of if you win, you are in, because it's going to be Telluride Bush versus High Treason. It's kind of the winner of this will be able to make their way on in. If the Bush do lose and OMiT Brooklyn beat For Fun Esports, though, you will have the Telluride Bush and OMiT Brooklyn making it on in. But let's talk about this team here, Enigma, because they have some highlight players, and I want to start with Capsule, who really kind of ran some worlds in some of those maps last week.
He did. However, it's a weird one, because Capsule has been in the form of his life, it seems, over the opening stages of this season. But it feels like he's been nulled just a little bit. The shine's been kind of taken off just a little when it comes to this elite. And I think it's a case of people just isolating him, recognizing what they can do. You've had struggles coming out of ProLoot in particular. Fire's also been inconsistent. And because of that, he's struggling to have the impact that he would like to on the map as Capsule. But a big player to talk about through today, I think, is going to be Spar. This man currently rocking a 1.02 through the season. I know you're getting a look here at some of the numbers that he's been putting up. I mean, a 1.18 there, damage 12k, overload KD of a 1.43. These are numbers that are really guiding the team forward in their series. When you're seeing those kind of numbers, but you're still struggling in those series, you've got to ask what's happening elsewhere, but Spar's certainly doing his bit.
I mean, putting up 12k damage against Next Threat, 94 kills total, is some pretty insane stat lines, like you said, and even against a team like OMiT Brooklyn. That's why shout out the boy Easy Mac for grabbing some of these stats, because this is like versus an 0-4 Next Threat team where you are really expected to really push the envelope against that team. You're seeing that stat line against a very formidable OMiT Brooklyn team. You're still seeing stats that are just right up there, and that's what I love to see out of Spart. Now the question is, can you still manage to do that this week in a linchpin game against High Treason? Let's talk about High Treason a little bit here, Enigma, because they were also a team that last week I think maybe turned some heads. I think we had kind of written off this team maybe, but they come on in. They beat Next Threat in a 3-0. Unfortunately, they do lose to For Fun and OMiT in both 0-3s, but I'm watching some of these players have some highlight moments on the map.
Certainly, and that one of those players has to be Nementions. It feels like he could either drop a 1.5 or a 0.5 at any given moment. This guy is the definition of X Factor. I know the version that I want to see. It's that young gun, that up-and-comer, that player that's going to burst through, make waves, and shock a couple of folk on the way. But the player that's actually probably been the best on this roster for me is one that you and me took a look at early on in the season. Felt like he was incredibly impressive, but in a very different role, and that is going to be Icons. Yes. Now, for the CABAL roster at the start of the year, he was the glue guy, the objective player. He's been showing very much so that he can be so much more than that, helping this High Treason team get to a point that they never thought they'd be at.
Well, both rosters definitely looking on some of their key players to make sure that they are coming out swinging, because, well, guess what? If you were expecting some high energy, varied map set, you're not getting it in this first one. No. It's triple den to kickstart us into a double scar if we get to those last 4 or 5 modes. Now, we were looking at these maps and modes before we went live here, Enigma, and I want to kind of pull the viewers' attention down to these picks and bans, because really what it comes down to, Telluride Bush, right? We're talking about this Game 3 overload. They are not good at this mode. I think we can safely say that. They did manage to win on Scar last week, but they're getting put on Den because they actually banned exposure. They do not want to play it. You're only left with either Scar or Den, and it really feels like High Treason, they do not want to play them on that map.
Yeah, interesting map set, this one. Den Hardpoint straight up suits Bush. They're 3-0 on it. This is their linchpin. This is exactly where they want to be, sure. After that, it's a bit iffy, really, for Bush Gaming. You're kind of 0-1, 0-1, 1-0, 0-1. So not much in the victory column there. Meanwhile, for High Treason, you certainly look better when it comes to that map 3, that Den Overload. You're 2-1 there. And when it comes to the Scar Hardpoint, you're also 2-0 there. So if you do get these first 2 maps potentially going Bush's way, the problem that they have with their weaknesses in Overload is it sets you up in that position where you can be reverse swept. And High Treason, back half of this series, they get there, they'll be licking their lips.
And I think that's really all you have to do. If you're High Treason, you are just saying, we just need to steal one of these first 3 maps, right? You can get smoked in the hardpoint, you can get smoked in the search and destroy. Wouldn't be surprised to see that. I think they might be turning their eye, Enigma, towards this Den Overload and just say, we're almost expecting the reverse sweep, right? We're trying to come on in here. We want to just take the back half of this map set and kind of run away with it. And it's not a terrible idea just to manage to kind of lean on that, right? I feel like it's really, really interesting when we kind of talk about these maps and modes, just looking at maybe the setup for High Treason. But man, we know the stakes for this matchup, and I love that the maps and modes are kind of showing both teams are really trying to dig in and maybe pull some tricks out of the bag.
Oh, 100%. And again, guys, to clarify, Bush win this, they are through. They do not need to worry about anything else. If they win this, Bush and OMiT get through to playoffs. Bush lose, you must see OMiT lose. So I know there's a lot of the unshaven out there, a lot of the hashtags, a lot of the emojis, a lot of the holds coming out in the chats. If you see Bush struggle for the early stage of this, you're also wishing very much so for a For Fun Esports continuation of what has been a very impressive group stage thus far, but we are not long away then from map 1, my friend, and we've talked about it. We've highlighted our key players, talked about how this looks. Again, this map 1 largely sits in Bush's hands. They are 3-0 on it. It's where they've been best so far, and to really make a statement to remind everyone just how good they are, they need to do the exact same here.
Well, let's get a kick started here. You got that P1 towards the middle of the map on that statue side. We know this map can get a little bit mixy on this P1 side. And Spark already, we highlighted him for a reason. Starting to rip heads with that M15 in hand, as it is a basically pinstripe kill feed. Will end up in the side of High Treason, as they will look to just hold on. And you got Dimensions playing on this outside. Do a little bit of the do-si-do against Capsule. Pre-fires will come on through. You cut down. Route will not go ahead and come on through. Managing to hold back these Telluride Bush players here on the spawn. And already, Enigma, it's some very, a little bit of solid time from High Treason on this P1.
Certainly is. If you are Bush, you're just trying to contest for a moment and stop that bleeding. With the first 20 seconds, though, on the board. All for the boys in red, but it's setting up for that P2. Going to be important now. And Bush, they've got to pick their fights carefully here, because as you see, there's a lack of numbers available to them for this defensive hold. They do at least get 2 bodies in there, but well, players have actually managed to make his way through to the lobby and is found, so that will give you the opportunity to set up.
Huge kill on an 8 in there. You don't want these spawns to flip. You can see Spark kind of flirting on that backside. You do not want to let any of these players spawn in behind you or manage to basically flip this on out. It's some great time right now for the Telluride Bush on P2. Spark gonna kind of lock down that middle. You got Capsule on the point. 1 and 4 so far, but not worried just yet. Your teammates are falling, though. You have to hold the line, and it's not going to be enough. ProLoot gonna be the last man near the point. Cuts on down by Pistol evaded. And look at this, and you got Vale in the back holding that spawn. You had some good first time. You had the right idea, but it's a fantastic break coming out from High Treason that will net them a little bit of the scrap time on P2.
Spark manages to take all 4 on the route in there, by the way. And we'll get help with the 5th as well from ProLoot. So the rotation's on here. Relatively tight game after the second. Spawn's still going to be in for High Treason, so if ProLoot tries to hit this, does slip the net at least and find 1 body, but it's going to basically turn into a 3v3 on the point, and Bush is going to flood.
High Treason doing a great job chaining this P2 into making a P3 scrappy already. You're trying to hit through mid right now. If you are Telluride Bush, you've gained a lot of this attention, but ProLoot on the back. Dravik is firing. You only got 6 more bullets. You don't even matter, though. Capsule, he's good for a nice, solid trade. Telluride Bush will hold on in. That's some of that veteranship that we like to see. Gain the lead right now, and you see Spark 8 and 4 already looking to hold it on in. Has a Hellstorm in the back pocket, by the way. We'll want to keep that one for later on into the match. Secure some of these a little bit stickier points that we have coming on in. But for now, High Treason, you got to back on up and prep for P4.
If you are a Bush fan, you'll be very glad to see not only the instantaneous break, but that it comes from Prolu. He really struggled with hard points last week, but much better at the start of this one. Not only with the kills, but impactful. Spark trying to clear out this back patio, wins the fight, but the rest of his teammates drop alongside him, so that will give High Treason the setup. Dojo going to be important for Dimensions to control here, and first fight will be a draw. Takes some damage from the nade, backs off, trying to hold.
They've hit a little bit of a loop. I don't think they realize Dimension's still here. He's going to go ahead, get the burn. Proloot will cut you on down, but I think you've done the damage that you need. Teammate Icon surges on forward. It's good for the trade. Aiden making the read. The Bush is all pushing from this broken side. You got 3 members here. Even though you die, that is a good amount of information. Spark, though, will be able to find 2. Icon's in server will answer back in kind. His High Treason look to bang this one on out from the front.
And, well, Bush just walks straight in. Prolute with another 3 on the board, all backed up by his teammates. Playing as a unit right now. Capstone might be 5-11, usually their star playmaker, but Prolute and Spart happy to do it all. Prolute gets himself into guns here, will back down correctly so, and that's just set Spart up for 2 and make it another 3-6 in a row, having himself a hell of a start to this series. And as we head back to P1, our second set of rotations will be just shy of a 40-point lead for Bush Gaming, and they've got all the opening kills that should set them up for some nice time here.
I mean, and then towards the back of that hill, I was watching Vale makes this huge wrap, just the whole platform, waits for P1 to pop, and unfortunately just gets gunned out of his shoes. It's a lot of time you're not spent being impactful on the map, and that's going to let Telluride Bush on the second set of rotations. They're starting to set it up. They've won this initial gunfight. They're gaining a lot of this P1 time in a hill that primarily you are just kind of hoping for scraps that are there. But High Treason, about halfway through this hill, they'll get to answer on back, and it's some huge kills going their way. They'll hopefully get some points here to try and get back on into the game, but I don't know. I'm seeing Telluride Bush. They're already trying to make their moves to set up for P2.
Yeah, Bush played that interestingly. They decided to take the north side of that isolated lane, and spread themselves quite thin. What that gives High Treason an opportunity to do is essentially just punch straight through the middle of the map, gives them that instant break, and then they know they can rotate through to 2 as well. But Spart with a big 2-piece. Now, I'm not even sure if he collided there. Insane timing on those kills. Potentially a third lined up in front of him as well, and does get dropped, unfortunately, by a teammate who will then help clean up Icons. But numbers flooding in now for 2.
You've done what you need to do, though. You're controlling the spawns right now. You're hitting from the back. You managed to crack open this point. You brought it back into your favor. Telluride Bush doing a great job. Get this lead and hold. Capsule 8-13, but it's doing what he needs to do, putting himself in the best possible scenario to find these kills. Get the information for your team, because look at Mr. Spart himself. 22-8 right now. You got a Hellstorm in the back pocket, helping will your team to victory. If you're Fire or Cap, you're not even too worried about the stat line, because your ARs are firing on all cylinders.
Bush with a bit of fortune there, as well as Vale falls off the map trying to jump the rooftops. Icons will get himself in for the last 2, but that scrap time will be, well, I was going to say a little bit of comfort. You do get traded out eventually, so it's down to around a 60-point lead for Bush. But that will feel lovely as you set yourself up for 3. Now, remember the break last time. Look at Prolute. He's already on his route here, trying to set up that pinch as you did previously. In comes the Hellstorm as well. It's going to shift these bodies around and give you all the intel. Prolute not able to activate off the back of it, but this should at least clear the point, give your teammates an opportunity to flood in.
Yeah, I like that. Use this Hellstorm. Push them inside. You're only going to be able to find Aiden with it, but I think you've done the damage that you need. You called it out. It's beautifully. Let the rest of your teammates fly on forward. Capsule, he cuts one on down. Dravik in hand. Looking to maybe find anybody. Looking to try and get antsy through the mid side of the map, though. And already starting to see Dimensions. Can you hit this hop-up? Can you find a timing? No, you cannot. Spark will cut you on down. The last sort of trades going in on the point, but the Telluride Bush will hold strong. Just looking to cut down all of these members of High Treason. If they'll hold the rest of this point, which it looks like they will, they're going to cross that 200-point threshold. Looking very good on this Den hard point.
Capsule does very well there through middle, just to give his teammates the support, ensuring that the late hit doesn't happen for High Treason. And Spart, of course, who else in this map? Good lord, 25-11 onto Prolute, not really to be outdone. Finds 3, breaks straight in, and High Treason sent packing yet again. We're now doubling up on our opposition. Bush Gaming looking phenomenal map 1.
Oh my god, that's what we call ice in the veins from a veteran of the Call of Duty scene. A nice little 3-piece to help your team set up onto this P4. You're looking to hold it on in. I mean, Enigma, if they just keep shooting like this, they could end this game here. Capsule slides on out. He'll get cut down, but it doesn't matter because the rest of your team, you're still holding these spawns. You are still cutting down these members of High Treason. If you're High Treason, you have to get on in, but you're not even going to have the time. Capsule's good for 2. A Hellstorm in from above. Only 4 more points needed. Prolute on the backside, finding the kills that he needs. Trades come on through, and just like that, Telluride Bush kickstart our series with a hell of a game number 1, my man. We had some questions. We said, hey, Telluride Bush, we know that they're good at this map. I think they're showcasing maybe you have another auto veto against this team.
I absolutely think you're showcasing an auto veto to everybody else. And let's face it, Bush have no choice but to showcase and exemplify just how good they are on this map. They needed it in the pool. They have to win this, really, to get through to playoffs, keeping that destiny in their own hands, as we've said so many times. There was an element of control as well to that entire map. Didn't matter if they were chasing through the earlier stages or whether or not it was running away, as we get a look at the scoreboard here. Esport 27 and 15, Prolute 29 and 18. That's a hell of a set of figures. But again, to highlight Prolute, guy struggled last week, 0.88 in hard points. He was 39th out of 48 players, putting himself solidly inside that bottom 10. He'll be lifting himself out today, lifting that damage and amount of kills straight up there. On over to Bravo. This is Challengers. We don't do slowing down. We don't do big breaks anymore. We get straight back into the action, and 5 Fears will be facing the next threat.
And you can see we're already a little bit here deep on this Scar hardpoint, and 5 Fears, well, they are looking to run away with it. They were kind of the Neslo team of last week, right, my friend? They were taking that 2-3-5, off of a lot of our top teams, but it seems like here, maybe going to try and maybe work on the hardpoint a little bit, as they will be up 100 points roughly on next threat. We had a lot to say about this next threat roster, specifically around Yeez, and unfortunately it looks like some of our concerns from last week looking to try, and they're still here a week later.
They certainly are. To painfully paint that picture, Yeez is dropped a 0.75 across hardpoint last week, so it's slightly better than that, at least here, I think. Maybe my math is wrong, actually. Maybe it's actually worse, but either way, we're hoping that he can figure that out a little bit. For 5 Fears, taking a hardpoint would be pretty good. They are 2 and 5 in the mode coming into today. 8 and 2 though across S&D and Overload. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to check out all the action, every match will be on stream. You can do that at YouTube/COD Challengers. But we've got a game over on Charlie, OMiT Brooklyn and For Fun. And this one's tied up quite close coming into what is a new P4 for this Blackhawk hardpoint.
And look how close it is, Enigma. 170 to 192. For Fun, they'll lead it for now, but Blackheart is a fickle mistress, and just like that, it can swing one way or another. It's a solid 2-piece for Aluka, but For Fun, they're ready to make some of these trades. They're keeping it mixy. You're getting the spawns in on the back. You'll see the arrows go ahead and flip as For Fun. They're going to try and bang out through this front. Proda is here. That's a nice little nade just to get the damage that you're looking for. Not entirely sure. Nate trying to slide in and out here. Will get cut on down. Proda good for 2, but Fellow in the bag. He'll answer, and Kine almost gets the 3, but will get cut on down. For Fun Esports, they're going to hold on to this P4, doing such a great job, and Proda being a nuisance in the back.
Proda 34 and 20, by the way. He's having himself a game. Very much so enjoying the chaos that Blackheart brings, but Brooklyn will control all of that for now and continue to hold on to P4. Vic looking to lock in the middle of the map just to slow that rotation over, but that will open things for Brooklyn to pick their routes, and they just decide to punch straight through P4 side. Peel will find that kill in the back, and this wave already stunned from Brooklyn, but For Fun, they don't have intel on where the rest of the bodies are coming from yet.
It's kind of a little bit of a stalemate on this backside. It's a 3v3 stare down that's here. Peel, though, he'll at least be able to find Brack, but OMiT Brooklyn. It's 4 dead onto For Fun, and they will look to try and take this hard point. Only 30 more points needed, though, for For Fun to take this map number 1. Put them up 1-0 in the series. Nate, he's going to back on down. You're begging for these players to surge on forward. Any trade from the team? Yup, you got him, and it's from none other than Aluka. Will cut down to Peel and Vic, dropped dead in their tracks as well. OMiT Brooklyn, just like that, off some key gunfights. They're going to tie this one on up.
Certainly will. It all comes down to that hit that they decide to make on the rotation. Just catches For Fun out. They're not expecting it. Heads are all on a pivot, and they're not looking the correct direction, but into a P1. We could settle it here. Both teams could win off of this, but obviously hotly contested. Should you allow it to be? And Felony finding 3, make it 4, will break you straight in. This hill is certainly one you can control. Definitely a hill that can be defended, but for Brooklyn to lose the first, well, you're looking to just draw up the line now, draw that cordon, and, well, welcome For Fun straight to your arms.
It's none other than the vet fellow himself to get a nice little 4-piece to get you the time you need on this P1. Only 10 more seconds needed. Aluka playing out of control. Will cut down one. Fellow AR in hand. Still ripping, baby. Nate gonna try and hold the line before fun. They're gonna keep this mixing. I know it's only 4 seconds that you need, but they are not gonna let it go easy. Spotting close. They're flying on board. 20 still more seconds on this hill. OMiT, they're gonna keep flying at this as long as they can. Vic cut down into the man. It's a 2-piece for Aluka, and that's all you need to have it go your way. Map number 1 going towards OMiT Brooklyn, my friend. We knew tonight's matchups were going to be bangers, but it seems like across the board, everybody's delivering here on the hard point.
Oh, 100%. We know what we're in for. It's going to be action all the way through this evening, as it has been for the Elite, as it has been for Challengers. We'll be hopping back in with our Alpha game pretty certain. That's obviously going to be the map 2 S&D after a dominant map 1 from Bush. But coming back to that one that we just watched there, great work from Brooklyn. They hold on to P4 for a long time. Came into that, they were trailing by about 30 points. Lock down P4, then punch straight through the heart of the opposition setup. Don't give them a chance to really lock down that P5, and that then gives them the opportunity to shut things down in P1. Esport. Oh, he nearly gets a pretty one to give us a first 2, but it's just the one to get things going here.
Yeah, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Challengers, where once you pop, the fun don't stop. And Spark looking to try and use this round 1 with this sniper to use. And oh my gosh, almost gets the third with the pistol. Doesn't matter, though. The teammates are there to trade. S&D coming on out. Telluride Bush carrying a lot of momentum from that hard point.
Certainly are. Spart does great work. I think he will be a bit disappointed by that death, though. That's one with the sniper. Really didn't need to chow that. Could have just let his boys hit it instead. And I don't even think he gets the kill in the end. I don't think he'll get an assist. So that might be one to come back to bite you in the ass later. But for now, it's a great opening round. Solid defense. Now, where do you decide to move the bomb to on your offensive push? Looks like it's going to be a bit of a 1-2-1 split here. Standard approach. The question is Spotty pulled out the sniper for B? Yes. No. Changed it.
Capsule making his way through the middle. Is he going to be able to clear out this player on that top side? Bomb starting to go down at A. Treason is going to back on up. They get a read. Nothing's happening over at B, so let's go ahead. Let's start making some of these rotations on over. Fire with a nice nade. We'll get confirmation that there's players lurking nearby. Dimensions will throw his own nade on in. I don't know if it manages to connect, but it's all you're looking for. Tax starting to come in up over the top. Fire laying in wait. Finds his one, backs away, and that's what you're looking for. The rest of the team starts to fly on forward and activate. Vale last alive for High Treason. It's a quick plant from the Telluride Bush, and it's a fantastic hold.
Yeah, very quick hit there. Out towards that outer lane. As soon as they picked up where the opponents may be. Wasted 0 time. Spot here on the pinch. Heads up stuff. Starting the way he ended the hard point. Very much so looking like a man who's all about his business and ensuring his team qualify for playoffs. Knows what it takes to be successful in the Call of Duty League, as well as here in Challengers. Understands a big day, big moment. That's when big players step up. High Treason, what do you have to answer this?
It's really what I'm looking at. What can you do on this offensive round? Because if you go down 0-3, we've all seen it time and time again in these series. It can be a little bit worse for wear. Prolute mid statue. He claims the first blood, but is immediately traded on out. Capsule hitting the route. Shots get a little bit shaky as both players of High Treason will turn around and cut you on down. Leaves you with a 3v2 if you are the Telluride Bush. Nail. Bomb planted. Irons on up. Finds one. Spart from the backside. Can't manage to find it. So High Treason. They do answer back, Enigma, with some heads-up plays. They do not let those routes come on through.
No, and I like that it's brave as well. You've just lost the opening 2 rounds. You got kind of curb stomped in the hard point. They send 3 players straight in through this server side. And, well, they waste no time. I mean, you called it yourself. You lose the first blood, but you instantly trade it out, making that completely void and ineffective. And it's just the overwhelming amounts of bodies that do enough to lock down that bomb plant. I don't mind what Bush is trying to do there. Instantly try and break that defensive setup, not allow it to sit in place. But when you're outnumbered like that, it's just the way it goes sometimes.
Well, we asked for some signs of life from High Treason, and they did deliver. But can you manage to do the same here on defense? Tie up this search and destroy round count. Spart will ring out a couple of shots. of course, on that side, and that's gonna, I think, back them on down, clear out this B side. But look at the routes coming on through. You got Vale and Icons starting to make their way on through, and I'm waiting to see if this read happens. Because you also have the two other members in mid who can very quickly collapse on this if they need to. And that's exactly what happens. Vale opens it up onto Spart. Trade immediately there. Capsule starts flying on forward. You catch one, not even paying attention to you. Prolu, you got an idea on the platform. Dimensions cut on down. Fire slides on out. And it is just a fantastic hold there from the Telluride Bush. You get the bomb down, and it's just all reads on where these players are coming on through. And you manage to just have a fantastic offensive round.
I love what High Treason are intending. Send 3 players down that A lane and essentially set up a little bit of a pinch, a bit of a surprise play. Icons gets a little bit unlucky on the time. The problem is you make a major misplay in that moment, and that is you don't pick up Capsule, who then has his own moment of flanking in through the back. He's completely unpicked through that. So great work from Cap. I'm not sure if it was trigger discipline or just a little bit of fortune. Either way, he activates at the right moment to make that round very easy.
Definitely feel like High Treason had a moment there that, you know, a little bit of communication. You have two and two. Fly for it. You know, you come out with trades, you come out on top, and all of a sudden you're now just trying to play a little bit of retake. High Treason, here you go. Next offensive round. Flies at this B-bomb site. And it will go in their favor, but it is going to be Dimensions on the bomb. Gets it on down. Him and Icons playing together hand in hand. Gonna try and just hold from a couple of different angles. Prelude and fire. They're gonna try to push on in here. Prolude's gonna slide on out. Rips Icons on down. And where's Dimensions for this trade? Absolutely nowhere. Starting to run through server. You still have 25 seconds on the clock. Telluride Bush, they are playing split here. Dimensions, he might be able to find a timing if he's careful. Prolude runs right by him. Rechecks, and the fire is there. The shots are in. Dimensions had the opportunity to turn that into a very quick 1v1, but I like the idea that trigger discipline comes on through, but unfortunately, you're down rounds. You got to take your opportunities where you have.
Yeah, that's one of those plays. You pull it off, you look like a genius. You don't, well, it looks like this on main stage. Tough one for Dimensions. As you said, liked the idea. The problem there comes back to the play. It's a 2v2, bombs down. Icons needs to just buy time, just look over it. Goes for the reload, and as he does that, gets Child, loses his head. That puts Dimensions in an awful position. His original play was to try and set up a pinch, run through mid, flood through, collapsing through the backside of a bomb. But unfortunately, when his teammate drops, puts him in a very rough spot and leaves your team 3 rounds down.
I mean, we knew this Bush roster was very good at search and destroy, and I think you're seeing a lot of that prowess get shown here in this high-stakes match. Axe and nades getting thrown out. A couple of set nades going on through. We'll give you some info that we see there. Aiden's going to back on down. You see Capsule jumping around here. Just playing this cross. Bomb very quickly. Goes down at A. You have a nice little setup, and I like where Spart is sitting. He looks the right way at the right time. He's going to see these players. I don't know if he sees Icons there, but he's actually going to continue to back on up. Look through this P2 side. He might be able to catch at least one of these players on the push, and that would be huge. And he's going to. He finds one. You don't see the second, but that's all the info you need. Fire turns the sights on over with the rest of your team. You're getting pushed from the back. Aiden here from the front. Fire good for a trade. Icons pistol in hand. Trying to push on through.
Oh.
It's a crucial 1v1, and he's going to be able to do it. High Treason, they're sticking in this one.
Yeah, great retake from them. Brave just decided to hit it. I was a little bit concerned when you fall for the nades and rotate completely over to that B bomb. The quick to collapse on A. Just do enough to win the gunfights, importantly. Nothing fancy about it. Just straight up handling business. Fire gets a little bit unfortunate here. Not sure what he's trying to do, but either way, it didn't work. Icons cleans it up with a pistol. Great stuff. The one thing I will say so far, and I wonder if Bush will pick this up, High Treason are leaving the middle of the map completely open. The last 3 rounds, they've not sent a single body there. Bush, very astute players when it comes to S&D. Had a little bit of a wobble last week across the mode, but generally speaking, this is where they are strongest. If they suddenly realize they can just punch a hole straight through the middle of the map here, well, these next 2 rounds could come quite easily.
That's what I'd like to see. We're already starting to see Aiden maybe make that realization himself. Looking through that window, but Prolute is going to be the one to claim first blood. Capsule really drops in return, though, so you're not going to be able to take full advantage of it for the time being. Nades going in across. Back down High Treason for now. Dimensions. Boomstick in hand. Can you find a pick? Can you help bring the tide in your favor as you are getting pushed and flies on forward? Immediately trade is there, and it is just all out chaos for the time being. Spart, he's gonna find the last final 2 that he needs, though. Oh my god, it's ProLoot flying through the arches like a madman, but it all works out in the end.
Hey, Bush, say anything you can do, we can do better. Very happy to take the gunfights here. ProLoot flying through does indeed turn all the heads and just turns it into a straight up bloodbath. Basically, Spart knows where the last two are, knows that they're softened up, and does the damage, the killing blow to put his team on map point and going 2-0 up in this series. 9-5 from him so far. Very impressive map one. Definitely MVP of proceedings thus far.
Could be on series point here with a very quick round. Offense for the Telluride Bush. Nade's coming out from Spart. Lets him know somebody's back here in this dojo side. Good shot. You get the wall bang that you're looking for. No, but it's the damage that'll back down Veil. You do have icons on the crossfire. But Capsidol, he's going to find a play over towards that A side. So they know that if they want to backwrap this back to A, they can. Icons throws a shoulder, lets himself be known, and that is going to be what you are looking for if you are Telluride Bush. Capsule finds Veil as well in that backside. Trades are coming on through, though. You've managed to drop 2 icons on this side. He is putting in work. Spart on the bomb finds 1, but you still don't manage to see icons on the other side. High Treason. Map about to get taken away from them. It's just hold up, iron up, let the guns run hot. Fantastic stuff.
The optimist in me says that icons plays that very well. The pessimist says, what the hell were Bush doing? You're 4v2, bomb site in complete control. Just put the bomb down. Stop making it complicated. Why am I watching Capsule fly through that outer lane and get ripped apart, forcing his teammates to try and flood forward to get that bomb back up? That's a bad one for the Bush. Obviously, you're still up 2 rounds. Plenty of opportunity thus yet. But if you don't close this map out, that one's going to come back to haunt you.
5-3 curse is real. Can you beat it here? It's a full flood towards this B site. Bush do not want to let you try and hold this one on in. You've put Spart on an island over towards that A side. Map still wide open. A couple players lurking on through. ProLoot is going to iron on up. Finds one. Fires good to help soften up the second one and take the kill. Just like that, 2 members of High Treason do get dropped, and you're suddenly put into a 2v4. Icon spots the gun of that player, and it is just playing together as a team. Spark gets dropped in the mid, but it doesn't matter because you can move on forward if you are the Telluride Bush. And after maybe a questionable last round in round number 8, you answer back on in that round number 9 to take the air search and destroy Enigma and put yourself up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, I mean, all I'll think of that previous round is, you know, we know Easy Mac's out here doing the database, he's tracking the stats, maybe wanted an extra kill added up to our tally, I don't know. It was a weird play call, that's for certain, but you were so far in the lead, you make it look comfortable in the end. It comes so much down to those opening duels. Now, coming into this week, Bush, weirdly, were 2-4 in S&D, which has been their strongest mode. However, their opening duels have been strong all the way. They've just lost in 2 round 11s, basically. That's what makes that look considerably worse than it was. Reasserting themselves today is a very good team, picking up the vast majority of the first bloods and making it simple from there on out. On over to 4Fun v Brooklyn. Brooklyn clutching up in that map 1, but down heavy here in map 2.
Wow. Did not expect to see a 5-1 coming on over here immediately. 4Fun. Answer this one quickly. It looks like maybe they will here on this exposure. You lose Brack, and it's immediately you turn your tail and run if you are OMiT Brooklyn. 4Fun, though. They're going to keep chasing this one, and Peel will get rewarded. Just kind of taking their time, flying through mid. Nate does find Zvik on the back, but Phantoms is good for some trades, and just like that, 4Fun, they're going to even that series up into a 1-1. After a bang-out hard point, it is a slaughter in the search and destroy.
That was a nice visit into that series. Nice little 1-round stay for us. But yeah, I mean, we'll tie up that series. We'll head over to the Bravo stream then. Check out what they're up to. Also into map 2. Considerably earlier than anyone else thus far. This next threat. 1-0 up against 5 Fears. And in a 1v1, bomb down.
That's just Yeez versus KB. And we already saw that sniper shot come on out. And He's throwing those shoulders. I mean, they're on the attack. Bomb is down. And yeah, you've run out the time. You've done what you need to. I think if you can, surge on forward, take down KB. Can you eliminate that sniper life? It doesn't look like you'll be able to. So you help get around underneath your belt. Unfortunately, you did have an opportunity to take down one of those sniper lives, and it just slips away from you at the last second.
Yeah, 5 Fears down 2-0 in this one. You're completely correct to call it out, KB, protecting that sniper. We obviously don't see what happens in map 1, but that might be the last time he's able to use it. Going to 3-1, so he's been effective thus far. This team 5-1 in S&D coming into this week. But again, it feels like they're trying to expand their map pool here in this one. And I actually lost map 1. The hell?
Yeah. Okay. Good shots coming on through. Next threat. Doing a great job finding these kills that are there. And okay. I mean, 3-0 already for next threat in the search and destroy. We talked about it earlier. 5 Fierce was the team that was Nesloing everybody last week. Right? Fully expected to come on into the search and destroy to see, maybe something be a little bit more going their way. But here on Colossus, maybe this is just a comfort pick for next threat. I don't know, but they're looking good on it.
I mean, they certainly are. It's a weird one for next threat because despite their struggles in S&D, they actually have Johnny, who walked away with 1.5 over the entirety of last week. So he was certainly performing in search. But, well, as you said, 5 Fears, bread and butter. They've been Neslo and they've been so good in search. Some incredible performances individually, usually off the back of those opening duels. Last rounds tells us that they're not playing those very much so as a team right now.
Nobody really playing towards this mid side. This is what we saw last week. A lot of teams are just kind of banging out this ramp side, trying to just kind of square up against the different teams. But it looks like for next threat, they want to play on this outer P3 side. Standy. Flying towards this bomb. Can you get it on down? No, you're going to wait. You know somebody's going to try and challenge. You'll back down Eric. Boom. You'll hop up to P1. You play this as a duo. You catch the player, nade in hand, and unfortunately for you, you're gonna find the receiving end of that nade. A little bit of afterlife coming in from KB. You don't get the bomb down, and just like that, it's Johnny in a 1v3. Bomb down. They know exactly where you are. Time is ticking. Oh man, it was looking great for next threat, Enigma, but I don't even know how you call that. It's kill the player cooking a nade, you get dropped.
Call of Duty 4 Martyrdom, eat your heart out. It was impactful back then. Certainly does the job now too. Johnny's actually going to find one here, at least make it interesting. 6 seconds on the clock, that should be that. Unless 5 Fears have a generational choke moment. And
on 3.
You'll put one on the board, but yeah, that exactly. Johnny does well to stay alive and build himself ever closer towards streaks. That will see us 3-1. Next threat, 5 Fears. That will continue. We'll get confirmation about who won the hard point there. I thought 5 Fears were looking pretty good when we got the second to tune into it, but maybe next threat came running back and stormed their way in, which they need, really. They're already eliminated. They need a couple of different moments to build upon coming through the rest of the season. But we've obviously got a big series, my friend, over on Alpha, and this is Bush game against High Treason. Currently 2-0 up. We go into that Den overload. And the thing is with Bush, even though they're 2-0 up, we should be sitting feeling that they're quite comfortable. Although it's been a sticky problem for them all season.
Yeah, I mean, this is the real question, right? I mean, I think that we are looking at is that does Bush have another map in their arsenal that they can win on Overload? They look really good on Scar. They look really bad on Exposure. We haven't really seen them on Den. So let's go ahead and let's kickstart this one. It's already some early deaths going on the side of the Bush. And with that, High Treason, they're going to start to move this into that offensive zone. Capsule, no lane wait, slides on out, catches Aiden with the nade in hand. And yet again, it's another Afterlife. I don't know what's going on here today, but you make the trades that are needed. You pick up the EMP, and you're starting to race across towards that 8 side on the High Treason side of the map, and you got to cut your way on forward.
And confirmation, by the way, the next threat did beat 5 Fears in the hard point, so I don't know what the hell happened over there, but, well, we'll take it. Either way, Bush just trying to get the rock back. Dimensions picks up 2. Veil with another to seize control in Dojo. We'll start to move forward. Couple of bodies down, but you are going to spawn B side, which means High Treason just meet a wall of light. And there's a lot of damage and a killing blow for Dimensions in the end. Capsule flying in through the middle does enough. That will clear things out and reassert EMP into the Bush Gaming hands.
Capsule, pistol in hand. I'm not really seeing them. You know, I'd love to see Cap there back up a little bit, wait for some of the teammates, and then try and figure out a more coordinated push. He just picks up the EMP, pistol in hand, and moves it 3 feet, right? Gets cut on down. And already with that, you're seeing High Treason. They're playing together as a team. They're trying to take some space. Fire, though, thankfully, on this platform side. Cuts down 1. Can you find a second? No, you can't. High Treason looking to continue to move the rock on this B side. Starting to make their way on up, but You're right, Bush. They are just not letting you get any amount of space here. So while maybe we have some questions on that offensive side, I'll give the Bush some credit. They are playing some fantastic defense right now. They are not letting High Treason bring this EMP into their side.
No, I really like what Fire was doing, but we'll come back to that because Icon's making a dive for the boys and gets in. Gives up on the gunfight halfway through. Pistol damage did enough to ensure the Sparty had to back down regardless. You go up 1-0. For all the work the Fire had done, doesn't matter. But you will be ready for the spawning of the next device. And you're right on top of it. And probably just make a move. And, well, Capsule will retrieve and plant it home. 1 apiece to tie us up here.
That's what exactly I like to see there. Telluride Bush, they know where this EMP is spawning. They play towards that top side of the map, and it's just some pushes on forward to cut down those players. Just needs to become a trade fest. And then let's Capsule pick up that EMP, slide it on in to tie it on up. But we're now seeing basically the reverse happen yet again. Is High Treason. They watch this EMP spawn. They pick it on up. They slay their way across the B side. And it's just a very quick cap. We are seeing answer for answer right now. We got this middle spawn. What's going to happen? It's going to be Icon. He watches this EMP spawn on up. He grabs it, and you're just trying to push immediately through the center here. If you find these kills, Enigma, you might just be able to decide, do you want to go to A or B? You are really giving yourself a lot of possibilities.
Nice use as well with the device in hand. We're able to just slow this down. Vale's going to try and protect Icons in through lobby. Esport does very well with the wall bounce. Up high, hits the headshot. Drops his opponent. Dimensions now trying to play in through B. Stun will catch, and, well, the intel doesn't matter. Icons can't get there. Fire does enough. Great work from him and Spart. And now an opportunity to counter-push this. But do you want to continue to hit the same side, especially with the spawns coming in with the offer High Treason? I think you slow this down, get your boys in place, and then decide where you want to take the rock.
Yep, I think that's a great idea. That's exactly what we're seeing. Fire has that EMP in hand, just kind of flirting with that A side, backs on up, wants to wait for the teammates to come off spawn, have a little bit of a more coordinated push. And I like this. You got Capsule in that mid-statue area, trying to cut down some of these players towards this platform side. Already surging on forward. I don't want to see Fire be the point man here, though. You got 2 teammates with you. Let them go in first. Use this pistol. The Jaeger, it hits like a truck, but it's only really good for cleanup. Dax and Ace starting to come on in from High Treason. They slide on forward, and it's too easy of a kill onto Fire, and the rest of the Telluride Bush are dropped immediately. Dimensions picks that thing up. It is a full sprint. You're seeing the spawns come on through on the other side. It's 3 players from the Bush. They're going to make this read. They hold the line at the B side, and Dimensions, he does the same as well. Understands it's not enough from one wave of kills to get yourself on in. You got to get the teammates on over here. You need another wave if you want to clear this one on through, as Aiden will do it himself. It is 3 in a row. Vale finds the last one, and they're going to go ahead and slam that one on in. 15 seconds left in the half.
Aiden does incredibly well there. Just punches a gap, allows his teammate to breach and score. Doing something that just doesn't appear on a scoreboard in Overload.
Yep.
The intangible of making sure your device carrier is protected. And you still have a free hit here. 25 seconds. Will be Icons in control. Needs his boys to find himself yet another gap.
I mean, if you could somehow get this one for free, end the first half being up 4-1, that'd be great. But unfortunately for you, you are cut on down. But you'll take a 3-1 if you are High Treason after the first half. If you are the Telluride Bush, though, I think you're probably looking at that, realizing, hey, we had one really big mix-up, and that's why we're down 3-1. Otherwise, we could be looking at that. Could have easily been 2-2, could have easily been 2-1. But I think the thing to note here, Enigma, we saw how fast those caps came in. 3-1 might look like it's pretty good for High Treason. We could very easily see the Telluride Bush get back on into this Overload.
Certainly could. There was a moment there that you called out, and it was that Fire was the point man with the device. And the thing is with that, there's 2 factors. First one is, if that's going to be the situation where you're trying to bait Fire out, Bush have to be there to protect over the top of him. But also, the ticker, when it starts to move, you can really shift the defensive players around just by faking movement with the device. Fire stands himself in one corner. High Treason know what they want to challenge. When they fly out for that, they win everything. It's moments like that, they can't really happen in Overload. High Treason gobble it up, be well on top. As the dust settles in the middle of the map, should be Bush in control and with a route through to B.
That's what I like to see it already. ProLoot's going to be the point man. And you try and manage to find these opening kills that you need. Stun's coming in. You back down Dimensions for the time being. You start to see these aids come on through. It's a little bit of aggressive slide out as Capsule loses a crucial fight on the stairs. and it's 3 members from High Treason. They slide on out. They find the kills that they need, but more importantly, they've picked up the EMP. They are flying at this A site. They'll get to the dojo. They're going to go ahead, back it on down, slow down the pace just a little bit. Can you find these kills that you need? It's number 5. It's Aiden. He's got to find something through that mid, but unfortunately for you, Spark goes huge, finds a nice little 2-piece, and will force you to try and rotate over towards this B side. Pistol in hand. Icons can't make it happen.
I feel like I've lost count the amount of times we said Spark's gone huge in this series. And they'll need him again here as he tries to be the tip of the spear. Finds one. Traded though by Icons. 3 red in the feed. And Bush will have to reassess their hit. Prolute's got a lot of work on here as he hits 2 from mid and cannot find a single body. So it's another push forward from High Treason. And I like what Icons does there. Takes a second to pick up the device. Finds the kill first. Then starts to drop it back towards his boys.
And I like this. It's an immediately. You're trying to push this through mid. Can you get it to B? Especially when you have Aiden, pistol in hand, just doing what they can to cut down all these players. You get stunned up. Doesn't matter, though. High Treason. They get another one scored on in Telluride Bush. They're watching yet again another overload slip away from them.
One of the things High Treason aren't doing is making it complicated. They punch a hole, they send the device through. At the very worst, you drop it in enemy territory and you can fight to retrieve it there. Whereas for Bush, you've just not seen that same impact. Looking at Caps on fire right now. They need to come alive if there's going to be a comeback situation. 2 minutes 50 on the clock. At least 30 seconds will be burnt in spawn time. But just over 2 minutes to make this work. Gotta be pretty much perfect. Backing Vale into a corner is one thing, but he's going to take his time, stay alive. It's on Prolute to be the impact man.
Yeah, look at this before, but gets caught and just not ready there. And you're just watching all 4 members of the Telluride Bush get dropped there. Maybe a little bit too much of a hesitation will stop the Telluride Bush from making any headway here. And with that, it's going to be Dimension sliding on forward. Thankfully, Prolute's on this side. We'll be able to take down the EMP carrier. It's going to be sitting on this ledge. But guess what? That's not what you need to do. You need to get aggro if you are the Telluride Bush right now. And just like that, High Treason, they get it very close. But Bush, they'll hold on to it for just a second longer.
There's moments like that. Vale dies, sure, but you've got an opportunity to send bodies back at this. Ideally, not one at a time, High Treason. But you've got a moment to get your bodies over and win the next fight. Vale gonna fly forward. You drop it there, but there's dimensions here for the trade should it be required. And all of this just suits High Treason. Dimensions picking up 3 in a row, 28 and 14. We talked about him as a bit of an X factor. He's a player that certainly can light up a kill feed. Doing that in this one. But the more time we burn through, the longer it takes for Bush to even get one home, the more High Treason look like they're getting their way back into this series.
Yeah, I mean, High Treason, they don't even have to do anything aggressive right now, right? They already have the lead that they need. If you're finding these 3-4 dead, sprees, you're doing exactly what you need to do. You're burning the clock. You're not allowing Telluride Bush to get any map control. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're just going to say, hey, this EMP is spawning on this broken side. We'll go ahead. We'll just keep flying at you over and over and over again because we understand you guys got to win 2 waves of kills and you haven't been able to do that yet in this mode. And you're just keeping it mixy, doing whatever you can. You're going to see a little bit of a trade fest happen on the outside point, but we're down to the last final minute here of the second half, and I'm just not seeing what I need to see from Bush to convince me that they can come back into this game.
Well, absolutely not. Would need to be wave after wave of kills in white. And the overload struggles continue for this team. They've been good on Scar, but then exposure, just haven't figured them out yet. And again, I think some of it is just trying to be a little bit overcomplicated with it. High Treason, they'll find kills like this. You'll send your man in first if you're Vale. And, well, the idea, normally you just scoop the device and start to run forward. They don't get fancy with it. Look at your front man there. Aiden, he's already looking to punch that gap should it have been needed. And, to be honest, if Dimensions had lived through all that chaos, you'd probably have scored again. So, Bush, they'll accept defeat on this one. Go 2-1 in the series. And before the series, if we'd have come into it and I'd have said to you that Bush would have taken the first 2 maps and lost the overload, nobody would have been surprised by that.
Yep.
I think Dimensions showing again that X Factor capability puts up a hell of a scoreboard at the end of this one, showing yet again that he's that player. If he can lift his floor to be something a bit more consistent and keep those high figures coming, certainly wants to keep our eye on through the rest of this year.
Yeah, I think right now you're coming into basically the battle of 2 mindsets. If the Telluride Bush, you probably understand overload isn't your mo, and you got to shake that completely off and prep for that hard point. Now, if you are High Treason, though, you're looking at that and you're saying, all right, hey, we may have lost the first hard point, but this is one that we can come on in and we can try and ride this momentum of this overload to try and get into that map 4. But when we kind of talk about that, we got to talk about some of these players who are really starting to heat up. Dimensions being one, Veil being another. 36 and 18, 33 and 22. I mean, we're looking at 29 and 25 non-traded kills from those two. They are just lighting up the kill feed, and they're finding the kills where they matter.
Yeah, this is an important moment now for this High Treason team. I mean, of course, you've got to win this series to stand a chance, quite frankly, of getting through. But it's also a situation of, I mean, you could end up in a tough spot with various players kind of, I guess, kind of. You lose those first 2 maps, you're worried about where the rest of this series is going to go. Yes. But a moment like this now is that swing moment. What is probably what you've talked coming into the series about. Look, if we're down 2-0, we'd win the overload. We've got all the momentum on our side, and Bush will be quivering, knowing that this is how they've been undone multiple times in the past. So for High Treason right now, this was as much their plan B as their plan A was to go out and win the first 3 maps. They'll be quite happy with where they stand right now, knowing that the back half of this series, again, the map pool, it suits them.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting ready to head into a Scar hard point. You just fried out in a respawn. Your guns are hot. You're feeling good. But this is also where I know there were some words from the coach, Donnie Temp, on the Telluride Bush side of he wasn't really happy with the comms and the energy with the Bush last week. Have they worked on some of those things? Can they have that mental reset moment? Because just judging on what that hard point looked like on Den, 250 to 108, man, if they can have that same type of fire coming in here into the Scar hard point, they might just be able to kind of say, all right, we took our punch, but we're about to answer back with our own haymaker.
100%. I mean, this is where you want to be as well if you're Bush. You want to be calling it right here because that Game 5 clutch factor that we've known them for throughout most of the season, that seems to have evaporated, losing both of their Game 5s last week to 4Fun and 5 Fears. So right here, you want to be drawing things up. It's Scar Hard Point. It suits High Treason, sure, but the amount of talent that we have on this Bush roster, the amount of improvements they should have made in 1 week should be the moment to really light a fire under them and finish this off.
Hey, we knew that this matchup was going to be a banger all the way through. High Treason keeping it interesting. We're going to go to a quick break, everybody. We come back. We're going to be jumping on in to that map number 4, Scar Hardpoint. The last day of group stages for the Challengers Elite Season 1 has been nothing but absolute cinema, and tonight is continuing to deliver. We are in the middle of a series of the Telluride Bush taking on High Treason. It's basically winner makes it in, okay, to our playoff bracket. And when we kind of look at some of the other matches going on, I mean, when we talk about bangers, it is only bangers here on the Challengers Elite Season 1.
Without a shadow of a doubt. We've been blessed this year with Challengers. Feels like it is better than ever. And we've upped it with the Elite production by flipping between every single matchup that we possibly can. Action never stops. We'll be keeping you looped in with all the matches across Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. But of course, if you want to go and watch them, guys, go over and check it out, called Challengers on YouTube. But for right now, we've got a story to settle here in Bush Gaming v High Treason. Now, reminder of the stakes. Bush win, and you're into playoffs. Bush lose, you must watch OMiT lose against For Fun. A series that is incredibly tight, was one apiece last we took a look. And for right now, Bush, they'll want to settle this right here. They've had many a comeback situation happen because you've won the first two maps, then lost the overload. Is this a repeat of that, or can Bush quell all the fear right here?
Well, let's get it started. Vale's going to claim first blood with a nice little nade on the capsule, and P1 will stay gray. The fight's going on through as you are just battling for this P1. Bush making it known they want to get some early time here, and you're winning the gunfights that you need to. All the members getting dropped up High Treason as Telluride Bush will continue to hold on to this P1. Fire playing through this shop side. Will not manage to find the kills that they need to, but you've at least kept it mixy through this P1, and we kind of all know that this is how this works, right? P1 just stays a little bit mixy, but it's all eyes onto that P2.
Absolutely, and that kill there important. Fire won't get any sort of mid-presence, and Aiden does very well then to snap onto Prolu. Should give you P2 control, as long as you don't lose the next wave of fights. And Spart's here to be that impact man, but shut down by Vale, who then finds a second as well. So that should hand P2 an opportunity to defend the hill for High Treason. But Bush won't be far away for very long, unless, well, Vale does something sexy like that.
I don't know what Vale did in that little bit of a break we had, but it is absolute carnage coming out from High Treason here. Just causing some chaos at the front of the pill, not giving Telluride Bush any opportunity to get on forward. But you've been able to back on up. You're trying to find more. Trade coming on through. Vale will find another. You rip down Spark, trying to hold that heady on the corner, and Fire, you're good for two, but you try and get on to this point. Telluride Bush, they've managed to back down High Treason. They're starting to get some of these points on the board that they desperately need. This P2, we've seen it be clutch time and time again. Teams can literally win this map off of P2. So I like on this first set of rotations, Telluride Bush, they've managed to stabilize this map set. They get themselves right back on in.
High Treason happy to take all the gunfights there. Thought you were going to try to send a couple players through mid, but you just hit front. And now it's off to the plane for 3. I will say there's not much coverage in place over the top. And look at the route coming in from Spart here. He's already blue side. If he finds a kill or two, and then this sets up a pinch for the rest of his boys to flood the other side.
Oh, he does find icons. Trey's immediately there, though. But Dimensions, that's a huge two-piece. Does not let Telluride Bush get the setup that they wanted. Prolude up over the top, though. He's got to try and kind of back on up here. Make sure nobody's playing in through that cut. You got 3 members of High Treason all standing in front of you, but you're doing such a good job of staying alive. You back down Dimensions. You've gained some time. Regen some HP. Fire comes on through. Good for 2 as well. Will help you stay alive. Prolude does such a good job of playing his life in that moment. Very quickly, that P3 could have gone to the High Treason side, but the Telluride Bush, that's where the veteranship comes on through, and just like that, they'll take the lead.
I think Spark does a great job there. Just to be very heads up, proactive, wraps through blue, sets up that pinch, gives himself and his teammates all the right reasons to break. And now in for 4 as well. This rotation really good. Spawn is in for Vale, though. Do you read this? Do you see this coming? He's got to be impactful here. He's got to find his moment to strike, and loses the opening.
Like, just play around the back if you are. Fire's here. Capsule trying to play in through the front. A little bit of a rough map. 5 and 11 for the time being, but you might be able to find the kills that help your team get on into this. Spark through the back. You find Dimensions. You get cut on out. Prolude. You're going to look to backfill this. Dravik in hand. Can you manage to find them? Stun will let you know Icons is hanging out in this little bit of a corridor, but you're sliding on in and out. Thankfully, Capsule is there as well. You're playing as a 2. You break this hill wide on open. And while High Treason has been able to get a lot of points here, it looks like Bush, they're going to gladly take these last final 20 seconds if they can to just keep this one neck and neck.
Last hit here for High Treason before considering that P4 rotation. P5 rotation. Excuse me. Capsule finds a lovely one onto Veil. The mention's important here to stop the first wave and slow that rotation from Bush, but find the kill, that'll let you out. And so on Aiden to meet this at the front.
Enigma Dimensions spawns into the back on old right here. Might be able to find a bit of a timing. Thankfully does get red. So now this is going to be all up to Telluride. Bush, a push on forward. Prolude's good for 2. Can you find the 3rd? You can. That's Aiden and Icons dropped in fire here on the P3 side. Is going to be trying to watch some of these spawns come on through. Telluride, Bush, great job of cracking open this hill on rotation, being able to hold on in. A little bit of a split spawn coming on in from High Treason. You got to fight from 2 different sides, and I think the Telluride Bush have an idea of where this is playing on in. Prolude continuing just to slide on this backside. M15 in hand, just cutting down left and right the members of High Treason. A little bit of a takeover map right now from Mr. Byron, as he is just looking to keep flying on forward. Spart looking to back him on up.
Prolude, the difference maker compared to last week right now. Again, he was in our bottom 10 for hardpoint KD last week. Needed to find a way to step that up. Had a great map 1, and here in map 4, positive by 8 already. And this now is going to set up a pinch as well onto P1, which means High Treason will have nowhere to hide. A couple of kills will give them at least an opportunity to keep the hill great. And it's nice again from the mentions with the wall bounce to at least keep things neutral. And for now, scramble together a couple of points. Allow Bush to weigh up their hit, but with 30 seconds left, you've also then got to consider that P2 rotation. And that kill, this route from Prolude could be a real difference maker for that.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that. And look at that.
Ball
Fire's
flip.
also going to spawn in this backside. So you could just play this together. Gain some timings here on this P2 side. Melee is trying to come on through, but Veil will hold as strong as Icons. You're cutting them down on that shop side. No shoplifting here, my friends, as you will go ahead, back them on down. It's all 3 members. Make it 4. The Telluride Bush pushing from this front side of P2. Finding these huge kills. Play by 2 up towards the top. Veil will cut down Spart, though. Couple of kills coming on through. We'll leave this hill red for High Treason. Doesn't let them start running away with it just yet, Enigma, but they're just going to hold the line as well. The Telluride Bush, they get some of these back spawns.
I mentioned they're doing great work to hold down mid. Gives the team a defensive buffer, bit of a blanket of protection. And once he gets all that information, just sets up Icons and Veil for another 3 in the feed. Spart's going to be here to continue to try and contest. Not for very long, though. And Veil now on Overwatch. Trying to set up this crossfire with Icons. Does enough to kill Fire. He gets the information on Cap and Prolude. And you swing out as a 2 and do great work here. Nearly 50 points in the lead. Bush has to come back swinging, but it's just for scrap time. You win these fights, sure, but if you're High Treason, you can begin to rotate. And as long as you read Spart attempting that flank again from last time, where maybe Capsule, if he's the one to get there first, you're fine. And actually, you're a bit late on the rotation if you're High Treason. So Bush will get there first, but it's their turn to set up a pinch.
Yeah, some of those fights happening at old that just don't go the way, I think, of Telluride Bush where they want, but it still lets Spart surge on forward. Thankfully, he has a trophy as well. So it's going to be a little bit harder to root up out of this point. Here we go, though. The Hellstorm coming on in from Veil. This could be everything you're looking for. This P3, it's nice wide in the open. Here comes the cluster strikes. You find Fire. You're looking for more. Do you see anyone else? No, you won't, but the damage has been done. Telluride Bush, they were holding that early rotation, but that's why you keep that Hellstorm in your back pocket. It's for moments like that. Cutting them down from the front. Veil makes this read towards the cut. Finds Fire, finds Prolude, doing such a good job of keeping High Treason onto this P3. Does not let the Telluride Bush get anywhere close to it.
Great spree here. Only 3 on the board, but the impact that you're having to clear out that hill will just allow your team to assert nearly 40-point lead again. In for back blue. Icons is surrounded, smothered, snuffed out. The Bush aiming to hold. Lock this down. You need bodies to keep an eye on everything through middle, and Capsule's got a big job in the outside lane.
P4 is absolutely huge. He has no idea that Veil is there. It's just a little bit of one of those COD timing moments, and you're going to give up this spot. It's not going to be all in the Prolude. Prolude can't win the gunfight. Can Capsule maybe do it again off spawn? He can. Thankfully, while I think all of that's been going on, you've managed to hold on to this point for the time being. So Telluride Bush, they get right back on into this game thanks to this P4. Prolute surging down from the stairs, putting his eyes towards the back, and he is just cutting them down left and right. A huge three-piece from Byron will make sure that High Treason do not have an opportunity to get on into this hill. Fire, he's now got to be the man to go huge. It's only 15 or so seconds, but as we're getting ready to cross this 200-point threshold, every single second matters.
No, correctly called. It's a very important amount of time. The fact that Bush answer it, it's only going to be 5, but it'll feel like far more than that. Icon's big job on, trying to lock down shop. Have you read these plays behind you? Can you get the timing? There's one. You got to find both. And, well, gets one, but all the information at least for Vale to cover the cross.
Okay, that could have been way worse than it actually was, but a great stabilization point. Fire, you're reading where these spawns are happening, but as this P5 comes online, High Treason, they made their way on in. They'll cross the 200-point threshold. Telluride Bush, though, doing a great job. Keeping this one mixy. Keeping it gray. Make that time be white. Who cares? The dimensions from this side is just human turret right now. What the hell is the dimensions, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, my God. It's a 3 spree. He's got to back on down. They're looking for him. They're trying to be able to find them. Fire and Prolute. They've spent so much time just cutting dimensions down that they can't even fly at the hill. That's going to let Icons jump on out the front, try and surge on forward. And while, yes, the kills have gone your way, have fun with the scrap time if you want, Bush, because we're getting ready to go to a next P1.
We are. Dimensions will find the first. Prolute answers back with one. Where's the hit coming from? Icon's big job on his hand. Wants to try and move this defense around. Won't find it. Opening 2 go the way of Bush. He's weighing up this hit. He's trying to figure out exactly where you want to play this in from. And Dimensions is right to buy time here. Figure out exactly where his boy's going to spawn in. Try and make the route, but Fire reads it.
You're trying to wait. You're trying to find your teammates here, but this is just all money for Bush right now. They actually, I think if they play this perfectly, they might even be able to end the map here. Prolute, he was going to get cut down from Vale on that P2 side, and that's exactly what High Treason is trying to do. They're looking for this P2. They're going to make it mixy. They make P1 go their way, but Prolute from top church, he's trying to fire. You'll be able to bring them off the time. You still have 2 minutes on the clock, but this one's going to come down to the wire. Capsule, it hasn't been a great map, but it doesn't matter if you catch the win and end the series here. Can you find the kills that you need? Spart's got to try and bring them off of this P1. You slide on forward. You contest the point for now, but you get caught on down and P2 is getting ready to pop.
I don't know if you need to contest that. Tick definitely wasn't going to come through. Could you have set yourself up better here? Prolute loses. Fire's got all the work to do. Going to be in. Trophy's going to be out. Can you get the coverage? High Treason, though, you also need to weigh up your hit here. You can't afford to have a splintered wave. Looking for maybe a body through middle. Or maybe like last time, just hit this from the front and kill everything in your path.
On the last 2 rotations, it's gone either way. Either team could take it right here. Capsule, he's going to slide out. He's good for 2. That's a huge kill for Cap right there. Spart, you're trying to follow it on up. You know this player's behind the box. And it's just High Treason. They can't manage to get in onto this point. Only roughly 13 more seconds needed for the Telluride Bush to take this map number 4. Capsule pushing on in, playing from that mid. He loses the gunfight. Prolute from the top side, though, wants to be the front man, wants to stop them from gaining this high ground if you can. High Treason, they made their way in on the point. They're contesting it. They're not going to let it get there. Only 1 point is needed from the Telluride Bush, but High Treason, they found it. Capsule, that's a huge win, but look who's there. It is just Train Central. Spart, he can't manage to get it. Fire wins a huge gunfight at the last final moment. Is able to cinch it on in. Oh my God. Telluride Bush will not be shaven today, my friends. They hold, they hold, they hold, and they take that last final hard point. Let's watch that back because, oh my God.
Make sense of the chaos if you can, ladies and gentlemen, because the Bush gaming figured it out just in the nick of time. At 2:39, you get Aiden going massive with a 2-piece, tucks himself into the nearby corner and gets the protection from his teammates. I thought right there, Bush was staring down the barrel of a map 5. You break back in. Gonna get to watch the last bits of this. But Prolute, 40 kills, by the way. Wow. Said he needs to step it up in hardpoint. Certainly does this. This is that moment where High Treason probably think that they've done enough. Capsule finds one, and it's that little shoulder shimmy. Just buys the half second for Spart and Fire to arrive, and they do enough. But my God, only just. And they'll be so glad not to see map 5. Again, lost 2 of those last week. Desperately didn't want to set up another reverse sweep potential. And, well, ice in the veins, whether it be around 11 or whether it be down to the wire in a hard point, the Bush will make playoffs. Good God, brother. Good God.
Let's take a look at some of those stats as we come down off that high. Pro Loot 42 and 32, 4,600 damage, 32 non-traded for Byron on that one. Absolutely insane. I got to give a little bit of tip of the cap to Cap there as well, my friend. Looked almost useless through those first two rotations, and when the moments matter is able to come back. But hey, guess what? We're going to kind of come down off that high to immediately go into a new one, because this for fun versus OMiT, it's also just as important. We're into that map number 4, and it looks like OMiT Brooklyn, they've been doing a good job so far on this exposure hard point. They've crossed the 200-point threshold. They're going to need about 30 more points on the board if they want to take that win, and they are keeping this P4 in their time.
No, they won't be aware just yet, but they'll be breathing a huge sigh of relief as well, because that victory from Bush guarantees them playoffs too. But it's also about making a statement. And OMiT Brooklyn to close this out 3-1, and in some dominant style here on the hard point. It's one hell of a way to set yourself up for the matches that will follow. The hard point has been inconsistent at best through playoffs. Through the stage. And well, that looked like the most simple job in the world. I mean, do you get even 150 points if you're for fun? What was that? That was incredible.
I'm not entirely sure. We're coming on in. I mean, if you're a Telluride Bush fan, not only are you happy your team just won, but we're also happy that OMiT Brooklyn was able just to take that win as well, because they did manage to lose that. You were hoping that OMiT Brooklyn took this series, and well, guess what? They will be able to, which if you are OMiT Brooklyn, just makes you feel great, because it was a little bit shaky last week. You come on in here for fun. They're kind of the hottest team in your group, it feels like, and you're coming out, you're winning in a 3-1. Well, it felt like a pretty dominating fashion. I know when we tuned to that search and destroy, it maybe wasn't really going their way, but being able just to kind of come on out and I think play the game that we know OMiT Brooklyn can do is really, really, great if you are an OMiT fan, because I think that is a team that is definitely one that when we talk about brackets, you can't overlook them.
No, absolutely. It's interesting as well to see them so comfortable on exposure. That is a map that definitely prioritizes a lot in terms of the fundamentals and rotations. This team love to play a lot of, for example, Blackheart, a map that is a considerable bang out. So it's a very different style that we've seen from them. Obviously, we only catch the very end, so not much to really tell as to why they're looking so good there, but very comfortable against a 4-fun roster that haven't exactly struggled in the hard points thus far, and shutting down Phantoms is impressive. But we're going to get a look here at Group A standings. Confirmed that Telluride Bush will take 3rd and OMiT Brooklyn will take 4th to get themselves through to playoffs. For Next Threat, it was a tough situation coming in with the changes being made last second. We've talked plenty about this. This is just simply GG, go again. But High Treason, I mean, surprised all of us to even put themselves in contention for qualification. Yes, you fall just short, but I think this is a list of players in Aiden Dimensions, Veil, and Icons that we're going to be keeping an eye on for the rest of this year. What growth do you have inside of you?
No, I think we definitely have to keep our eyes there, but we got to come on over here because it's yet again, it is just a night of map 4s, ladies and gentlemen, as we come on, tune on in into the 5 Fear versus Next Threat. Next Threat currently up 2-1 in this series. Last hard point, they kind of managed to surge from behind and steal it away from 5 Fears. So Next Threat is feeling a little bit better about their hard point. Eric Boom opened it up with a double kill nade, but it looks like for Next Threat, they're not going to let that phase them. P1 not really going in anybody's favor, which we know this point gets mixy, but it's all about that P2.
It certainly is. P1 is basically a coffin for pretty much everybody. Yeez hasn't read KB in behind him at all here. Now, I don't know who that suits. Turns out that that is KB, as 4 dead in the feed. Goes the way of 5 Fears, gives them an opportunity to set up. Next Threat will struggle of a start here. Yeez needs to get himself off the donut and build himself some confidence in through this one. But you mentioned it yourself. In map 1, they surged on a big comeback. So they certainly have it in them, should they start off sluggish.
Some nice solid points right here from 5 Fears. You know, P1 doesn't really go in anyone's favor, but oh my god, P2 definitely going in the favor of 5 Fears as Eric Boom is deleting the entirety of Next Threat. Oh my god. Talk about a nice little 4 spree. Puts him on an 8 streak, by the way. Gonna have a Hellstorm in your back pocket. You're just waiting for them. When Next Threat goes marching in, Eric Boom is there to stop them in their tracks. Look at taking them down, but that doesn't mean anything because KB right there able to make some of those trades. 5 Fears looking pretty good in this hard point, my friend. This smells like game 5, but we have been wrong before.
We certainly have. Won't count our chickens just yet. But with Eric Boom calling in the Hellstorm, you could say at least a couple have hatched. And it's really good to see Eric Boom looking as comfortable as this. Got off to a really tough start to the year. Was on that Brooklyn roster and unceremoniously dumped out of it. Man who's moved from Europe over to North America to continue to chase his dream. And 12-4 to start this one off is a hell of a way to remind everyone of the talents that you have. But Standy, as he rips one, this is another incredibly good play. I really feel for this next threat roster. Johnny and Standy in particular have been outrageously good to start this year off. Purely just tough circumstances. Standy, well, he goes on a 5 spree of his own, reminding everyone why we should all fear him in Black Ops games.
I mean, if he can find this Hellstorm here, this could be a huge. Could use this to help secure a rotation, get a full 60 on a hill. That's 4 dead from 5 Fears. So wait a second, next threat. Immediately bounce back on into this. It's still a 40-point deficit for them, but that's a lot better than the amount we were looking at before. Hellstorm secured for Standy. Johnny on the outside. He's good for 2 as well. 5 Fears, have you maybe overheated a bit? Next threat. A couple of key kills go your way. We'll put yourself right back on into this. You're going to start to try and make this P4 go your way if possible.
Yeah, next threat, just seizing a bit of momentum here for short. 5 Fears need to stem that. And Standy, the man that you need to shut down. He has himself a Hellstorm. They're, well, interesting to say the least on this map. Call it in amongst all the different structures. Pro pilots at the very best. And it will be another hole, but you've missed Diamond Con, who gets himself in. Pistol in hand, finds one. Do you break? You do enough. Well, no, the close spawns are in control of the boys in blue. And they will not only find the kills to hold, but then also a couple on rotation to P1 as well. And that's an important kill from Standy.
Yeah, next threat, it feels like maybe they came online a little bit too late. And especially when 5 Fears is continuing to kind of, I think, you know, reset mentally within this map. Feels like we see next threat looks to get a little hot and then immediately cut on down from 5 Fears. P1, second set of rotations will come alive. Eric Boom on the backside will manage to find Yeez. Cut down the newest addition to the next threat roster. Now playing towards this mid side. It's a 2x2. You get a lot of damage in, but it's nothing there. So you answer back in kind if you are next threat. Dylan Rex goes huge. That's another 2-piece, and it's a team nade on the top of the point. That's the opening that 5 Fears needs as they start to flood on into this P1.
Yeah, that feels like when it rains, it pours kind of moment for next threat. Team nade unfortunate. Lose everything in and around the point. Yeez. We'll find at least one to make it 7 and 15. Gotta see more out of him. He's such a talented player. To see him having these kind of struggles only points towards a systematic issue for him. Confidence issue rather than skill issue. We know how much of a player he can be. DC trying to lock down P1 control. Just hold that middle. Give yourself a bit of a blanket. Doesn't find the kills though. 5 Fears going to punch this from the front instead. No getting complicated. Just hit.
Dark side though. Finds 3. Will completely stop this push that you are looking at if you were next threat. So you're going to have to come on spawn. Figure out a plan of attack. How do you want to try and fly at this P2? Looks like you're going to regroup on this P1. Have some players fly through the back and some players through the front. Find a huge kill down below. That's 3 dead. And Darkside just trying to be able to manage to find it, but don't know if it's going to go ahead and get there. We'll let this one continue to play on out because we got to go ahead and I believe check on in. This is if you want to see the rest of this, go ahead. It is going to be on the Bravo stream, youtube.com/@COD Challengers if you want to find the rest of that one.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of a look in there at what we were expecting a little bit coming into that series. Next threat having a couple of struggles. They've got plenty of talent on that roster. Expect them to bounce back in the coming stage, but obviously already eliminated here. But on the Alpha stream, we're going to have a Falcons White matchup, and this is going to be against Stallions Black. Now, of course, Falcons White, this is a team that I feel started the year really strong, have slowly slipped through the year, and this is, of course, King of Body, RCT's Paul X, and Priesta. And for me, I think the story of this roster is quite simply, somebody help Paul X. I'm not sure what's really happened to everybody else, but he has been flying through this season, this stage. Peak Paul is what it says towards the top there. You see exactly the kind of numbers he was putting up against CABAL. That's just in the S&D, and he's not been sluggish in the other modes either.
No, he's been looking fantastic. And I'm right there with you, my friend. We were doing our analysis, our stats, our prep for today, and we were kind of looking at this, and I'm scratching my head because I'm like, man, this is not a team I would expect to be in contention for potentially not making the bracket, especially when you look at a lot of the players that are there, right? So hopefully maybe Paul's teammates can wake up today and help him fry. But let's talk about their opposition, the Stallions Black. They are, of course, the underdogs for, I believe, this group, right? Came out, they managed to get here by beating their sister team, Stallions Red, and Swagcheck, Symbols, Okus, and Rayn are trying to turn some heads. Unfortunately for them, it hasn't necessarily been the best road. They've actually only won one map through this group stage so far, and that was against CABAL. So I don't know, to come out here against this Falcons Academy white roster and manage to win this series, I know would be huge. There is some permutations going on here in this group, depending on how CABAL do, and Stallions Black maybe still can have a sort of moonshot chance if they manage to win this game in order to make it into the bracket that's going on there. So we're definitely gonna be keeping an idea and checking in with all of these matches going on, because thank you, production. They need a 3-0 in order to make playoffs.
Yeah, whoever did that, I love you dearly. Do you believe is the question. I don't know if I do, quite honest with you. Map 1 going to kick us off on a Colossus hard point. This isn't necessarily one that suits either team too much, but particularly not the Stallions. They've really struggled with any of these very high-paced, high-engagement maps. And just in hard point in general, it's a case of when we talk about their individual performances as players, it's all bad. I think Symbols has been doing okay, to be completely honest with you, but across the rest of the board, it's not been impressive, unfortunately. And one of the things is for this team is if they don't start off well, they can get checked out very quickly. The fact that they have to win this first map in order to get themselves even a smidge of a chance to make it through to playoffs, it says to me it's all about this start. They've got to come out full of blood, ready to absolutely go at this Falcons team. Because, to be fair, Falcons haven't been awesome either. They're 1-6 in hardpoint through this stage. So there's certainly the opportunity. It's just, for me, all about that beginning.
Yeah, I would love to see if the Stallions, I think, can, even though they need to win in a 3-0 fashion here, if they want to try and make the playoffs, I think even just for themselves, even if they don't manage the 3-0, if we get to that map 4, I really liked what we saw from them last week against the Huntsmen. Of course, they do end up, I believe, losing the map inevitably, but at least we saw some glimpses of hope from them on that Black Heart map. So while even if they manage to not make playoffs, they still might manage to look good and feel comfortable, right? And say, hey, at least we can have a little bit of respect on our name, right? And I feel like this is going to be really, really fun to watch between these two teams. It feels like a little bit of a David versus Goliath moment, if I'm being honest with you, right? Stallions Black, if they come out in 3-0 here, I know a certain Mr. Zuma might be very, very excited to watch this team make it to the bracket somehow, some way, yet again.
If you manage, I mean, none of us saw us even getting to this point, right? With Stallions Black, they managed to upset their sister team, as you said, to get themselves here. They were supposed to be the second team, the B team. I know they don't officially call them that, but that's what they were in everyone's mind. They get here, they pull it off. So by the skin of the teeth, by last second, it doesn't matter whether it's by an inch or a mile. Getting to the position is all it takes, all that you need to do. So it could happen. They've just got to get off to a great start, in my opinion. Otherwise, I'm very worried about their mentality as a team. It doesn't get much easier when you talk about the fact that it's Scar S&D after that, and they're currently 0-3 in Scar S&D. So they've certainly stacked a couple of things against themselves here. That being said, again, Falcons White, they've had a real struggle. It feels like they've gone from a team that everyone feared at the start of the season, 4 veterans, essentially. Well, King of Body's relatively newer, but he has been in the league. 4 veterans kind of stepping up and just sliding that bit. You also worry about where they're at mentally.
Yeah. No, would love to see it, but let's get ready to hop on into our first map here. The hard point on Colossus. This is a bang out. I know you kind of mentioned it. It's all about the pace. It's how can you manage to set the tone here. And when you have a faster paced map like Colossus, it's definitely an opportunity to make that happen. So we're starting to see some of those bodies fall already. It's been pretty mixy back and forth, seeing Paul X getting some huge kills in the feed that's there. But it's going to be Falcons Academy White gaining some time here, as a huge win from Arcides on that top side will go his way and help him get some more points on the board. But we said it in that last matchup we went and checked in on, Enigma. P1, sure, you could get some nice solid time in. P2 is where the money's made.
100%. Ocus getting that kill out towards that lane. Swag checked one in through the middle. Do get traded, but can you just punch your route straight in towards 2? Well, those kills will be nice for you. Paul X, he's the man to shut down and does a great job. If you are Ocus, that'll hand you spawns. Yes, you've lost the lion's share of P1, but you said it yourself. Lock down P2. Build your way into this matchup nice and early. That kill, though, from Arsht is important because you have to go and fight this if you're Symbols. You have to fight for spawn control. You lose everything, and Falcons will walk into a hole.
Yeah, I think if Swag can find one there and at least Symbols manages to at least make it mixy in the back, this is a lot different. But Falcons, they win the crucial gunfights that they're looking for. That's going to give them the spawns that they need. They'll manage to hold on to this. You're playing 2x2 in the back, making sure nobody makes these routes that they can. But Symbols, a nice little wall hop through the front. He will cut right on through, does what he needs to do. Will get brought on into town, but I at least like what I'm seeing from Stallions Black here. Some signs of life as they're looking to at least maybe get a little bit of scrap time here on the P2. Ocus in the back will continue to fry, but Priesta, he might be able to be here, find the timing. He does. So it's a last final 10 seconds. Will go the way of Falcons Academy Green, but as P3 comes on up, Stallions Black, they got the spawns, and they're looking to hold.
Symbols got big work here at the tunnel. Does well enough to stay alive, and then going to detonate in towards a center. Swag check to actually catch one. Ocus then answers with another. Swag check company up close and rips Priestess forehead off. So great defense on the first wave. And Ocus doing a lot of work here just to ensure that his boys know that the hit's coming from the front and that they can just turn all their attention there. The problem is you're actually outnumbered and got to be wary of this.
I mean, Ocus doing a great job in the back playing this anchor side, but unfortunately for you, nothing really in front is going your way. King of Body, a nice little knife into the side of Symbols will help him win that fight, and now has hit a route, has caused all of these arrows to turn over to this side, and he's just winning so much. Rayn unfortunately explodes that barrel. It's a team kill that comes on in. The rest of your teammates fall on down, and well, a nice little string of play from Stallions Black unfortunately is cut short as well. Falcons Academy White will continue to gain these points on this P3, and as P4 starts to spawn, you're already starting to see some moves happen.
It feels like that passage there. Some Stallions Black up nice in patches. They do a great job initially with 3, but then don't adjust the setup in time for the white hit through the front. Also, the fact that King of Body was allowed to live as long as he was, that is just something you're not going to get away with. You're going to be punished. You do break in through the front here, and it is King of Body to try and contest. Race up through the back.
Oh, okay. We had our thoughts on Priesta coming into this series, Enigma. We were looking at KDs. Priesta actually currently last in hardpoint KDs, which I literally couldn't believe. I don't know if I believe that stat line anymore of some of the stuff that we are seeing right now. Currently 12 in 8, helping lead this team to victory, and we're starting to see some movement that we haven't seen since Black Ops 4, my friend, come out of Mr. P-Dog.
No, agreed. When we found that he was dead last with a .71, we had to triple check. Felt like a typo from somebody. Nope. Didn't have his way last week. Certainly stepped it up through the beginning of this one. Ocus, by the way, 16 and 9, currently back down by RCTs, but does the right thing, just stays alive, unfortunately not for very long before Priesta finds him. Contests over 1. A body will find the final kills to start getting the points. Up by nearly, well, just over 50, and a body and Priesta light the feed up and continue to hold.
Oh, set him up, knock him down. That's all I'm seeing right now from our Falcons players. But Stallions Black, a little bit of signs of life. It hasn't completely got away from them. Nice little solid time on P1 into a P2 setup. Could put them right back into the game if they want to. Falcons Academy, I think they're going to kind of start to slow it down a little bit. See them push on out. RC win the nice key gunfight on those stairs, but Ocus is in the back trying to cause some commotion. Paul Bex can't stay alive on the point for too long, so as P1 comes to a wrap, Stallions Black, they're already setting up nice and early here on this P2, and you manage to use this as a money hill and put yourself right back into the game.
As mentioned before, nice in patches. It's got to be 2 great waves here as the Raiden comes out from Swag Checked. I mean, you might want that one back, but will be a trade situation. Symbols will do enough. Ryan's there as well from the lobby, and you get in. So that team nade indeed. Still 40 seconds to fight for here. You get most of this. You get yourself close to that 100 points. This looks much more like a contest. Falcons will hit this again and find the first kill, but what can Ryan answer with?
Oh, Rayn. That's a huge 2-piece, and I love this. You find that 2-piece, you back on up. You're trying to play for this P3. Maybe hold this outer side if you can. You get found on out very quickly, though, but the young man swag check from the front. Finds King of Body, finds Paul X, and is making this P2 not be as clean as you would like. I like it. It's not maybe a full opportunity to get yourself back into the game, but you definitely look a lot better than you did before that hill. I think if you can manage to find some solid time on this P3, we could be having a little bit of a different story here. Swag checked in the back. Finds a good one. Team pushing on forward. Symbols and Rayn. They got to be there for the trades. 2 huge kills, though. Symbols will be able to get onto that point and at least contest it for now.
Concerted team hit there from Stallions. There was a clear call made, and everyone trusted it. So great work from them. And Symbols just going to continue to contest. Can keep an eye on chairs for now. Their body will arrive shortly, but has the teammates over the top to protect. What do you have in the initial? Got to win it realistically. And does enough to soften him up and find the kill. So he will continue to be a nuisance for now. And while it sits neutral, yes, it still suits white more, but at least Stallions continuing to build momentum. But RCTs goes on a tear for all 4 and breaks the back of the Stallions black.
Oh, Alec. Listen, I know it's been a little bit since we've seen an Arcides in form, but maybe a little bit of a reminder of why he's a world champion, shooting at an unbelievable level here in this series. Stallions Black had it all set up, but just it's all thwarted in time by Arcides himself. 23, make that 24 and 14. Will manage to hold on for the time being. Swag checked in the back, though. Almost pops a 3-piece of his own. Looking pretty fantastic. Symbols, pistol in hand. Will cut down another. Stallions Black, they're staying in this. They will not go quietly in the night. They are trying to fly at this point and hold on the best they can, but it is tough when you got Arcides shooting at the level that he is. Doesn't matter if it's an M15. Doesn't matter if it's a Traffic. He's going to shoot, and he's going to find those kills.
Problem for Stallions here, and this is what begins to worry me. You had all that good play. RCTs undid it in one fell swoop. I'm now starting to see 1-by-1 chals. You're going to change into a P1 here. I've got to see these 4 players hit this relatively together, and well, Okus won't do that. Simples at least finds one. Can you at least begin to consider a pinch setup? Those wave of kills will do enough to get you in. But what's your hold look like? Not at all is the answer. What the
You just
hell?
have a pistol in hand and you are flying at people if you are King of Body. Just trying to find anything. Falcons Academy White, they'll cross that 200-point threshold. Currently over 100 points up. The Stallions Black. And for right now, I think you just gotta do what you've been doing if you are the Falcons Academy, right?
Yeah.
Just, you don't have to do anything crazy. You're winning these key gunfights that you need to. Just gotta make sure you don't completely throw it away here. P1, you'll get a little bit of time if you are Stallions Black, but kind of have to put yourself in a situation where you can milk the rest of this P1 time, but also try and set up for P2 if possible. That's what Ryan's trying to do in the back here. Symbols on the point. He's going to at least be able to find one, but will not be the last player standing. A little bit of scrap time for Falcons Academy White as the Stallions Black. They're just watching this hard point slip away from them.
You're right. This is what I talked about before. When this team check out, it is so hard to get them going again. And it's frustrating because you can see elements of their play, moments in their play where you think, this team can compete. This team can certainly hang up there. And they'll have a moment where RCT picks up a 4-piece. And I don't know if it's a leadership thing or whether it's some sort of player just wrapping their arms around the teammates and saying, don't worry about it, let's just move on to the next thing. But either way, they unravel so quickly. And since that moment, they have not really seen much of the hill. And, well, this could be all she wrote.
Last couple of seconds, all you need. You'll get in onto that point. One more. You have it in lock. Falcons Academy White, they will take this first map over the Stallions Black Enigma. I think there are 2 things that really kind of pop out to me on that map. I think we had a good idea that Falcons Academy were going to come out and look like a very good team.
Yes.
It's one thing to say you look like a very good team. It's another to be watching every single person on your team pop 2 and 3 pieces with literally whatever gun they want.
Yeah, no, and Alec will certainly have liked that 4-piece as well because he don't get too many of those, so he'll been very excited. We wanted to see more out of certain players. For example, Priest does. We said he'd been last initially. We're going to get a look at the scoreboard here. 35-22 with 3,800 damage pretty much is a great way to answer all the questions. Don't get me wrong, it's against the underdogs of the division, so there's going to be stiffer tests in front of them to really kind of answer what they need to. If they win this series, they do get 4th seed. We're going to move over to the Charlie game, however, because there's still seeding situations to sort out over there. Whoever wins this series secures 2nd seed. Loser takes 3rd seed. All important because it depends on who you start against come playoffs.
Well, hey, Huntsmen versus Academy Green. We know that this is going to be a very fun match just to watch. Like you mentioned, no real playoff contention here. It's just about your seed in that playoff. Like you mentioned, still very important, still matters. And for the Huntsmen, I know that they would love to be that higher seed. And they kind of prove right that they deserve to be here, that they are a top challengers team. Falcons Academy Green, though, they're going to make that a tough sell because they are currently keeping this one tied on up. QK himself firing on all cylinders. That is there. Renegade has the streak in. Okay, you find QK. Unfortunately, you bring down Neum in the process. You can't find a second, so a little bit of a trade situation going on there on this P3 here on Scar, but this just looks like it's back and forth, my friend. No team really pulling away from the either. Certainly not. Unfortunate there for Renegade. Play that you and me have both said has really impressed us with his growth through the early stages of this year. Of course, ex-Halo champion. And he'll find 2. Rispy another one. To swat away this first wave. That being said, Seam will find 2 to be a bit of an annoyance throughout all of this. You were hoping for a quieter passage of play. Well, Falcons Academy Green just waltz in. Beautiful work from Asim there. Just set up his teammates for success. But all hope seemed lost, and he'll go on a 5 spree of his own. In what is an important hill. Huntsmen take that. They push themselves into the lead. Academy Green, they'll start to extend themselves out. That's a nice little lead, like you mentioned, if you are Falcons Academy Green, especially when we kind of talk about this P5. It's about to spawn on up, and look at that. You can see Neum and Kips. They're going to spawn towards that northwest side of the map, and they start to immediately fly forward, and they go, wait. Well, you don't need to get there. Let's hold this down on through. But Rupert may have just hit the wrap that you need. Finds 1, finds 2. A little bit of trigger discipline. Can you find Neum for the 3rd? You can. Rupert Skywalker will do it himself. The newest addition to this Falcons Academy Green team, and it looks like this was the right roster change to make. Huntsmen, they had all the spawns that they needed, but they're not able to hold. Falcons Academy Green, they win all these fights on rotation Enigma, and they are just looking to hold this P5 and start to pull away in this map number 1. It's moments like that. If you looked at the scoreboards right now, you'd actually have assumed that Huntsmen were in the lead of this. You'd think the scores were flipped. Every player positive. It's just the impact of those kills. Clearly not doing what you want them to do because Rupert's having moments like that on rotation, and then 3 inside the hill to swat the Huntsman away. Take the rest of this hill, you basically put yourself at 230. It's not done, but it's bloody close, and we'll put Huntsman in a back against the wall situation. We know how desperate players can be in those moments. Gotta play clean through this P1 and into the P2, so let's see what is going to be the answer on back if you are the Huntsman. It's going to be Rispy making it mixy in the shop, but unfortunately trades are there. It's a pinstripe kill feed. You will be able to take that player off of P1, and you'll get the 4 dead if you are the Huntsman, which is a great way to make this happen, but you got in on the point. You've split spawns coming on through. You got to find these kills from either side, and you are just trading right now. Huntsman, you got to fly at this point. Not only have to keep Falcons Academy Green off it, you have to also get some of this time in your back pocket. Incredible stun that. I think it's from Roxas actually. Lands at the feet of Rispy just as he looks to contest. It sets him up for a free kill. And Asim will find 2 inside the point. And 10 seconds left on this. Huntsman will have to hit, and you've also got to consider that P2 rotation. Rispy in the best spot to cause the upset. Finds one, but instantly traded. And with it being a pinstripe, that will only suit Academy Green. They can line this again. Oh, but look at where the spawns come on through as this P2 gets ready to pop. Huntsman, they might just be able to hold this one on in. Renegade, Rispy, they find one, but it doesn't matter because Falcons Academy Green, they are just holding the line. I think maybe Huntsman, like me, just right now, we're thinking, oh, I think we get to go to P2 here. Unfortunately, you don't. We're ending it on P1, but we got to go fly back to Bravo here at Enigma. We're looks like we're jumping on in to a search and destroy. And, well, we're already starting to see a game 5. Come on out.
The match point lined up here. Next threat up 5-2. Could their first series win be their final series of the Elite? What a story that would be. Diamondcon 9-3, 4 in a row. And we see a sniper kill at the end there, so he'll surely have it available to him. He certainly shall get himself in broken.
Just looking up towards top. Easily, if you can find that first blood with this sniper, it just opens up so much of the map. So when you're on a series point like this, you're starting to feel the tension. You're starting to feel the pressure if you are 5 fears. It's the oppression coming in that sniper can provide. Nades getting thrown out towards that bottom. He's gets the early shots, but not able to confirm the kill. Backs the player on down, but will jump out through the window. Join back up with the team as there's been some rotations on over to B. You have KB, who's going to get the shots, get the information that, hey, there's some movement happening on over here. I think this bomb is going on down. Not a full rotation yet from 5 fears. They start to make their way on over. Eric Boom, a huge win onto Yeez. Bomb will get planted, so 40 seconds on the clock. Johnny's trying to post some stuff on up to maybe spring a trap. A little bit of surprise if he can here. Shots are there. You don't even get the first kill. KB answers on down, but it's Diamondcon with a sniper in hand. He's trying to hit these shots. It's him and Standy. But Standy gets found. Diamondcon, hey, listen, it wasn't too long ago. We saw an ace with a sniper by Mr. Ben Beans. Diamondcon, can he manage to make it happen? The defuse is coming on in, but here comes the Hellstorm. Do you get it in time? Do you get it in time? I don't think he does. Can you at least find the kills? I'm not even entirely sure if you do. But oh my God, you at least keep this going one more round.
I like the idea from Diamondcon, but unfortunately, just a little bit too late. And fair play. So just sticking the bomb there. Cojones on that to just lie in wait and accept your fate either way. But that answer back actually puts 5 fears in a beautiful little spot here because that's the Hellstorm removed from the board. Still got the sniper in play though if you're DC. Not anymore.
KB says, all right, DC. Let me show you what I can do. Pulls it on out. Nice, quick, early first blood. Dylan Rex finds the second onto Standy. Puts Yeez and Johnny into the 2v4. Dark side. He sees Johnny, so we will just answer this on up into a 2v3. Makes it a little bit easier if possible, but you got Eric Boom, Dylan and KB, all 3 members of 5 Fears playing together. It is a tough ask. I do like, at least for next threat, that those two are together, and KB will post himself on up. Towards that statue side, Dylan Rex. Shoulder gets thrown. Johnny is there for the confirmation. The team shot's a little bit too good. Johnny holds the stairs. Eric Boom gets dropped. KB trying to do their best, and it's just a 2x2. I like what we're seeing out of next threat. They're going to be able to find the kill, and with some solid teamwork playing from behind, it is a 2v4 from next threat to take the win. And we're already seeing a player leave the lobby. You're going to be getting a letter in the mail from Mr. Easy Mac, that's for sure. But hey, next threat, it's a game 5. It doesn't matter, except for maybe the mental of all of the players, at least be able to finally win a series on our last 8 group stages.
The one thing we said about this team coming into today was that they had improved through last week, right? They started off with an 0-3, 0-3, then it's a 3-1, then it's a 3-2. You kind of, you put yourself in that situation where it's like, okay, the team's getting better and better. And I wonder just how much of a ceiling, this team has if they'd had time to get better, but without that last second change. Either way, next threat, they do enough. I think that regardless, 5 Fears will still get first seed because they beat pretty much everyone else that will be on the same record. But let's take a look at our current alpha matchup then. Falcons Academy White v Stallions Black. Now that map 1 loss for Stallions Black will confirm that they will not make playoffs. But for Falcons Academy White, I mean, a victory here will guarantee them 4th seed. They've just got to be aware of the fact that CABAL are here still to contest. So if Stallions Black win this series, they can still not make playoffs. They got to close it out.
Yep, they have to. But let's take a little bit of a highlight moment from that hard point, my friend, before we get ready to hop on into that search and destroy. It is, of course, none other than Mr. Arcides and his 4-piece. I mean, just the first 2, you're like, all right, this makes sense. The third, Symbols is looking right at him. And then Ryan, my boy, what are we looking at? Your entire team just got 3-piece behind you, and we are not looking And we're not even looking towards them, so we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there. A little bit of a reset going on in, but we'll get right back onto that search and destroy. Do not worry. I think we got to maybe let's talk about these two teams and what we saw in that hard point just a little bit more, my friend, because I know we immediately jumped on over to the next game. We didn't get a chance to fully break it on down, so let's take that time to do it here.
Sure, we can do. I also can tell you plenty about the different S&D performances through these two teams, but that hard point...
Let's do it.
The hard point definitely sums up the fact that what we expected from both teams here. Falcons Academy, we're always going to come out swinging, showing that veterancy. With the Stallions, again, it's just those moments of like, okay, you look great. Oh, no, you just got four-pieced. And it's just the kind of, that sums them up quite a bit. But we'll come back to the S&D in a moment because what we've got actually is a game over on Charlie. And, well... Falcons Academy Green will be playing Huntsmen here. Currently 1-0 up in the S&D on Den. And Rispy, oh, he might have found a route.
Oh, I like it. But have you been found on out? Oh, you have. Route man. Unfortunately, the check's declining here today. QK will manage to hold on that outside. That is bomb down. You go ahead and get this. You're going to get a nice little hit marker onto Neum, who is forced to back on up here. Might be able to reach out. You find one on the platform, but it's a 2-by-1 for Falcons Academy Green to take round number 2. So I like what we see out of there. Maybe a little bit of over-aggression from the Huntsmen. Unfortunately, I think if you see Rispy is able to hit that route, probably looks a lot different of a round, but good heads-up play from Falcons Academy Green.
Yeah, I think you just get a little bit of a noise cue there. And you make the play off the back of it. You got to be brave in moments like that as well. And certainly are proactive about it. Otherwise, your entire team has basically just been split in half. A team here on a 4-1 start. Certainly what you want to see. Huntsmen... Well, both of these teams come into today very strong in S&D. But they also both came into today very strong in the hard point. And that was very one-sided. So Huntsmen got to find a way to build some momentum into this series.
It's definitely one way to do it. It's a 4-man hit. Or a 3-man hit over on A. You got Neum in the back trying to hold those spawns. Just tacks and nades all into Server and Roxas. Will at least be able to land one of those nades, and Rupert in the back finds Neum. It was a fast plant to get that rock down, but unfortunately for you, it's now Renegade and Kips left in the 2v4. Renegade. At least gonna be able to find one, and Kips finds QK, so blink of an eye. Cuts on down to a 2v2. Bomb's gonna be planted. Trades are coming on in. Renegade wins a huge 1v1 in the moment and is going to be able to get a round on the board. Love the aggression from the Huntsmen to get that bomb down and play around it.
Yeah, a little bit nervous after Rispy goes down to the grenade. I'm not sure why a bomb carrier is not running the flag, by the way. But it will be enough for Huntsmen to trade out over the top of each other at the very least. And a desperately needed round. Should you have lost that with bomb down and all the initial impetus that you had, become concerned that you're staring down the barrel of a very tough S&D, but drag yourself back to within even now. Those brave hits from Huntsmen, you'll only be able to pull them out every now and again. Falcons will find ways to shut them down. And it's a 2-2 split. Falcons gonna pierce through the middle of the map. Actually, don't see this very often on Den.
I think the worry sometimes here is you have somebody on this platform looking towards mid, and that's exactly what Rispy has in mind. I think that's, we had some questions earlier saying, hey, nobody's really pushing down mid, and I think we get our reasoning why. Rispy, a nice solid 2-piece. Renegade finds QK. It's going to leave Roxas as the only player alive, and Huntsman, a stalwart defense just like that to tie this one on up.
Feels like a play that the Falcons are throwing in to maybe keep the Huntsmen on their toes. Force them to stack a couple of defensive bodies through mid, but, well, you find out exactly why no one bothers making that play. As Rispy makes light work of the start. I gotta say, if we're gonna push straight through mid, let's do it by checking platform. Might be a good idea. Either way, 2-2. Huntsmen, we talked about them needing some momentum. 2 rounds in a row. There's certainly a way to build that. Offensive hit last time was aggressive to A. What's it look like in your next round up? Well, 3 bodies are gonna stack mid, but is it as aggressive as Falcons?
It looks like it's almost a little bit of a mirror match, but Renegade, he's going to run right by one. And thankfully, Rupert is at least going to find one before getting cut on down. You have an idea that this player worth this top window side. QK from platform. The shots go on out, but no confirmation that's there. You'll get tagged up in return as Neum finds a seam. Now QK and Roxas in a 2v3. Renegade still has bomb, and it looks like maybe you're trying to rotate back on through, but Roxas, he finds Renegade, and QK almost has Neum dead to right, backs on up. He's gonna go ahead. Taking M15 off the ground. Shots coming on in. Not getting out of this one for free. It's Neum and Kips. And a 2v1. Bomb's still down towards that mid, so I think for the time being, you just fly on forward, try and get this kill. Neum, he'll be the one on him, but Roxas, he finds the kill onto Kips. 30 seconds on the clock, and just like that, Neum finds himself on a 1v1 without bomb. Is gonna be found on out, and oh my god, patience is a virtue. Falcons Academy green. Huge defense.
Well, KD-wise, at the very least, Roxas was the 4th best player across the entire league coming into today. You see why in the way he controls that situation, puts himself into that back patio area. It gives him essentially a tunnel to put 2 players into, knowing that they're the attacking team, don't have bomb control. They've got to come and push him. And what that does is just set that up into a little bit of a funnel for him. Damage into the first, kills the second, knows the first can't push him in time, so he repositions beautifully, sends Neum for a hot dog. Great finish there. And honestly, I was about to call out how great a round Neum had, but all of that is swept away in stunning fashion. 6-2 if you're Roxas in this one.
Got to be a little bit of a miscomm there. You cannot be taking a 2v1 fight in a series of 1v1s. Huntsmen, believe. Wanting that one back, could have easily been up in this series, but now you got to kind of play from behind just a little bit. UK, some early shots. Hopefully a nade connects. Doesn't look like it will. Rox is continuing just to throw shoulders in the mid here. Neum. Try hold on out towards this broken side. Is good for 1. Is good for 2. A huge 2-piece for Neum. Will stop the Falcons Academy green in their tracks. It's going to be Asum. It's just going to be Roxas. Neum pistol in hand, just trying to play around this bomb site. Being a nuisance. We're waiting for Renegade to try and come on out here, but it doesn't even matter. The rest of your teammates show on up. Huntsmen will at least be able to answer back in kind after this last round getting away from them.
It doesn't necessarily show on the scoreboard, but honestly, Neum has had 2 incredibly impactful rounds here. The last one, yes, unfortunately ended up being clutched up on, but before that, he basically saved his team about 3 times from being completely wiped. This time around, finds those opening 2 and just buys time for the rest of his players to get involved in the fight. Very heads up play. You can see why so many people are talking about him right now. It might only say 6 and 5 on the scoreboard. It's so much more than that in terms of the Huntsman's progress through this map too. Ties back up at 3 apiece. The Falcons, well, when we came into this, 2 up, looking comfortable. No such thing now.
Oh! UK, sniper in hand, gets a hit marker on that first shot. That's going to let them know immediately. Hey, there's somebody watching this. Smokes will try and come on out. UK is a little bit of the outline. Tries to hit another one. The shots have looked good, just aren't landing where I think that QK would want them to. Team has found his way on up, though. Nades getting dropped at the feet here. Bomb getting planted for the Huntsman. Finally, third shot's the charm. QK will find one. Asim is there. Pinstripe kill feed as the trades come on through. As we get down to Neum and a 1v2. Already on bomb is QK. Neum hops on up. Does he manage to get it? I think he does. 15 seconds, that's here. And oh my god, it's a 50-50 coming out of platform, but Neum, all he's got to do, iron on up, start ripping.
Beautiful work from him. Was talking about the impact he's been having. This time it gets to look flashy on the scoreboard in the 1v2. I love the way he plays it as well. Instead of just throwing himself straight up the middle of platform, something that Roxas would have had covered, he decides to try and isolate it at the very least. And that gives him the one-on-one with the guy on bomb, then sends Roxas the complete wrong way on the rechal. Great stuff from them, because honestly, I was a little bit worried about Huntsman. I thought QK had done enough with the sniper to keep the Huntsman pinned in after the post plant, meant that they couldn't get out and Falcons swarmed. But Neum picks a direction, punches his way out, and that's great work from there.
Huntsman. They'll go up 4-3. Now on to the defense. After a very nice offensive round, feels like the momentum has gone their way, and especially with Neum claiming a first blood against Rooper. Seeing QK and Roxas, they gotta work together. Looks like they're gonna try and get this bomb down on B. You're seeing the movement from the Huntsmen start to make their way on over, and I like this. They are playing together. You got Renegade, who just wants to hold that outer angle. 3 members of the Huntsmen start to move on forward. Renegade gonna be a little bit of a step behind. Rispy slides on out. He finds 1, he finds 2. Give him the 3rd. Give him the 3rd. You won't be able to. QK, He's good for 2 himself, but thankfully, finally Renegade is there for the trade. Gets a little mixy, but in the end, you got 2 members of the Huntsmen still up. You're going to get the defuse. Puts Neum on a 10-5, by the way, also on map point.
Maybe I have a Hellstorm as well with that bomb defusal. I will say, Rispy there, great work. Plays his SMG angle with an SMG, plays the AR angle with an AR. Instantly flips between both, having scooped one off the deck. Almost the opposite situation coming up against Roxas there. Roxas trying to hold a very close angle with just an AR. And honestly, great back and forth between both of these teams. We said they've both come into this series looking great so far through what has been a solid group for both of them. 3-1 for the pair of them, sorry. Both having lost to Notorious, the standout team in this group, but otherwise dismissing all comers. So it's separating the seed of these two. And we're getting the series that we expected here. Map 1, I feel like that one lets down a little bit. I feel like I was expecting a bit of a banger. We got some of our best hard point performers through this lobby listed on both sides. It was very one-sided in the end. The S&D certainly delivering some beautiful plays and counter plays to open things up. But Neum in particular, I feel like he's the man having the biggest impact out there on the map.
It definitely felt like at one point in that map, it was getting a little bit away from the Huntsmen, right? But I think you have just that clutch round where it's able to come on through. You know, Nia makes a huge play and it says, okay, like we got a nice little reset here. We're feeling good. And you can start to see where that starts to permeate to the rest of the teammates as well, right? We start seeing Rispy now trying to slide out and get nice little 2 pieces, right? We're starting to see Renegade finally hit some shots as well. So looking very, very good. That is there. We got all of our matches rolling. Do not worry. For us, we're going to take a very quick break. And when we come back, the action will resume here in Call of Duty Challengers Season 1 Group Stage.
Or not?
Maybe. Welcome back, everybody, to, of course, Challengers Season 1. It's our last final moments of the group stage to see who is making it to our playoff bracket. We already have had some teams punch their tickets, but we're just waiting on the last few remaining. My name's Dandro, and of course, joining me is Enigma. We got a couple different games going on elsewhere, but we have a nice little time to finally kind of do what we love to do, and that's talk Call of Duty, my friend. Let's take a look at a little bit of these maps and modes between this Falcons Academy White and Stallions Black. Stallions Black, they needed to come in 3-0 here if they wanted a chance to make it to the playoffs. Obviously, by the graphics on your screen, that's not happening. But they still have a time to at least maybe prove a little to themselves.
Yeah, and this has been a team, and we've said it a few times, they seem to perform in patches inside of maps. You can see where the quality is. You can see that these players clearly have ceilings. It's just a case of the problem right now is their floors can also be pretty low, and when teams manage to get them into that position, they rarely let them out the corner that they bullied them into, as we saw in Colossus. The score S&D, honestly, that goes a lot better for the Stallions team than I thought. Even though it's 6-4 in the end, the fact that you push it close, this is a Falcons team stacked with S&D talent. You've also got the fact that Stallions were 0-3 before they went into that map on score S&D. So it was always going to be a tough ride. Exposure overload. Right now, you are 2-2 if you're Falcons White in terms of overload. You're 0-4 if you are Stallions Black. So can only get better from here. And I'm certainly hoping to see a little bit of that. The one thing I will say about Stallions, the way they play Overload, they actually get a lot of kills. They play very aggressive, very high pace, always make it interesting. It's just the impact of those kills. If they're going to improve in this mode, we've got to see them start to score quickly. And I want to do what High Treason did in that previous matchup. If you get a couple of kills, run the damn ball. Stop messing around with it.
Yeah, no, I feel like that's the number one thing that we've learned from casting Overload since obviously this game was been introduced is like so many teams are overthinking when you exactly what you just said. You got to pull that High Treason stat, get a couple of kills, grab the EMP, full sprint at the point, because realistically, when that other team comes off spawn, they're going to get to that point with just a little bit of time, and you can sometimes sneak in a nice little score there very, very quickly. And we've seen that time and time again here on Exposure, right? It's a big map, but you are not susceptible to quick caps here. Like it sometimes you can just watch these balls get thrown in just so fast over and over again. Sometimes you'll see the double caps happen quickly back and forth. So I like your positivity that you said. It can only go up from here if you are the Stallions Black. But for Falcons Academy White, I think this is maybe a good time to get some reps, have some set strategies, and try and execute them.
Certainly. And we touched on it earlier on. It's been a case of someone help Paul X in the respawns in particular. Overload is no change to that. He has been their kill leader, their ball scorer, their go-getter at pretty much every opportunity. RCT has punched a hole and just wrapped the entire map by himself. Should have 2 kills for free, one above him if he lands in his lap. And well, that should completely split the Stallions apart. And just like that, cruising to your first score, surely.
Dude, what are we watching? It's a 4-piece on the Colossus, and he just goes on an insane spree, 5-1 to start his first life here. Opens up so much of the map. Gotta let his teammates get on through there. And Paul X as well, doing some crazy stuff of his own right. Priest with a 2-piece in the back. And do you get another quick cap here? I mean, you're spawning on the A side if you are the Stallions Black. Ryan, that's a huge 2-piece. Make it 3. And okay, Ryan had some question marks to his name. And well, stopping a complete push by yourself is one way to try and make it happen. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit too little, too late. Score still comes on through.
Again, just I feel like the gun skill of this team is pretty good. But it's moments like that start. Completely miscommed. No leadership. No one taking ownership of that moment. And because of it, RCT just walks through. Sets up that early score. Possession of the device will be back in Falcon's hand. Just again, having this front line. Drive forward. Tip of the spear. Break the defensive setup. You don't even really need to do that if you're Priesty. You just duck in, dive in, dodge in. Picks up a lovely 2-piece. Simple as you like, in goes the third. We could be 4-0 and still have 2.5 minutes left on this time.
We definitely could be. EMP will spawn towards that mid. You got Priesta just being a nuisance in the back. King of Body trying to hold down this mid cut. Make sure nobody's going to be able to stop you from grabbing this EMP if you want to. Pollock's going to be the carrier for the time being. Pistol in hand, currently 7-3. I'm just going to kind of try and play through here, and I like this idea. Just kind of play through this middle. You don't have to hard commit to one side or not. Almost makes it up over the wall. Maybe as a quick push over to that B side, but will get cut on down. But Arcity is going to fly on forward. SMG in hand. Gonna be able to find one. Priesta picks up the EMP. Almost finds a huge one, but Stallions Black doing a great job, I think, to maybe slow this pace down, put it more into their side. They'll pick up the EMP, start to maybe work their way through the map. Do not let this first half end in a 4-0.
Yeah, so I like Simple's call here. I was very worried about to fly through the middle of the map, literally run it down mid, and be cut out by the Falcons players with no support around him. But he checks back. Boys punch a route. Gotta fight this top side, though. Pollock's lying in wait. Oh, does enough to find the device carrier. Insane stuff out of him. Device will go down, and there's no one there to scoop it. Incredible work by Paul.
Sometimes you just have those moments, Enigma and Call of Duty, where you can make the entirely right play like the Stallions Black just did. And then there are times you just get gunned into the dirt, and it's just there's no solution to that. You got outskilled, and Paul X is showcasing his skill on why he should be to the top here.
In that moment, someone's got to take ownership, right? I'm looking for someone to go, I'm challenging this, you challenge that, and I'm not seeing it. Like, the 4 players are basically focusing on the exact same point of the map. Again, it's for younger players, so this is probably part of the problem. If you have, I don't know, let's throw Havoc out there, for example, when he was on red. Someone like him to turn around and go, look, I'm going to take complete ownership of this situation, of this moment. Yeah. And fight the player that's going to chow me top. There's definitely going to be someone there. And whether I win it or lose, it doesn't really matter because the device is going in as long as we don't get hit from that direction. Yeah. Unfortunately, just not on the same wavelength. And good God, Priesta, well, he just ripped Okis with the Jaeger.
Yeah. Yet again, continuing just to play around this top-up side. You're going to jump up towards top silo. Good shots that are there. You will get cut down, but Paul X is fine for some trades right now. 14-9 for Paul. Absolutely crazy. And you are just watching these kills come on through. So, EMP will get picked up by Stallions Black. I guess they'll have one opportunity to try and score here if they want to. Okis in the back. Okay, this is what you're looking for. It's starting to fly at this point. You do get it on in, so Stallions Black, they're going to end this first half. At least not goose egg, but at least have one on the board.
And, well, if you are going to begin a comeback, it has to start somewhere. First one on the board could be of many. It's got to be a better start in the second half, though. We asked so much of this Stallions team coming into the overload. What can you prove to us? Instantly, completely miscom the play and let RCTs walk around the back of them for free. That cannot happen at the start of the second. It has to be that they make that initial engagement happen. They have to calm to each other exactly how they're splitting this map. Whether it's punching a straight line or whether or not it's going thin and ensuring all your lanes are covered. Whatever it is, on a wavelength, gentlemen. How you will get there. For the Falcons Academy White, just keep doing what you've been doing. RCT's 16-9. Yeah. King of Bodies having himself a bad map, but honestly, I don't think he'll care because his team doing just fine.
Is this one of those moments where, like, you're asking, hey, what's the game plan of your Falcons Academy White, and they just turn around the paper and just says choke slam? Like, because that's kind of what it feels like here, my dude. They are just world star Tony Hawk kick flipping everyone left and right, and it just feels like it's working, and they're taking opportunities, you know, when they find those kills to convert them into scores. But for Stallions Black, they're now on a different side of the EMP, so can they maybe take a little page out of the Falcons Academy White book and try and even this one on up? I like where they're positioning themselves, but you're starting to see Falcons Academy White has made their way on over. They're not going to make this easy, but Ryan, Hager in hand, finds a solid one, but no follow-up from the teammates there. That's 3 dead. RCTs will get dropped, so EMP is picked on up. You got 2 members that are close by. Swag check, that's a huge kill. Can you find one more in the cut? Can you bring them on down? It doesn't look like you can, and just like that, Falcons Academy White, they'll stop the EMP at basically the 10-yard line.
I feel like Ryan just needed a little bit more composure there. One more kill, and he'd have had himself a Hellstorm. You get that second one in, Hellstorm in the back pocket too. That is a surefire way to put yourself in a position to tie this up. But, as it stands, you are at least making some progress, and never mind, Priesta answers that with a plop. And Okis, unfortunately, completely by himself. Gotta wait for his teammates to arrive. And I like the decision to back up. The problem is you've completely missed RCTs through the middle if you are swag checked, and well, that's what that looks like. Device still going to be in possession, though. Ocus has managed to find a route, but he's going to meet problems very soon.
Yeah, 3 members of Falcons Academy White. Just, you even see they come off spawn, and where do they go? Immediately over towards B. They cut you on down, and it's just a little bit of an unfortunate situation. And I do like a little bit how both sides of this EMP are playing right now, right? On the Stallions black side, if they understand, hey, we can get quick caps if we want, right? Get the kills that we need, get the setup on in, score, and we already might be able to chain that into another quick score, and then all of a sudden we're tied on up. For Falcons Academy White, though, it's a little bit of respect. They've been firing on all cylinders. They've been getting these insane 2 and 3 pieces, but they aren't letting it get to their heads, right? They're not kind of overheating and overchallenting things they don't need to. They're doing a great job of just finding these kills where they need and using that to their advantage.
Device will actually stay on the outside lane there. Next couple of kills go your way. That actually suits Stallions the way they've been playing this. That's clearly the side that they want to hit. Swag checks. Try and be a part of opening up the map in front of the Device, which actually resets to mid, and I think the timing couldn't have been much worse because you've just seized control of the southern lane if you're the Stallions. So now, Swag check can try and lead the line, find one, and that's got to be traded. That has got to be traded. King of Body does a great job to find himself too, but it's moments like that. Just got to be clinical when you see an advantage. And now Falcons try to counter push.
Yeah, Priesta has an opportunity there to find some kills and really open up the lane just to allow RCDs to fly it on in, but you can see the Stallions black players are going to come off of spawn. They've heavily come on over towards his A side. You have the lead. You're burning time right now. If you are Falcons Academy White, you don't have to force anything right now. And I like it. RCDs, he kind of backs on up. Maybe looks like he's going to go on over towards B. Floats back to A. Now you are going back to B. Just kind of floating left and right. Kind of just waiting for the perfect opportunity to convert this. And this is kind of sometimes the type of play I would love to see more teams do. You don't have to force anything. Let your teammates fly on forward. Open up some of these score zones and try and get that on in. Unfortunately for you, Stallions Black, they're going to be able to answer on back.
Symbol's completely by himself here. This is as forcing as it really gets you. Put in a position where you kind of have to. You need the score to put yourself in a position to try and tie this up. But a body goes 7 in a row. Had himself a terrible start. But being impactful in this second half at the very least. That should give him utility as well in the back pocket, unless he falls just short. These are, of course, score streaks these days, not kill streaks. RCTs will be traded. The Vice in Paul X's hands, and he's going to back off by yet more time. And in about 20 seconds, it is literally impossible for the Stallions to get back into this, and Paul knows it.
Yep. Hold on to this. Let that time tick on down. Just do what you can, and this is kind of what the strategy we've seen, right? Take the EMP, put it kind of deeper into your spawn, so that way if you do go down, right, the enemy team, they can't grab it up and get those quick scores. Down in that P4 room, you will get knocked. EMP gets picked on up. Last final seconds here in this series. We had hopes that Stallions Black could maybe come on out, could show us something, could surprise us, but unfortunately, Nima, looks like it might just be a very, very clean 3-0 coming out from Falcons Academy White.
Yeah, it feels like a professional job out of the Falcons Academy White. This is, again, I mean, all 4 players have been in the league previously. Obviously, King of Body, you wouldn't necessarily put him in the veteran category. The other 3, you most certainly would. Previous world champions in there. This was a team that understood the job at hand, knew the task, had the briefing, came out and executed very, very well. It's that map 1 that's most impressive for me through all of it. I think you recognize that the Stallions are the kind of team that can build up momentum. They're young guns, they're hot heads. They can either help lift them and raise their floor very quickly, or you can crush their hopes and their spirits, and they certainly do that with a dominant map 1 RCTs with that beautiful 4-piece to really stem the tide that was building. And this scoreboard kind of sums it up. You look at the Stallions Black here. They're not a million miles off swag check struggles, but otherwise you're not a million miles off. It's just not scoring, essentially. No impact on those kills.
Nope, not at all. But hey, that's our alpha matchup done and dusted. So with that, by the way, a reminder, Falcons Academy White, they will secure the 4th spot here in the playoff bracket from Group B. But we got to talk about some seeding when it comes to that bracket, and we got to keep on board with this matchup between Falcons Academy Green and the Huntsmen. Here in the Overload, we're in the second half, Enigma, and we are potentially going to be close to a tie.
Certainly are. Kip's here, although trying to make this actually a comfort blanket for him. That was over aggressive. That was really over aggressive. Could have waited for Rispy to at least try and make the play first. Doesn't. 3 die. Falcons can now counter. To make it clear, by the way, in this series, proceeding, winner of this series will play against For Fun Esports. The loser will play against Bush. I don't know which one you would prefer, but, well, making a statement against your opposition and for your own confidence as well. Very important. And Roxas gets in to tie us up. 30 seconds on the board then. What do you have in order to hit that back? Spawn is controlled by Green, and they only have a short run to be if they manage to get the next wave of kills.
Dude, so many times on that B site, it's just teams do such a good job, or A site rather. They do such a good job just like sliding on in so fast. But look at this. The kills go your way. Huntsmen, they pick it on up, and just like that, Neem, he snags it, and he flies at the point. Teammates playing ahead, going to be able to find the kills that you need. And sure, it's tied up, but not for long as the Huntsmen will be able to come on in, take that in a 5-4 overload. Feeling pretty good for them.
Yeah, certainly. They came into today, both of these teams 2-2, so both relatively consistent. You can see that when you've got such high-scoring games. Let's get over to Bravo. Action never stops. We finally get to check in with the Project Notorious v CABAL matchup. Now, Project Notorious have, of course, been the standout team in this group. 4 players who are all hitting a form at the same time. This CABAL roster, the underdogs, without a doubt. And, well, even more so inside of this round as they lose the first, but you do get the answer back from Frosty.
Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Obviously, Project Notorious taking that hard point here. Would love to, I think, make this a nice little quick 3-0 if they wanted to. Yuli trying to play around the center. Unfortunately, will get found on out, so CABAL will answer on back. They tied this one up into a 4-4. I know we had a lot of commotion on the timeline earlier about this CABAL roster, but to come on in here to the Search and Destroy Enigma and see it tied up 4-4, I think maybe CABAL should give themselves a little bit more credit. I mean, taking down Project Notorious would be a massive upset.
Well, I'm very interested in the fact that we've ended up with Raid. I know that with the changes to the way we play, the wall bouncing and stuff, it changed the way Raid operated, and you couldn't really play through mid, but they've added a lip now, so you can't really do that peak that you could pull off. So we're getting a little bit more Raid involved. I wonder just how much time these two teams have spent on it. With 4 each now. It is 2 real. Calling in a Hellstorm. That will open up the A site completely, force everybody inside of money. I mean, if you do somehow manage to guide this inside, you got yourself a 4-piece. But it will at least get you bombed down and a defensive setup in place. The one thing is 2 real needs to still arrive. What's his route here? He's just going to hold for spawns, but no one's coming.
Awakening, going to be the first man. See that sniper glint? You see a couple of those shots going out. You're going to back down immediately. Let them try and play in through Laundry. Yuli, he's at least going to be able to find one and is able to get the drop off. Slides on out. He's just going to be annoying right now. You get the kill that you need. Somehow he is getting these for free, and I don't know how.
Oh my God.
Pistol in hand, slides on out. Hamza gets dropped. Yuli out of Laundry goes huge to give you the map point.
Yuli currently our second highest KD across everybody in the elite with a 1.24. His teammate Awakening is first, and Geo is fourth. So you can see where all the slays coming from in this roster. Hell of a team. But Yuli showing his S&D prowess here. Does a great job, because I was a little bit worried. 2 real calls in the Hellstorm. He's very much so out of the picture from that point, and he decides, actually, what I'm going to do is sit in garage, wait for that long wrap coming through. It was never happening. The hit was all on the front side. So CABAL were up in numbers 4-3. Obviously, they didn't know that. And Project Notorious, with Yuli on the front line, do enough to hold, put themselves on that point.
Well, here we go, CABAL. Need to do something special here if you want to push to the round 11. Looks like it's going to be a full hit over towards that ring side. Bomb not down just yet. You're trying to hopefully back down some of these players towards that fountain side. But Geo, he's going to open up the first blood, but the trade immediately comes on through. Puts you into the 3v3. Bomb still
Good
not
read.
down, by the way. Yuli, he's going to get tagged on up. Has to back on down through garage. There you go. Finally. Glow Frosty's going to be the one. Get it through, and you're pushing up this Laundry side. Geo throws a shoulder. Immediately zap. Playing together. Do you find 2 real? Looks like Manny's going to be the one that's backed on down. Yuli playing on top of Bomb. 25 seconds remaining. Couple of trades going on through. It's now Yuli in the 1v2. Do they make this read? Do they know that he's over here? You find the player Laundry. You do. 1 more. You have to find this kill quick.
Oh, Manny shoots.
Oh, no. Ew.
Man, he got a little bit shaky there in rocks. I think he thought he was spotted and Rayn's off a couple of bullets. As such, that then gives away his position. It's a good smoke, actually. Buys him the time needed, forces the fight up close. If Yuli wins that, I think you're within defusal time, so clutch was there.
Tight.
Round 11, baby. It's what we like to see. It will be Notorious to play on the offense. Now, the only real clean round we've seen so far, they used the Hellstorm. Obviously, it won't be available to them here. They wanted A control. Looks like they're playing through mid on the early aggressive hit.
Oh my god, Geo! Yeah, sometimes you just gotta pull up the AR and straight rip. And, well, for Geo, that's what he is. Okay, give him the ace. Feed him the ace. Call out where Manny is. Okay, we're not doing that. We're just winning the map. We're winning the round. And we are feeling good. If you are Project Notorious, puts them up 2-0 in this series, my friend. And I gotta say, I don't think any of us are really surprised, but I like the ice from Project Notorious, right? It'd be easy for us to come on in. If it was a 6-0, 6-1, we're like, hey, no surprises there. To see them ice up and take care of business is a great sight to see.
It is, and it doesn't get much easier from this point on either, because there's one thing that this team is very good at. That is Overload. Undefeated so far, 4-0. And yeah, for CABAL, while there was a potential route into playoffs, they needed a couple things to go in their favor. And, well, that started with actually beating out this squad in front of them. And so far, not looking like the case. This team is getting better every step of the year so far. Not slipping up on those banana peel moments. It's all about what you can do in playoffs. They're already there. They know that. It's just about closing this one out.
Yeah, it's closing it out. A couple of our matches still looking to close on out. Going ever maps deeper. We're gonna go ahead, we're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna be jumping right back on into the action. You do not want to miss it to see how the rest of these games play on out. We'll be right back in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, to day number 3 and the last day of our group stages, where we are looking to send our 8 teams to the playoff bracket, which I think at this point for North America, we can confidently say we have our 8 teams who are there. We just have a couple matches we got to wrap on up to figure out some things like seeding in the bracket and also some other just fun times of watching Call of Duty, might I add. That's there. We got one matchup when we talk about seeding that is currently going on, and that's between Falcons Academy Green and the Huntsmen. We're currently tuned in on that, but to give you a little bit of update on the standings, you can see there on your screen how everything shook on out.
Yeah, Group A, they're going to be 5 Fears up towards the top, Bush in second, Brooklyn in third, For Fun in fourth. I don't know if that's 100% correct, but either way, I believe this is a situation for this Huntsman Falcons series where we get confirmation that it's not correct, because the loser of this series will have to play Bush, which means that they're in second. The winner will have to play For Fun, which means that they will be in third in Group A. So just letting you guys know exactly how that pans out. For me right now, UB kind of deliberated on this. It's a weird one because I think I'd rather play For Fun because Bush have a ridiculous ceiling. That being said, Bush really struggle against For Fun. So it's a weird one. That's kind of how NA Challengers goes, especially here in the Elite. It's fine hairs, fine margins. Splitting all of these teams, I think the one big thing I'm really looking forward to when we do get to playoffs is finding out just how good this Notorious roster are, because they have walked through this entire group.
Yeah, and I think that's really what we have to be kind of keeping our eyes towards when it comes to that bracket of, you know, where does Notorious sit? I mean, I think they could very much easily have some pretty solid, you know, run-ups. They're the only team who can, I think, confidently look at the rest of these teams. They're going to be in that bracket and say, yeah, we've played every single one of you and we've kind of world starred all of you at the same time while we've been able to do it. So we're not super worried about it, whereas not every team can have that same sort of comfort level when it comes to whatever is going on, right? Like, some of these teams have some tough matchups that are there, right? Mainly, let's talk about Bush and For Fun, right? That's a matchup that's kind of gone back and forth, where, like you said, it's like, okay, you're playing either Bush or For Fun. If both those teams win, if I'm not mistaken, I think they then go up against each other in that next round. I'm kind of trying to visualize a bracket in my head, but my point is that it's just like, there's not many teams who can have that level of comfort, right? In Project Notorious,
no.
They're the ones at the top that are definitely there, who are feeling good, especially after these days of groups.
I think every single team, like all 8 teams that get through, like let's assume that White closed this out. White, Huntsman, Green, Notorious, 5 Fears, For Fun, Bush, and Brooklyn. That is 8 very, very good teams going through.
Yeah.
All 8 of them, you could put a case out there for them getting very deep into the tournament, if not winning things. So, yeah, this is going to be an incredibly stacked playoff bracket. And quite frankly, there's no easy route through this. Yes, seed 1, for example, Notorious, you might get, for example, Brooklyn. So, is that an easy match? Not in a million bloody years. That's a very difficult matchup to start things off. So, these teams are going to be very much so having to overcome their biggest foes right in front of them in order to become champions. They will certainly be the worthy team, whoever stands atop the podium at the end. Obviously, we still got to settle that inside this Huntsman Falcons Green matchup to find exactly what that bracket looks like. I'm not going to go as far as you. I'm not going to try and visualize brackets and all that crap. I'm not very good at that kind of stuff. Either way, for both of these teams, it's about making a statement, I think. It's the Huntsmen showing we can overcome teams like the Falcons Green roster. These have been squads that they slipped on in the early stages of the year, but growth from players like Renegade, Rispy, Kips. I think Neum, all along, we knew the talent that he possessed, but those other 3 certainly grown through this year, and Renegade in particular, very impressed with him through this Elite.
Well, let's talk about it, because the last time these 2 teams have met up was in Cup number 2 and Cup number 3, in the exact same time, mind you. It was in that losers round 2, and guess what? Huntsmen dropped both of those games that are there. We're heading to a map number 4 Enigma here on Exposure. On Hardpoint, obviously, Falcons Academy Green, they took the first Hardpoint in this series. In Huntsman, can they answer on back, take the second Hardpoint, and also the series?
Well, flurry of nades are going to land over the top of Scene, but he will stay alive and be protected by QK. Lion's share of the kills going the way of the Falcons team. We'll hand them the early points, but it's about that rotation now for 2. And Kip's getting that kill should open things up for a moment. I'm a little bit worried that the Huntsmen are still considering P1 as a hit, but maybe it's just for holding position. And, well, yes, you do clear it out. You also get P2 control. So a solid position, but Huntsmen also not fully defensively set up right now as QK gets close.
I like while all that fights are happening, Kips has already made their way over to P2, and you see a couple of those fights win, and the Huntsmen are immediately trying to backfill on up over here. But QK from the top trying to rip off some of these Huntsmen members from the point. Not going to be able to do it, but the rest of your team is going to. Kind of drawing a lot of those attention, those eyes upwards, leaving the bottom side open. Asim has managed to push on forward, trying to back on through. Can you find the player off spawn? You can. Neum does get dropped, but unfortunately, while you're trying to make that wrap, the Huntsmen, the spawns flip, and they are just finding all the kills on the point. Kips is good for 2, and QK answers in kind. It is a battle back and forth. Huntsmen, or Falcons Academy Green, rather, will come out on top just for a little bit, but you can see the spawns come on through. P3 getting ready to pop on up, and Huntsmen are on the move.
Okay, having himself a very impactful moment there. 3 big kills, but also not to glaze over it too much. Seed with a very important set of kills. 1 set. He pushed out, made sure that his team had a stable base to push from, and also control P3 spawns at the same time. So, multi-impact here from the veteran. 4 kills in a row. Unfortunately, he gets bad timing against Neum, but he's done the damage. His boys will be in.
Okay, just trying to hold this hop up here. See the nades start coming on through. You got to float from one side to the other. Kips will find 2. Unfortunately, finds the teammate Neum as well, but it doesn't matter because you're good for some trades. You're getting these back spawns, though. You are Falcons Academy Green, and that's until Neum.
Okay.
He finds 2, almost finds the 3rd with the Jaeger. Just barely loses that fight, but it's the information that you need. Renegade starting to play Mixie on this hill. Slides on out. We'll be able to find one. The rest of the Falcons Academy Green, they will surge on forward. You've got some good points if you are the Huntsman here on this P3, but it's not exactly, I think, the score line you would have loved.
No, both teams doing a very good job of breaking in. And, well, Falcons having held first will get essentially 2 holds on it and give themselves a 50-point lead. Roxas was checking the wrong way, and Renegade will thank him for that. P4 set up in place. I will say a bit of a gap through the middle here. Rispy's got to be very careful in this fight against QK, who actually just tries to play the back line. Neum does a great job. 12 and 6 start from him. And Renegade gets not just 1, but the information about where the next hit's coming from.
Yeah, a huge moment there, at least to be able to get 1 out of both those players moving. Neum, a little bit of COD timing. You don't see the player in the back. A player top silo trying to cut you on down. But great job playing your life right now if you are Neum. Will hop on up, is able to find 1, and, well, lines up the player for the 2nd and flies on out for the 3rd. Neum, such a good job of cutting down these players in the back, letting your team hold this P4. And just like that, some huge kills go your way, and you're starting to even up the scoreline.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic hold from the Huntsman. Neum at the heart of that. 5 in a row, and just locking down those back spawns. Make it 6. Teammates will die. He'll scoop the scrap. Onto 5. Renegade gonna be in the point for now. Needs protection. Kips will be there. Rispy's trying to fight for mid, and while he picks up 1, he also gets the information on the 2nd. That's the advantage of picking up that first fight in the trade fest. Spawns are flipped. I don't think you read this, and you certainly don't. As Fox just finds the free 2-piece, make that a 3-piece. Instant break.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those moments where you have to immediately calm that the spawn's flipped as you're coming out there, and it's just, you know, a little bit too little, too late. You're not going to be able to have it. But Rupert through the mid finds 2. Will do the damage that you need to. Still 30 seconds on this P5. Roxas ripping right now. M15 in hand. Just cutting them on down. Rupert good for some shots as well. And you're now getting these back spawns if you are the Huntsman. When you're talking about P1, you don't want to be back here.
Root coming in from Rispy. Might allow him to contest for the middle. Finds QK tucked off. Rupert's going to activate off the back of that. I think he's then trying to counterplay in through the spawns himself. And does a great job to find 2. God. And just by staying alive, allows Roxas to activate a clean wipe through the middle of the map. Green will take control over P1. Huntsman going to have to figure out the hit.
It just feels like there are these moments where the Huntsmen, they make the right play, but then it's exactly moments like that where Rupert pops a 2-piece and stays alive. They have Roxas get the trade, and it just all falls at their feet, right? I mean, the Huntsmen, you need to play a little bit more together. You need to be able to have those trades go your way. Still 30 seconds on this P1, though. Huntsmen, they've managed to kind of cut their way, push it on through. Renegade playing towards this cut side, and he's just playing his life beautifully. Diving in and out of this. We'll go ahead, back on up, reset the Dravik. Rest of your team's looking over you. They're going to cut you on down. Falcons Academy Green, they'll get the spawns for P2, but I think Huntsmen, they've done the damage that you need on this P1 to get yourself right back into this game.
Important 30 seconds at the end. Rispy will weaken 1. Finish off the 2nd. Renegade's playing through the solar panels will pay out in the end. So that's 5 in a row. You've missed Roxas, though, who tucked himself into a corner. Because the hill isn't active, you don't get the ping that there's someone there. Kips will drag him down, but there's no setup really in place here. And Green can now hit through the middle and the panels. And Kips, well, going to be overwhelmed and dealt with eventually. QK, two-piece, Rupert with more. You break straight back in. And that's all off the back of that play from Roxas. Great discipline.
Such a good crossfire setup for Falcons Academy Green there. They break open the point and they ensure that no member of the Huntsmen is going to be able to get this easily for free. And that's the information you're looking for. That's going to let Rupert start snapping, baby. And all I'm hearing is the crackle and pop of the Huntsmen's ankles as they are just getting decimated on this point. You're going to still manage to hold it. Get these few final remaining seconds if you can. As you are starting to pull away with a little bit of a lead. We got to look towards that P3 up in the window. The Huntsmen, they've already made their way on over Enigma. But Falcons Academy Green, they might just be able to bang this out from the front.
The Huntsman invested into this early, so you really need the hold. First 2 kills go against you. And Rispy's going to nade his teammate, so it's only him left standing. And, well, instant break from the Falcons. The worst case scenario for the Huntsmen. They've got to hit this. They broke it last time. But this time, Green are aware of where you're coming from. They're funneling you in from one door.
It's just a pinstripe kill feed. Who comes out on top? Well, it's Falcons Academy Green. Thanks to a nice little 2-piece from QK. Puts him on a 3 spree. Couple more would give you a Hellstorm, and that might be a nail in the coffin to put this map into your favor. 2 members of the Huntsmen slide on in. You're just getting cut on down. Left and right. Back through the top. Rupert's good for 1 on the exit. You'll cross the 200-point threshold if you are Falcons Academy Green, and I'm starting to see a little bit of a gap get created here in the hard point.
Certainly how it feels. Huntsmen need to repeat what they achieved last rotation. It was a complete hold over this P4. They achieve it this time. It'll drag them back to within about 20 or 30 points. But Green can win it on this. And this time, much quicker on the rotation. Aggressive. Know that the Huntsmen can hold this so well. Don't give them the opportunity to do so.
Seeing first player on in, playing his life beautifully. Trying to bait these players on in, flying on through.
Oh
Kips
my god.
Dropped, Renegade dropped, and it is just trade. Rispy, good for 2, but Roxas, he's here to surge on forward. You're working as a team right now. If you are Falcons Academy Green, you turn your eyes towards the spawn. You're getting these close spawns if you are Huntsman. The problem is, you're just getting cut down. You can't even spawn on in before you got bullets coming towards your face. Renegade gets a huge 2-piece. Will get you back on into the point if you are the Huntsman, but it's from downtown. Rupert Skywalker lands the nade on top of your head. Only 16 more points. I mean, Huntsman, you gotta keep this one mixy. You cannot let Falcons Academy Green end it here. You won't, so we have to turn our eyes over to New.
Onium gets the timing, just about slips by Rupert, and well, not. I see him, he reads something's up. So, it's all about this P5 then. Last time, Falcons instantly broke and then held perfectly, largely by controlling the middle of the map, not giving a different angle for the Huntsmen to hit from. And they have that set up again. Renegade's just going to dive to contest, hope his teammates can support, and they're finding the kills.
Okay. I mean, this would be a hell of a comeback, but we've seen some crazy hard points tonight already. Why not add 1 more to the list? Kips trying to play through the cut there. Will get found by Rupert. Immediately flying forward on this outside area. Renegade continuing just to play his life. Making sure that nobody is going to get on into this. Rupert finds 3, though. Kips answers back in 2, and oh, it all goes towards the Falcons Academy Green side. And Rupert, he's pushed on forward. You need to find some of these kills. That's a 5 spree for you. Rest of the team will continue to hold down the middle. Falcons Academy Green will, of course, take the hard point, and more importantly, Enigma, push us to a map 5.
Yeah, Rupert goes big there at the end. Thought Renegade did a really good job for as long as he could, but eventually Rupert just takes over and closes it out. Another player that you may be a big fan of through the opening stages of the year. Really glad that he's landed himself on this roster. Feels like a team that's getting better and better every single time we get to take a look at him, and he's a huge part of that. So, yeah, great stuff from him. I think there's 2 important moments in that. First one is your Falcons team. They do a really good job at that P3 in the initial rotation. Also, that P5, that instant break where the spawns flip and there's maybe a miscom from Huntsman. But then it's that second rotation. It's Falcons going, last time, Huntsman locked out P4 completely. Let's not give them a chance to do that. They send 2 bodies straight over, instantly break, turn it into a bloodbath. Huntsman can't fight their way back in. Look at the scoreboard here, my friend. And honestly, there's not chasms between everybody. Yeah. Rispy struggling a little bit here. I say a little bit as probably being kind, but otherwise, pretty solid efforts across the board.
I mean, I'm looking at Roxas with 2 minutes in a hill. I think that's a really important one.
Paying
also,
red.
QK 14 objective kills, right? So obviously doing such a great job. And I think that's kind of the point that we're trying to make here, right? Well, yes, you might be even in that kills and damage department. Sometimes you got to look over to the right a little bit more and say, wait, feels like maybe we're seeing a couple of more of those objective kills really be key to open up some of these points to let them get on into the end.
Yeah, definitely. It's great work from Falcons. I feel like one of the things that I think top teams do is you adapt as the map evolves, especially rotations. So seeing them instantly counter that P4 setup of Huntsmen, that was one of those, okay, this is how you're ticking that box of not going from a great team to one of the top teams, and certainly achieving that by putting themselves onto this map 5. Exposure S&D, both teams came into this series with positive records. It was a 4-1 for Falcons, a 3-1 for Huntsmen. However, Huntsmen took that Den S&D last time out. And, well, I wonder where you sit. Do you see this? Which way do you see this going, my friend?
I'm going to be honest with you. I can't even think about that because we got to go over to Bravo because I'm watching Overload, baby. My new favorite game mode in Call of Duty. And as we come on over, it's, well, Project Notorious putting belt to ass, quite frankly. 5-2 already. A minute left on this half. Too Real playing around side to mid. Got a couple members of Cabal who are here. Can Too Real stay alive? No way. He somehow does. Hops up top window, manages to find Manny. It's a couple of trades coming on through. But already, I mean, 24 and 19 from Geo, 26 and 17 from Gigawake himself. And a Project Notorious, they are just flying away with this Overload.
Certainly are. 5:25 seconds. Interestingly, Yuli coming into today had the highest Overload KD of everybody. Gio's second. Yuli might not keep that, considering he's 10 and 21, but Gio still putting up those numbers, 25 and 20. You will push forward. If you are this Cabal team, just something to make the gap look a little bit more respectful. That'll be all she wrote for the boys in purple. Cabal done, dusted, and dealt with in the group stages. To be honest, a team that I'm not sure if we all saw managing to make it to the elite. So the fact that you do that, good work. The fact that you've managed to take away, you know, victory over Stallions Black, couple of close series elsewhere as well. They losing the game 5 to Falcons White, for example. Certainly signs of a very strong team. Couple of things that they got to stitch up though, and in particular, I think we both had Cats on that list. He had a couple of struggles through last week. This week, it's just a very tough team to come up against a Project Notorious.
Yeah, I really like when we were kind of looking at our stats too. Nezra needs some help. Let's call it quite frankly, right? I think if you're going to maybe potentially rebuild this team, looking at Elite 2 and some of the cups coming on up, got to build around Nezra because even though this team didn't have a great record, was still up there on a lot of the KD lists that we were looking at, right? So definitely something that you got to kind of keep in the back of your head. But Cabal, go back to the drawing board, maybe come back to Elite Season 2 with maybe a little bit fresh faces on the roster. Try and make it happen. Getting into the last couple of these games here, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be wrapping up some of these series. Mainly that game number 5 we're seeing between Falcons Academy Green and Huntsmen. I know that we are looking... Wait. I'm getting news. JK, LOL, Dandro's wrong. We're going into game 5. Let's get it.
Settle seating. Huntsmen, Falcons Green. What do you have for us? Well, initially, it's a tentative standoff between the two teams, but that bomb has shifted itself to A and will get planted. Falcons aren't far away.
Now, you asked me what I thought about this exposure S&D before we were watching the onslaught of Project Notorious. The thing I was going to say is this feels like a classic Call of Duty S&D map, right? Yeah, everybody has the lanes that they can play out of. Route man can get paid. It's nice, wide open, all kinds of nooks and crannies. And that's what I'm looking forward to. Bomb. Down at A. Neum. Finding the kills where you need to. And you're going to be able to take, of course, this round number 1. Feeling pretty solid coming out of the Huntsmen. I know we kind of flew into that one pretty quick there. And it just felt like maybe we got the bomb down, waited a little bit, and a little bit of flurry of kills to eventually get to where Renegade finds the kill that you need here in round number 1 to ensure you get the win.
Yeah, obviously we missed the breakoffs, so it'd be interesting to see how those look from this point on. But Huntsman getting that bomb down for free. Is that a case of Falcons being happy to give up the bomb site and play retakes? If so, Neum certainly dealt with that. Or is it great set nades out of Huntsmen? I'm sure we'll see in future rounds. Either way, Falcons Academy's opportunity to counter. QK is going to pull the sniper out. Play the long southern lane here. We'll meet Kips. Do you find him, though? Oh, slammed.
Ooh. Bang. Is what we like to call it in the industry.
Absolutely battered in that one.
Yeah. QK, unfortunately, getting dropped yet again very quickly at the top of the round. And I like when you look at that mini-map, I like the spread that we see from the Huntsmen, right? See, they kind of get that first blood, and already Renegade is pushed on up into this corner. Just Roxas makes this read. He does, unfortunately. That's an M15 versus a Dravik. Renegade wins that fight with ease. Right, we'll cut you on down. Rupert trying to do their best to maybe get some of those kills, but you're not ready for Rispy to push through the mid. One more player here underneath the solar panels, and Huntsmen, off of a nice little first blood, they have their setup. They execute well. They hold the line, and they're able to get a second round win on the board.
Yeah, you call something through that round that I think is pivotal to the success for Huntsmen. They get that initial kill, and they play for the map positioning. Now, Renegade has still got a very risky 1v1 to take in that lane, but otherwise, you have so much pressure. If you're the Huntsman, you're aware where the Falcons must be. It allows you to set up the noose and then draw it closed as you squeeze. Name again impactful in those kills. So, Falcons down 2-0. Huntsman now with their open. Again, keeping an eye on here. Is it set nades or are Falcons happy to play retakes? Looks like a change up in plan though. 2-2 split.
I see some nades go up over the top there. A little bit of shoulders. Thrown here in the mid. Oh, does this land where you want it to, Rispy? Just trying to check. Is everybody on the other side of the silo? Doesn't look like it just yet. So you'll just see some tax and nades get thrown out, and I like this. The Huntsman got patience. You got time. You got a minute on the clock. You don't have to hard commit to a site. Start making your way over towards B. Well, that's until QK makes this read. Some great shots onto Renegade and somehow stays alive with 6 HP. Look at all these arrows from Falcons Academy Green. They're flying over towards this point. Rispy gets dropped. Asim down below. Trying to find one more. A couple of shots going across the way. You have a Dravik in hands. You can't necessarily go solar to solar. Just play on this bottom side. 2v4 right now for the Huntsman. Bomb is down, and well, it is being absolutely swarmed by a couple of Falcons players here. Rupert, gotta be patient. Gets that read, and that's all the comms you need. Asim gets caught in the back by Kips. 2v3, but time is a-ticking. You fully wrap for this bomb. I don't know if you can get this and get it planted in time, my friend, but you might as well try. You're close.
Yeah, so there's nothing. And unfortunately, as soon if your Kip's there, you're hoping your teammate manages to at least stay up. Doesn't, you have no protection. You know what's coming next. It's great work from Falcons. They find the opening kills. I don't know if they recognize that bomb was definitely down, or if it's just a case of, okay, well, we're up 4v2. We'll happily defend this site, force you to plant on the other, and play retakes. Either way, works, forces the Huntsmen into a time pressure situation. And as such, gives them their first round in the matchup. There seems to be passive plays on top for the Falcons' defense. The Huntsmen, those aggressive hits may be something we see stemmed later on in the game. Don't want to be walking into a lion's den at all times, but Falcons, well, they're very committed to this B hit on this next one.
Felt like QK managing to find that opening on a Renegade and still somehow getting out with his life was kind of just crucial to that round, right? Really helped make it so easy. And we're not going to see really the return here on this next round. Kip's kind of trying to do it. You're seeing the smokes go on out. It's all 4 members from Falcons Academy Green flew at this B site. You get the bomb down. I'm going to put a clock on this round here, but Renegade does find Rupert. QK tries to jump on up, but Neum and Kips are there. Roxas at least will be able to make some type of trade. So does Asim, but Kips still manages to find one. Gets the regen back on up. Now it's just Roxas in a 2v1. Trying to watch this. Finds Kips. Are they planting the bomb or defusing? No, they are not. Renegade hops on up. Manages to get the kill. We'll hop on down. Plenty of time for the defuse. 4-1 for Renegade right now. A lot of questions on how he would adapt to something light, search and destroy. And I'm glad in this game 5, finding some success.
And talked about it. I think that his growth for the years impressed me more than anyone. I think it's a case of just give him the reps. The guy's got the brain for it and the willingness and the hunger to adapt. Certainly achieving that right now. But instantly, off the back of that gunfight. Hears the shots ring out, drops the bomb, recognizes he has the time, regardless of which way the fight goes down. And as such, Roxas can't slip away into the night. Makes it easy work. Great work from the Huntsmen there. Bomb goes down. They set up a pinch play. Execute all at the same time. A little bit of an answer back from the Falcons to make it interesting, but otherwise, simple retake.
Yeah, that's what we like to see from the Huntsmen, right? And you have one of those breakdown rounds. How do you respond? And it looks like they're going to be just fine on how that one respond. Sniper coming back on out from Kips. This will be the second life, so Kips does go down. No more sniper for the rest of this game, and I think this is a great round to pull it on out. Rispy playing towards that mid. Nade will drop up over the top. Have to know exactly where they are, but Renegade
Afternoon.
hits the route. Oh, takes the hostage, and well, you know what? Hey, I appreciate, not doing what all the other pros do at this moment. Go ahead, take it. Hang on. Find your opening. Nades will land. And you've backed them down to this room.
Renegade's one-man army this whole situation. He's pinned Academy Green into a corner and given all the information to his teammates as well. Bomb goes down, and then he finds another. What a round from this man. Jesus. Will be a 2v3 attempt on the retake. 30 seconds. Well, not even that. 25 and change.
Oh, Roxas, though, finds one. Backs away. Can you find one more? He does. Wait. What?
The hell was that? The hell was that? All right, well, all the Renegade's hard work. Let's chalk it, boys. Let's scratch that up to absolutely not. Falcons Academy Green answer back. 2v4 retake. Job done. It couldn't have been more simple. We'll move on from that round. I don't. We're gonna get to replay. Actually, production said to hell. We're moving on with the round. Yeah, you just kind of land in the lap of your opposition over and over again. Falcons Academy Green will not really know how they just got blessed like that. Breakdown from the Huntsmen.
Well, it kind of just feels like what happens is I think QK makes the comm like they're both here. And so Roxas just says, okay, great. I'm going to try and win my one. And it's just, you just watch all three kills rather, come in all at the same time. We're going to come back to that one because I got to get back locked in on this because I am stunned that the Huntsmen just threw away a round like that. Could have been up here 4-2, could have had all the momentum, but you lose a lot in that. QK now off the feeling that brings out the stun themselves, trying to watch this lane. You're starting to see some of these nades come in up over the top. We'll back them on down. And the Huntsmen reset the mental. Smokes will come on through, but Rispy not going to be backed on down. Catches a seam, and that's bombed down. In mid. Will get recovered by Roxas. But Neum. Oh, write this one down for ranked play, ladies and gentlemen. Catches it. Rupert dropped. Roxas dropped. It's now just QK. Sniper in hand. Tries to hit the snipe. Not going to be able to. Almost lines up the second. And they are just full sprinting at QK. They want to bring this sniper on down. And Renegade will get his revenge as the Huntsman will answer on back. Looking good. Okay, I think we can all breathe a sigh of relief.
I know there's a lot of watch parties that tune into the Huntsman. God, I gotta go and tune into back to them later to see how that one goes down.
We're gonna see it on the timeline for sure.
Yeah, it's about to be mauling, but either way, you do bounce back at least. Great work. And it feels like they're doing a much better job of the Falcons of taking control of the middle of the map. Despite the fact the Falcons are trying to influence that with a lot of numbers, especially offensively, they never really managed to draw a very far forward line. Seems like they're always kind of hemmed in, pinned in to a portion of the map. Huntsmen so good with their set nades, so good with their map presence early. Just about make sure they don't throw it away from there.
Yeah, Rupert currently sitting on a donut. Very uncharacteristic from how we've been seeing him shoot this entire series. Definitely got to get him a little bit more activated. Renegade. Smoke will come on in. I don't know if he gets spotted or not. He has moved his way up pretty far underneath these solar panels. Will get stunned back on down. Looked like it was a full hit over onto this B side, but you might just be able to rotate over towards A if you want to. Kips does find Rupert yet again. 0-7. Renegade out through the back. Drops down QK. Kips in the front. I mean, Falcons Academy Green just getting pieced apart at this point as Huntsmen. Clinical. Surgical. The scalpels are out. They are just opening up Falcons Academy Green right now.
Feels like the Huntsmen are starting to make the reads as well. The Falcons haven't sent a single body through the south lane since round 1. And I think Renegade makes great read on that, pushes all the way through to find one in the back, but also, of course, tip your hat to Kips. Finds that first blood, which makes it 5 and 2 in that column to the Huntsmen, by the way. But also then willing to press that back line, continue to just hem them in. And it feels like every round right now, Green are unable to find any map presence because the Huntsmen have smothered them all times. Gotta find it now, or this is series done.
Ooh, nice. Set nades immediately off the rip. Will find Renegade, so we'll give a nice little advantage to Falcons Academy Green. And Roxas brings down Kips, and you are just losing your team left and right. Okay, a decisive answer back from Falcons Academy Green. You still have 2 more rounds to go to push to around 11, but again, we knew this was going to be a battle of mental fortitude, and Falcons Academy Green proving they still have what they need.
The one thing is, as much as that is great work from Falcons, it's every Huntsman attack. We're back in. We're back in. At least I'm back in. Are you back in?
Okay, yes, I'm back in as well. And we're actually thankfully coming back into a Falcons Academy Green win. So, hell yeah.
Okay.
Thankfully, the map didn't end. Well,
that would have sucked.
Technical things on our side. No worries there. Chat, y'all can tell us.
Yeah, what happened, Chat? Let's know. Let's know.
Was it a good round?
help me tally that up, because I've been tracking the whole way through. If anyone's got the numbers for me, do me a favor. Either way, we'll go to a round 10. Falcons find themselves 2 in a row. Make this ever more interesting.
Okay.
Huntsman will be nervous. You drop this one. You've given up a sizable advantage. All the momentum. Falcons starting to move that bomb as well.
We do see Rupert finally get one on the board as well, so
good
a
news.
little bit of confidence maybe coming back into your gunny. Starts to fly on forward, does get stunned, but look at Rispy. Almost finds the timing, but Roxas will cut you on down. Neum laying in wait, trying to spring the trap. When do you hop on up? Well, you make the decision, but unfortunately, the Falcons Academy, they make the read. A fast answer back, Enigma, and all of a sudden, blink of an eye, this looked like the Huntsman's game through and through, but you drop a couple of very key rounds, and all of a sudden, we're finding ourselves in round 11.
There's no way I'd rather settle seeding for the Elite Playoffs, my friend, than a Game 5, round 11. We've been handed one right here. The Huntsman giving up 3 rounds in a row. Obviously missed round 9 there, but the Falcons' set nades off the start seem to be the Huntsman's undoing. That being said, the Huntsman will get that offensive round here in the end.
Okay.
And that's where they've looked best thus far. Falcons had an answer last time. What's the Huntsman's play? Looks like a 1-3 split. Mid-map control. Sniper out here at the panels.
I mean, if Kips can find one here, this would be huge, but QK maybe have made that read and is backed on up. Remembers the Huntsman trying to flirt with this mid side. Can you get any info? Nothing yet. A couple shoulders getting thrown. I think Rupert just got some information there. If he saw both, that is huge. He's going to go ahead, back on up, and yeah, you're seeing some movement come in from some of the teammates. Roxas is going to try and maybe play up here. And I like the decision making. UK is just going to go ahead, back on up, try and make sure nobody plays from this other side, and all 4 Huntsmen going to try and bang out this B side from the front.
It's tentative, nervy, and Rupert actually falls for the smoke, and it will open up the Falcons, and Kips finds the blood.
Crispy, hop up is there. He's going to be able to cut down Roxas. QK from the top finds one, but it's just not enough. Whew, the Huntsman. It's a little bit of patience. It's all 4 players playing over towards that bomb site, and it's just a flurry of blows all the way on in that lets them take that round 11. Huntsman Got a little dicey there, my friend. They're up 5-2. It gets brought all the way to the end, but hey, they'll clutch it up when it matters most.
The Academy team of the greatest content organizations to ever exist inside Call of Duty, they knew what they were doing. They're giving us a show out here. But no, they make it very interesting and definitely sweat quite a lot, but put themselves in that round 11. Now, I really like the play call, to be completely honest with you. You talked about it. It's patience. They dropped that smoke on the site. Now, I'm not sure if that actually comes out of the Falcons Academy or if it comes from the Huntsmen, but either way, it completely bamboozled the Falcons. You saw the defensive numbers suddenly shift. You see, like, Rupert dive out there. He's then set up for a free kill. But Kip's over the top with the sniper, finds that opening blood, and that then makes it a trade situation for the Huntsmen that they're very happy to play around. Great stuff from them. Very back and forth. S&D feels like Huntsmen took that early control, had so much map presence, but Falcons, they started to figure out ways to counter. And, well, we'll go back to this round with Renegade doing all the work to then have his boys give up the 2v4.
Yeah, lots of highlight moments, from this map. But, I mean, just watching even just this round 11 back right there, I mean, I think this is a good showing from the Huntsmen, right? I feel like we haven't necessarily given them the respect that they have been due, right? Everybody knows they are a fantastic team, but it feels like we were waiting for them to have that test, right? And you can see having that test is huge when we talk about the bracket for playoffs, because with that win, they're not going to be going up against For Fun Esports in round number 1.
They certainly will, and if they do manage to get through, it's Five Fears or Falcons White, the sister team of the squad that they just beat. So, I mean, the way Huntsmen have been improving week on week at the minute, honestly, I could see them getting through both of those teams. Do I think that they're a squad that I would have put to win the tournament come the start of the Elite? No. But honestly, everybody right now has shown that they've got gaps in their play except for Project Notorious. We don't know if Project Notorious was simply blessed a little bit by groups. They're going to find out quite quickly. They've got Brooklyn. Should they make it through that? They're then against either Bush or Falcons Green. So a lot of different storylines to settle. We're far from done here in the Elite. But the fact that we have that playoff bracket set up for everybody means one thing's for certain. We definitely, in my opinion, got the best 8 teams walking through, and that means pure cinema from this point on.
No, it's been great to have basically these first 3 days of group stage, right? It feels like every day we have had these matches that have gone the distance, that we've been nail biting, right, the entire time. It hasn't been, at least here in North America, like one team really just running away with it all. Because even though we have Project Notorious, who, has that perfect record, their maps haven't always been just straight, slaughters, right? They've had some close maps. They've had to ice on up when it matters as well. And I couldn't agree with you more that it's definitely the 8 best teams that we have. But it's been a fun day, my friend, of group stage, getting our bracket nice and set. Give me some final thoughts from you here as we get ready to hop on off for the night.
Yeah, I think we just touched on it a little bit. I think that what we've got from here is going to be pure cinema drama. We can't wait for what these playoffs are going to take, because of course they start tomorrow. We've got ourselves the best squads, the best players, the best storylines. Everything's setting itself up nicely in what has been an incredible year for challengers. Obviously, production have got a beautiful thing going here where we're bouncing from game to game to game. Don't see any of that stopping anytime soon. Pleasure alongside you and the rest of the crew. Can't wait to do it again real soon.
It's been a fantastic day of Call of Duty, but don't worry, if you're a fan here in the chat, whether it's on Twitch or YouTube, guess what? We're going to be right back here tomorrow in North America. We'll got Mr. I Hold Shift and Study holding it down for you, helping bring you through those first matches of the bracket. But that's all we got for you here today. So make sure you're keeping up to date with all things challengers. Make sure you're following on social media and you're subscribed over here on YouTube, following on Twitch, all of that fun jazz. But until tomorrow, that has been Challengers for today, and we will see you then. I'm Dandro. That's Enigma. We'll see you later.